Good morning, everyone. Welcome. We'd like to start the meeting. Today is August 16th, 2016, and this is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. In attendance is Chairman Bradley, Commissioners Kim and Commissioner Ford, General Counsel Flug, CEO Bryan, and myself, Acting Secretary Held. The next meeting date in August will be the 30th. September dates are going to be the 13th and the 27th. All meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available at our other office locations. Items will be called in the order as they're signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, then here in New York City. When your matter has been called, please approach the podium and state your name clearly for the record. Please note there'll be no oral argument on any matter wherein a 500-foot law hearing was held or a full disciplinary hearing was held by our hearing bureau. We do ask, as a matter of courtesy, that you silence your cell phones. But prior to the first regular item being called, Counsel's office has proposed an emergency summary order of suspension. It's been marked agenda number 1867B for license serial number Nassau OP 1183135. It was issued to Bracco's Clam and Oyster Bar Incorporated. They're doing business under the trade name of Bracco's Clam and Oyster Bar. They're located at 319 Woodcliff Avenue in the town of Freeport. Presenting for Counsel's office is Excelsior Fellow Lacertosa, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Held. Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, Commissioner Ford, Counsel's office submits this matter to you, submits this emergency summary order of suspension for your consideration pursuant to Section 4013 of SAPA, the State Administrative Procedure Act. We make this recommendation in light of recent instances of disorder, vulgar, and lewd behavior at Bracco's Clam and Oyster Bar located in Freeport, New York. The incidents to be discussed demonstrate a clear pattern of negligent supervision and the creation of a disorderly environment by Bracco's Clam management. The licensee has failed to ensure the safety of its patrons, its surrounding community, and local law enforcement, and the continuing operation of this licensee presents a clear and present danger to the community. Bracco's Clam and Oyster Bar is located at 319 Woodcliff Avenue in Freeport, New York. It's located along the nautical mile of southern Freeport. Various other businesses, some restaurants and boating-related establishments adjourn the premise. It is alongside the Woodcliff Canal, which is approximately 200 feet in diameter, and immediately on the other side of that canal are family residential premises. And although this premise is licensed only as a restaurant, on summer nights, the facility transforms into a nightclub. They hire DJs, they have unlicensed cabaret, bouncers, and hold promotional party-style events. And I'd like to direct your attention to two specific events that have come to the attention of Counsel's office from the Freeport Police Department. So on August 7th, 2016, the early hours of August 7th, as well as August 6th, the premise hosted a concert by the rapper 50 Cent. Prior to this, Freeport Police had monitored the social media pages of the premise and learned of this appearance by 50 Cent. They contacted the proprietors of the establishment who assured them that it was not going to be a concert, that would be a promotional event for 50 Cent's vodka brand. However, upon arriving at the premise, 50 Cent performed a musical performance for approximately 45 minutes, contrary to what the licensee had told Freeport Police. Because this had been promoted by social media of the licensee, hundreds of people congregated at this location in front of and inside Bracco's. Police estimate that approximately over 500 people were crammed into the outdoor area of the premise, and 100 to 200 crowded the sidewalk immediately in front of Bracco's. I note that the maximum occupancy is, submitted on the licensee's establishment questionnaire is only 203 persons. So beginning after the 50 Cent performance, there were 6 different disturbances that night that police intervened in. Three shouting matches and shoving matches that occurred immediately outside of the front entrance were observed by police. However, they dissipated upon police approaching the main entrance. However, there were 3 incidents in the early hours of August 7th that required police action that resulted in arrests. So at approximately 12:55 on 12:55 a.m. on August 2nd, the bouncers of the premise removed two patrons that had been in a physical altercation inside. Police then began to investigate after they emerged onto the street. One of those patrons continued to act disorderly, shouting expletives and screaming, which ultimately resulted in his arrest. I note that a small quantity of cocaine was discovered on his person after being placed under arrest. At approximately 1:22 a.m., so not even a half an hour afterwards, police observed a patron carrying an open container of Heineken beer from the main entrance of the premise. When police approached him, he fled on foot. He was pursued, arrested, and charged with resisting arrest and open container. At approximately 1:38 a.m. that same night, so roughly 15 minutes after the second event, police officers were nearly struck by a vehicle that was driving along Woodcliffe Avenue immediately in front of the premise. The vehicle tried to flee. However, there was traffic and they were not able to flee down Woodcliffe Avenue. Police then began a DWI investigation and removed the suspect from his vehicle. I note that body camera footage for the police officers involved in this incident has been provided to counsel's office and is attached as Exhibit 5 in the memo that has been provided to the members. And what this video camera body footage indicates is a scene of complete disorder. So as the officers were effecting the arrest of this individual, you had dozens, if not hundreds, of people from directly in front of Bracco's start to envelop the police officers and more or less form a circle around them. The audio is completely inaudible due to the shouting and the expletives that were directed at the officers. People began to spill outside from Bracco's to see what was going on. And as the officers were effecting this arrest, it's very clear that they were in fear of their physical safety. While they were effecting this arrest, and it's also important to note that at this point, the vehicle that the suspect was driving was directly in front of the outdoor area of the premise where the 50 Cent performance had occurred. After they began to effect this arrest, bottles were thrown from the outdoor area of the premise, which is captured on the body camera and video footage. So you can quite literally see bottles being thrown from the outdoor area of the premise directed immediately to the officers, and you see a great deal of debris starting to litter the streets in quick succession. So a couple seconds go by, a bottle lands, another couple seconds go by, another bottle lands. Two officers were injured while they were effecting this arrest, and it should be noted that the security that was observed at the premise did nothing to quell the violence, did nothing to control the crowd, and as the body camera footage demonstrates, it's an unruly situation to the point that Freeport police had to call for additional reinforcements and had to get the county police department to respond. So upwards of 30 police officers from the Nassau County Police Department responded to the incident that was going on in Freeport. A disorderly summons was then issued to licensee principal Jonathan Bracco, and Freeport police note that a variety of local rules and regulations were violated that they attribute directly to this 50 Cent concert. So what you have is a scene of chaos that was caused by the management of this facility, blowing up this event, getting as many people there as they could, and really going beyond their limit to the point that they had absolutely no control over the patrons or the crowd that had congregated. I'd like to also direct your attention to an incident on July 16th, 2016, where Bracco's suffered and permitted nudity, vulgar and lewd behavior, unlicensed cabaret, after hiring what could best be described as an internet misogynist. They hired an individual by the name of Kirill. He is a club promoter that goes by the moniker The Slut Whisperer. His words, not mine. He headlines events at nightclubs and goes and promotes his appearances, and he's developed an internet social media following on Twitter and Facebook. I note that attached as Exhibit 6 are social media advertisements that the licensee put on its Facebook page to advertise his presence. So after learning of this scheduled performance from social media, Freeport Police contacted the proprietors and management of the facility and more or less advised them that if Kirill performed in the way he's performed in the past, that it would violate a host of ABCL regulations. So they had warning of this. Despite that warning, on July 16th, Kirill did appear, and he recorded and later posted to his social media pages video and pictures of much of what occurred at the club that night. And that video was captured by the Freeport Police and has been provided to the members for their review. So in pictures and video of that event, you see various women inside of the premise expose their breasts completely, as well as their backsides. Kirill is recorded dousing women's faces and their bare breasts with champagne, whipped cream, silly string, and ketchup in front of crowds. This wasn't in the back room. This was in front of a large group of people. Simulated sex acts are performed. Women are encouraged to fondle themselves, kiss each other, and in several scenes, sparklers are inserted into women's backsides and then lit on fire. They have whipped cream and ketchup poured over their bodies, along with what they call a champagne facial, which is exactly what it sounds like. And throughout the video, patrons are seen to chug alcohol, consume pre-mixed Jell-O shots, and dance and encourage the events that are going on. At several points, you see a large crowd of people dancing in a mosh pit style dance floor. And according to Freeport Police, the DJ in front of the crowd is the licensee principal, Jonathan Bracco, which shows that management and the principals involved had full knowledge of what was occurring. And attached as Exhibit 9 in your memorandum is social media posts that indicate Mr. Bracco himself was involved in the planning and preparation of the event. He purchased some of the whipped cream and squirt guns and various other sex toys as well that made an appearance.
Okay, I think we get a picture.
Thank you, Chairman.
Good picture. Did they have any security to your knowledge at these events?
On the August 6th incident, they did have security. We do not have an approximate number of the bouncers that were there at the time. Their method of operation indicates that they would have two bouncers, two security guards. We believe just from viewing video footage that there were more than that. However, at several points in the August 6th video and early morning hours of August 7th, you see security standing on the sidewalk in front of the premise that are more or less just standing there watching the scene go down. On the July 16th incident, we do not have a record of any security being present. However, this was suffered and permitted by the licensee on July 16th.
Okay. I have reviewed the videotape, unless you guys have any questions.
Nope. I think you've summarized it quite well.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford.
So I think it's pretty clear from all the evidence just presented that the licensee has total disregard of the ABCL laws. What's most disturbing is his actions knowingly lying to law enforcement on more than one occasion, ignoring the warnings of violations that are about to occur and still proceeding with them, to the point where this restaurant has become something much more than a restaurant on the weekends, and to allow promoters to take over in the manner that you've presented, the nightclub atmosphere, the whole endangerment of the public health and safety with the 50 Cent concert, lying about that, him not performing even, and then proceeding to allow 45 minutes of performance, drawing a very large crowd that became a serious danger, not just to the community, but to the police officers who responded. So it's clear to me that at this time, we have no choice but to order an emergency suspension. So that's what my vote is.
I agree.
Chairman?
Thank you, Commissioners.
So I also vote to suspend. It's obvious that this establishment's turned into something that they didn't tell us they were going to be. They said no music, no dancing. That's obviously the center now of their operation. Not to mention the complete lack of concern for the safety, not just of the public and their customers, but also obviously the police department that's consuming a great amount of resources just to respond to what's going on there. So I vote to summarily suspend as well.
All right,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Counsel.
Commissioners.
Okay, has anyone signed in Buffalo?
There is nobody in Buffalo.
Okay, thank you. For Albany, 1846, Vintage 20 Wine and Spirits.
Oh, this is it?
No, you did sign it. 1845 too.
Oh, they're the same. The same company.
Okay, I gotta straighten this up first.
That's fine. You just want to straighten it, or you want to take out files? Thank you. I have until the 1790s.
Mr. Chairman, members
Yes,
of
I
the board,
need to
my name is
start with
James Craig, and I'm attorney out of Boston Spa in Saratoga County. And I'm here on behalf of Vintage 21 Spirits LLC in their application to obtain a wine and liquor license for premises located at 5083 Western Turnpike, which is Route 20 in the town of Dwaynesburg. Next to me, or actually two down from me, is Alyssa Craig, who happens to be my niece. Alyssa is the sole member and manager of that LLC. Next to her, between us, is Timothy King, who is Alyssa's significant other. And together with Alyssa, they will be running the liquor store on a day-to-day basis. And on the other side of Alyssa, who you can't see, is Brian Craig, who happens to be Alyssa's father and my brother. And he's here for the excitement of the whole thing, watch his daughter obtain hopefully her first liquor store.
Are there any people in protest up there?
No, there's not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
We believe we presented to the board a complete application with two exceptions. One, we haven't provided the final workman's compensation or disability insurance finder. And the other thing is the certificate of authority to collect sales tax. And we're hoping that the board will issue a conditional approval pending the receipt of those.
How many square feet is this building?
The building for the liquor sales will be 1,600 feet,
And how much of that is retail?
1080. 1080,
1080?
yes.
Okay.
Was a questionnaire submitted for the manager?
Yes.
Oh, only if there's a reason.
What was this building before? What business was it before?
It's actually been closed for a few years, but it was a doctor's office before that, and a pharmacy.
What kind of experience does Mr. King have?
I've been working in the retails for most of my adult life, but in the liquor industry for the last year and a half or so at another store.
Is that one of the closest? Is that a nearby store you've been working at?
No, it's in Glenville, New York, so it's not
Okay.
one of those four close.
Okay, ready? All right. I see that the nearest store is 7.6 miles. Obviously, this is a driving community. And when we look at the four closest stores, they're 7.6, 9, 9.6, and 10 miles respectively apart from the proposed location. The sales have increased in 3 out of the 4. The third closest was just licensed in April of this year, but it's only a 625 square foot space. And I believe that adding another 1,000 square feet to an area that seems to have steadily increasing sales will add a public convenience and advantage, so I vote to approve.
Yeah, I looked at the other stores too. They seem to be holding their own, if not doing slightly better. Several miles away, all are surviving. So I vote to approve as well.
I vote to approve. Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
1845, Savoy Tap Room.
Oh, yeah.
I'll give you a hand with that.
Tenth of a mile from our office.
Good morning. State your name, please.
Jason Pierce, co-owner of Savoy Tap Room.
Dan Atkins, co-owner of Savoy Tap Room.
So you know that this previous license here in this location was a focal point for police attention? Do you know that?
Yes.
Do you know the
Yes,
history?
absolutely.
And how do you propose to do something that's different from what occurred in the past at this location?
We've actually, prior to opening, met with local neighborhood organizations, residents of the area, and local government officials and the police department to not only review what happened at the prior establishment, but to assure both the community and officials of the nature of what we're doing. What we have opened is akin to the type of restaurant that operated there for approximately 75 years prior to the problems. So we have an approachable upscale jazz restaurant where we're catering to a primarily urban professional clientele that does not bring with it some of the problems that had frequently occurred at the prior establishment.
What kind of jazz music do you plan on having, like trios, duos, singles, what?
We have some jazz duos, trios. We've had a quartet. There's a very vibrant jazz community in upstate New York and in the Albany area in general, and many of them have been very excited to have a place to just casually perform while people are enjoying dinner and some food in our dining room.
But nothing like the size of the Benny Goodman Orchestra, or nothing like that.
I can't profess to be familiar with the Benny Goodman Orchestra, so I can't answer. But
Wow.
I apologize.
Oh, it's a lot of guys, so a lot bigger than a quartet.
It's our establishment is a relatively small venue, so.
All right.
Mr. Atkins, are you going to, I see you work 3 doors down, or across the street?
Across the street, yes.
You're going to continue doing that?
Yes, makes the commute to work short. I've been there for 5 years. I work, I theoretically work one night a week. So that night we have management on staff, and it keeps me. I'm also part of the local community, the BID, the Business Development District. So I've been around for years, and it just kind of keeps me more in tune with the neighborhood that way.
Well, I don't understand.
Wait, it's a bar across the street.
Yeah, you work at a bar and you're going to continue there to keep connected to the community, and you're opening up a jazz across the street?
Yes. Yeah, so I've been there.
But you
for
have no
5 years.
ownership interest in the O Bar, correct? Your current.
What's that? I have no ownership interest now.
You just work there once a week?
Yes.
Do we have any history on this? O Bar? He was just a bartender manager. I don't see any search for the history of that. And then, Mr. Pierce, you're going to work here full time?
Correct.
No? Clean history? Okay.
Stuff is on file.
Huh? What's on file?
We never charged anything.
Oh, all right.
And what if you're going to be a jazz bar? What's the DJ situation? You're asking for a DJ?
I don't think we're asking for a DJ. I do believe in the paperwork we submitted, we may have indicated that from time to time there might be somebody coming in. For instance, our intent is to do brunch, so we might have somebody come in and instead of having a live performance that day, provide some 1930s jazz albums or things of that nature. So there may be times when we do have a DJ playing as opposed to live entertainment, but that wouldn't be the norm.
And what are the hours?
From 3 p.m. to 2 p.m. Or 2 a.m. Although we're licensed to stay open until 4. Generally, there's really we don't intend to stay open that late. So.
Okay.
Would you be okay getting rid of the DJ just because of the history of this location? If you're going to be a jazz-focused bar, I would think the advent of technology with you can figure out music playlists without having an actual DJ present for brunches to play different jazz albums.
I think the issue that I would bring forth to the board on that would be as follows. To us, I mean, jazz, of course, started in the 1920s and 30s, and frankly, most of it right there in New York City in Harlem. The original Savoy Ballroom opened in Harlem in 1927, and at that time, it was a vibe and an energy that was this exciting new music called jazz. We want to play jazz music, but we also interpret that there's some old funk music or soul music that may not necessarily be jazz, but it's kind of associated with the vibe and the feel that we're going for our customers. There may be times when, for instance, we want to allow our customers to bring in their own vintage vinyl, and we had talked about potentially using a DJ to spin those old vinyl records for people. So, I certainly, personally would prefer to have the ability to have a DJ from time to time, and would assure the board that, by no means would we be going down the road that the prior establishment went down. And it should also be noted that, law enforcement, local officials are all very firmly behind what we're doing, understand the concept of it and where we're going, and support these things.
And if I may add, that's why I previously mentioned I've been on the bid, the vice chairman of the bid for 5 years, and I've been across the street. We saw the detriment at the last establishment. I literally sat across the street watching, the negative impact the last establishment had on the entire neighborhood. So we look at part of what we're doing as kind of trying to uplift, some of the negative that was brought by the previous, proprietors of the address.
Do you guys have any concerns with the DJ? No?
No, I don't.
No.
Okay, I mean...
Most jazz audiences are pretty reserved and well-behaved as far as I've ever seen. I've never seen a jazz mosh pit or anything
You're
like that.
biased.
Yeah, that's coming from a jazz guy.
So,
I don't know how credible that is.
full disclosure, yes.
Well, I mean, this is, less than, a tenth from our Albany office. So
Yeah, no, we'll know.
Well, they'll know if you're operating in a way that you just represented is not. My biggest concern was because of the history. If it weren't for the history, I'd be fine with it. But like you said, I guess if you've been across the street and you've seen it and you're representing that the DJ is mainly for the purpose, and just remember, this is recorded and archived forever and ever, so we can always go back on your statement on this. But as long as that's what you're representing, then I'll vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well.
I vote to approve.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is anyone else in Albany?
No, there's not.
Thanks, Cindy.
Thank you.
All right, New York, 1858 and 1859, Alba Enterprises.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chairman Robert Romano. Good morning, everyone. I've submitted a CNC plea on this for $5,000. If you have any questions or comments.
Do they have food?
Well, first we have to withdraw it, right?
What are we withdrawing?
Withdraw 1 and 2 of the first proceeding?
Why?
Isn't this
The same?
1858 or no?
Alba Enterprises?
Yeah.
Where am I reading?
No,
it?
the,
Yes,
Oh,
it's
right,
council's
council
office
to
requests 1 and 2
duplicate.
be withdrawn in the first proceeding, so those,
Oh, council's office.
am I the only one reading this stuff?
no, but there's an error on the agenda sheet that says that in the second proceeding, the date wasn't the April 29th on charges 3 and 4. Those dates were March 17th.
317.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I'm here for any questions.
They're
I
corrected
put
for
in my
them.
mitigating
Yeah, no
statement.
question. I think the offer is a little bit low for the number of
Well-
violations.
Well, I have to say, as far as the workman's comp disability, he had filed the CE 200 and had not realized there was an expiration date on that. When he was made aware of it, he now has full workman's comp disability. So that was a lapse, but it was due to his misinformation about the expiration. As far as the kitchen, there's a full kitchen in there. He had been awaiting approval from Con Ed. In the meanwhile, had been installed a microwave for a limited menu, but enough to comply.
And the food?
Well, that's,
I mean, they have an operable kitchen is one thing, but do they actually sell food?
Yes. I actually went to the premise about 2 weeks ago, and I saw the microwave installed, saw cans of food available, frozen foods available.
How long before you think the kitchen will be fully operable?
He claims that it's there, and he has an inspection on Friday, and he expects it to be approved on Friday. It was there 2 weeks ago. His problem was getting Con Edison scheduled. It's a brand-new kitchen, fryers. It's more than adequate for.
All right, I'll
right.
come down from my original and I'll counter at 6,500.
Well, I would ask, it's a new premise. He's
Oh, well, can't he accept it?
If his client
Over
was
You want
$1,500?
charges, Commissioner Kim, you wanted charges 1 and 2 in the first proceeding?
Yeah, counts 1 and 2 in the first proceeding are dismissed.
right. And I would say, given that and the considerable expense he has incurred in installing the kitchens, which, again, go way over and above what's required for a tavern, that you take that into account.
Well, what do you guys think?
I think with the remedies that have been put into place, I think the 5,000 is more than enough. That's what I think.
All right, so
All right, I'll go with 5,000, okay.
5,000.
Accept. Thank you.
Thank you very
I
much.
was just going to cave.
I've been persuaded.
Awesome. Yeah, 1771, Red Zone Industries.
And this
Again,
I thought was low.
That's it.
I thought this was low.
Well, I think it was low because of 2 reasons. One, after they were caught for a violation of running a U-Haul business on premises, then they said, okay, we moved all our trucks over to the adjacent lot, but then, the computer system, everything else was still being operated out of the same location. So I think they were getting a little cute with that. Then the thing about separating the two businesses, there's still a door between the two buildings, and the claim that it stays locked, and therefore it'll be 2 separate premises. I mean, that also is a little bit shaky.
Well, the door is permanently locked. I have floor plans. I have
How do you permanently lock it?
Well, you bolt it.
There's no key.
There's a key, but nobody uses it. It's a separate business. There's a separate lease that he has for this premise from the gas station. The U-Haul's been moved across the street to Front Street. It's indicated by, if you go to the U-Haul website, shows a different address. There is no contact whatsoever between this premise and the U-Haul whatsoever.
And
Everything.
now, right? After the first time, there still was.
The reason I thought this was low was, first of all, this is a wholesaler, and the attorney charged it and pled it out with you as if we were dealing with a retailer here, and we've charged wholesalers much more for second businesses. And again, he didn't correct the violation at first. He continued the violation at first. I thought that this should be 15,000, if not 20,000.
Well,
I was just going to ask that it be sent back to council's office.
Yeah, I'll send it back.
I mean,
Back to council's office.
Back to council's office.
Okay. Thank you.
$17.91 Cafe Venezia.
Charles Lynn for the applicant. This is conditional no contest. With me today is Moshe Mizrahi, the brother-in-law to the licensee, and Ronnie Almog, the son-in-law to the licensee. I apologize to the board. This had been adjourned previously because the licensee was in Israel. I was told that he would be back at this time. I understand he extended his period in Israel. He won't be back till the 23rd. Because of the seriousness of this matter, which is an availing, I would request that we adjourn it to September 30th. And I brought these.
I'm not going to do that. So, I mean, you have a CNC here. I'm rejecting it anyway. So I don't know where you guys are
What
at.
are you counting?
Cancel and bond.
For the availing.
I agree.
So I didn't want to waste your time. There's no.
There was no intent to defraud the State Liquor Authority.
You know what
This
I
is-
wrote, Mr. Lynn, you know what I wrote on my paper? These guys are running a scam. So. I don't know where Commissioner Ford is, but we're both at cancel. I don't know.
I'm at cancel and bond, yeah.
So you can come back with that or you can go to hearing.
Cancel and bond.
All right, thank you.
$17.96 Kumamoto Brothers.
Hi, good morning. My name is Alexander Victor. I'm the attorney for Kumamoto Bros, which will do business as Siegel Brothers. I'm here with Jeremy Nevins and Ed Costa. They are the owners of Siegel Brothers.
Mr. Lynn?
He's co-counsel and support.
Oh, okay. I thought he usually protests. That's why.
I know. I don't know if there's any other opposition.
That's one way to get rid of the opposition. Hire them.
So I submitted a letter in support, and it had a lot of information about all the ways that we think Siegel Brothers will serve the public convenience. I'm obviously not going to go through all of it, but I did want to summarize and emphasize a few of the significant points. The store itself will be small, and it's located in the heart of the village. Village of Mount Kisco. The village is the main commercial and transit center for the entire town of Mount Kisco. The store is directly off the Sawmill Parkway. It's adjacent to the Metro North train station, and it's between the parking lots for the Metro North station and the municipal lot, which collectively have over 1,000 spaces for all the daily commuters, shoppers, visitors, workers, etc. The store itself is also on the main shopping street. It's surrounded by a mix of retail businesses, including a Banana Republic, a Gap, a jewelry store, Starbucks, Chopped, a number of banks, many other eateries, salons, and other points of interest. If you take a look at Exhibit E to our submission, we've provided some maps and photographs showing just how centrally located the store is. And despite all of this commercial and transit activity, there's no package store in the entire village of Mount Kisco. But Siegel Brothers is only going to be kind of half of what this team is bringing to the neighborhood. The other half is a gourmet market, similar in concept to a Balducci's or a Citarella. The market will be physically separate, but next door to the wine store. They have signed a lease for that space, and it's currently under development. So this market will feature a lot of specialty products, but it'll be sort of old-fashioned, that there'll be kind of a butcher shop, daily seafood, foreign domestic cheeses, a bakery, a produce section, and lots of other specialty sauces, dressings, jams, and other kinds of goods. The market will also have freshly prepared meals curated by Jeremy's brother, who happens to be a renowned chef and a graduate of the Culinary Institute of America. Nothing like this market exists in Mount Kisco either. So the obvious intent is for both of these stores to complement each other, to create their own demand and to enhance a shopper's overall convenience, maybe like a mini Italy for Mount Kisco. Mr. Nevins and Mr. Costa are also the perfect individuals to do this. Mr. Costa has 30 years of experience owning and managing restaurants and hotels. He is also the founder of the Boston Wine Festival. Mr. Nevins is the fourth generation of a family with a long legacy in food and beverage. For the past 17 years, he worked with his father at Grand Harvest Wines, which was the well-known and highly regarded specialty wine and spirit store in Grand Central Station. Mr. Nevins co-owned Grand Harvest Wines for the last 12 of those years. Unfortunately, with Grand Central's redevelopment, they forced them out, and they would not give them a new lease. But in the 17 years that Mr. Nevins either owned and operated Grand Harvest, he never received a single violation. The applicant here will continue the business model that was so successful and that made Grand Harvest so distinguished by focusing on two product categories. The first will be fine, upscale, and semi-exclusive wines. The second category are wines and spirits from smaller, lesser-known producers who, provide better value to consumers because they make excellent products at more reasonable prices.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second? Is that true the 33 Grand Central Terminal had no violations in 17 years? And then the other question I had was, so I see here there's a removal for the third closest store?
Wine Express.
Wine Express. That's moving to Valhalla?
Correct.
Has that moved already?
I believe it has.
Yes, it has.
It has. And how far is that away from?
I think it's about 10 miles.
10 miles away, so they're out.
That's correct.
So it's basically they're gone and you're coming in kind of.
Well, I would say that store is gone, and then one of my points later on is there are not even 4 stores in all of Mount Kisco.
No, I
There's
understand. So,
only 2.
but with that store within 1.6 miles, whether it's in Mount Kisco or Bedford Hills, it's there seem to be 4 stores. But if it's correct, there's no history. All right, so I'm ready to go. Right, yeah, and I mean, obviously, based on your presentation, the extensive history, the removal of the third closest store to distance significantly away for this purpose, this analysis purposes, I vote to approve.
There's no protest. You have support from the chamber.
Correct.
Half package store, half market. Sounds interesting. I vote to approve as well.
I vote to approve as well. I think you're replacing a store that's left the area, and the store that you're bringing in is only 1/5 the size, so I think there is public convenience and advantage to that, so I'll vote to approve.
Good luck.
At another 15 minutes.
No, that's
I
fine.
know.
We stopped you. I sensed it.
Thank you.
Mr. Victor?
Always good to have it.
And we didn't have to listen to Mr. Lynn.
You had a very thorough description of internet sales.
Thank you.
1853, South Front Liquor.
That goes with 1854. Mr. Lewis back. Alex Victor, he's with Donald Bernstein. So I don't know why Mr. Lynn is here with me.
The maps.
For the map.
I bet, yeah.
Donald Bernstein can't do a map.
Mr. Lynn has good maps. Oh, and I put that on the
No,
record.
no map this time.
Oh, then I'm disappointed. here.
Charles Lynn for the applicant. With me is Fan Chen, the sole principal of a retail liquor store looking to open in Farmingdale. What I point out to the committee is that, first of all, there were 2 other prior disapprovals in Farmingdale. One was for Farmingdale Wines and Liquor Corp. at 211 Main Street under serial number 1283515 in April of 2015. And then there was another one on June 16, 2015, Stop Shop Wine and Liquor at 619 Main Street. Basically, the first one was only 1/10 of a mile from the current store on Main Street, right in the village of Farmingdale. And the second one was about a mile and a half away, again on the same street as Farmingdale, with no experience for either of the applicants' principals within the industry. This is a significantly different type of operation.
Let me stop you. I think we have a protester. Okay, let him
Okay,
do
sorry.
his 2 minutes.
Okay, Lamar?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Robert Bernardini, owner of Uvo Wine and Spirits, license number 1270720. I am the store on Main Street that was just mentioned. I want to, first of all, thank the members of the authority for the opportunity to speak. Couple of things that I just kind of wanted to bring to your attention. As was already stated, over the past year, there were 2 other licenses that were applied for. Business hasn't changed in the neighborhood. According to the Village of Farmingdale, the tax base in the neighborhood, meaning the amount of people that live in the Village of Farmingdale, has increased by a whopping 398 people. Yesterday's sales at my store were $576.50, as I pointed out to you guys a few months ago. If we broke that down to an hourly wage, I think I'd be illegal by not paying myself minimum wage. I have my sales figures for the last 3 years. I've been fortunate to be able to remain in business for 3 years, but business has not grown substantially to the fact that opening another liquor store less than 0.3 miles from my store, it's actually, sorry, I wrote it down here, 1,582 feet from my store. We were talking, you guys were just mentioning Mount Kisco and all these areas upstate where the closest store was 8-10 miles away. I can measure mine in feet. The public convenience that would be served by this new store is that of riders of the Long Island Railroad. The location where the store is going is a building called the Jefferson. It's a new apartment building that was just built with retail space on the bottom. Their selling point was one stop, you're at the Long Island Railroad, the Farmingdale train station. Subsection 1097.5 of the MTA Police Rules and Regulations for Public Safety, subsection D, states that it's illegal to drink on Long Island Railroad trains. As a gentleman's courtesy, obviously, that's allowed, or looked the other way upon. But if we're talking about the letter of the law here, it's illegal for that to happen. With an increase in population of 400 people in this community, the public needs, I don't necessarily see how they would be better served by adding another license to this small blue-collar community. I can say that adding another license will probably put me out of business.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If you need my sales numbers, I have them here for you.
No, we have them.
I have one question for you, I'm sorry, before you leave.
Yes, sir.
In 2016, your 205,000, what is that through?
2016.
Through
6:30.
Through 6/30?
Yeah, I have updated numbers as of yesterday. If you want, for the past 3 years, I can leave them with you.
Oh, that's fine. I just wanted to get a frame.
But I kind of did year to date.
Yep.
That's okay.
Thank you.
We got it.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, Mr. Lynn, before you delve into this, as we all know, 211 Main Street was denied recently. That's very close to this applicant's proposed location. 619 Main Street was also denied, within 1.8 miles. We've got 5 stores with decreasing or flat sales. There's only been an increase of 998 population, according to the opposition. You might have a different number for that. And then there's 21,000 square feet of licensed space within these 1.8 miles. So the only thing that you could possibly try to persuade me before I deny this is if there's some mix of products or some other public convenience and advantage that aren't related to any of the factors that I brought up, or if you can refute any of the factors that I brought up. That'll make this much faster.
Now, I'm not going to refute any of the factors, but I'm going to stress the type of operation that my client is going to have. The applicant's store is about 1,700 square feet, of which about 1,200 will be retail because he has no ground floor for any, no basement for any storage. He's planning to operate with about 40% Asian products. These are alcoholic beverages that are showcased in Toa Asian Fusion, which is Chinese, Thai, and Japanese cuisine, which is the new 5,000 square foot Asian Fusion restaurant owned solely by my applicant, Fan Chen, that was just approved by the authority for its on-premises license right next door to applicant with serial number 1295774. Fan Chen owns another restaurant currently licensed in Huntington called Toa USA Corp. under serial number 1295482 since October of 2015. The list of champagne, sparkling wine, white wine, and red wine are listed and sold at the adjacent new restaurant will also make up a large portion of the liquor inventory of the store. Each premises will complement and market each other as a destination venue for the fine Asian food and fine Asian drink. The liquor store and restaurant are part of a new retail and residential transit-oriented downtown development called Plaza at Farmingdale Station. It has 115 residential units with commercial retail on the ground level, and it has front parking. Just directly across the railroad tracks from the applicant is the Cornerstone in its last phase of completion. This apartment community has 3 stories with 42 units. The two developments are adjacent to Farmingdale Long Island Railroad Station with 7,600 riders daily and has adjacent commuter parking as well. The station is the terminus and also originating point for the trains on the Ronkonkoma line. The area retail stores in the area other than the East Main Street corridor, which is where the Protest Retail Liquor Store is located, has CVS, 7-Eleven, Chase Bank, Stop and Shop, Lowe's, BJ's, Home Depot, Modell's, Staples, and Applebee's and more. My Exhibit 2 that I submitted to the authority has the village of Farmingdale is, you have Farmingdale, but you also have to the south the village of South Farmingdale, and to the east, the village of East Farmingdale. The village of Farmingdale evidences a 5.3% population increase from April 2010 to July 2014. Again, I have that as part of my Exhibit 2. The village of South Farmingdale evidences a population growth of 0.16% for the period 2010 to 2015, with an estimated growth rate of 0.23% from 2015 to 2020. And the village of East Farmingdale evidences a 0.54% growth in population for the period 2010 to 2015, and an estimated growth rate from 2015 to 2020 of 0.46%. As far as the sales figures, I have 3 stores that have increased sales. Sue Fine and Buy Right has an increase in 2015, and I was unable to read the gross sales figure that was submitted, but it does appear to be $40,000 increase over the year, and if that 5 is a 6, then it's a significant increase over the...
Yeah, but that's after it went down 2 years in a row.
But it did in 2015 increase.
Well, that could be a blip. I mean, you got 3 years of decreasing sales, and then they did increase for that.
Well, we have Stu Leonard's in East Farmingdale, which is town of Babylon, which shows increasing sales. And
I mean, the two closest stores have both what I would call significant decreases, and then the next 3 are flat. Over a 4-year period, the sales are completely flat.
Well, KYC at 918 Main Street in South Farmingdale has, if you extrapolate that, has substantial increase. But be that as it may, this...
Where are you seeing that?
KYC.
You're talking about if you extrapolate 2016?
2016,
yeah,
yes.
but over a 4-year period, once again, they go down significantly, then they go up, they go down. It's flat.
And that's one of the considerations here is that the village of Farmingdale has this brand new construction, a new development in the train station area, and in addition to that, you have a 4-star.
I mean, I agree with Commissioner Kim to the extent that if you're going to try to convince me that they need another liquor store, meaning need it because of population, you're not going to convince me.
No, but if they bring a separate service and commodity into the neighborhood...
I don't know that 40% is going to do it for me. I mean, if he's willing to do 100% of that stuff, I might think about it.
Would you be willing to go up, not 100%, but
60%.
No. I mean, they don't need another liquor store. If he wants to get into specialty liquors, that's a different story.
then we would go up to 80%, only because I have the menu for the restaurant, and they do have high-end wines that are not Asian, and again, one is going to complement the other, so they would like to
I
have.
can't, I'm not, the only way I would approve this is if he's not competing with these other stores. There's not a need for more liquor in this community, in my view. I'm not speaking for them. I'm just telling you my thoughts, but.
Yeah, I'm looking at the other sales figures too, and I see them either decreasing or kind of flatlined here, so I don't really see the need either.
Well, can I have a second call and just discuss the 100% with
No,
my
they
client?
didn't offer it. I'm telling you.
No, that's why I'm asking, because if this is
I
something that.
don't know that we need it. Do you have any questions?
But this is going to make the area a destination area. We have a letter from, did you get the letter from the mayor of Farmingdale? And the mayor says the village of Farmingdale is going through an economic resurgence and has experienced over $100 million in new investment in transient-oriented development.
We have the
So
letter.
he's making a major investment into.
I'm not discounting that, but our concern isn't the investment. That's not what I'm not concerned about the investment in the community. My job is to make sure that we don't have
No, I
a
understand
liquor
that.
store in
No,
every
I
block.
understand, but with a four-star restaurant, with a companion liquor store making available that kind of inventory would be a draw, an additional draw into the village, and this is exactly what they're looking to do.
Mark, well, I think we've gone through this, and, I'm not persuaded that we really don't need another store here. I'm not persuaded that we need another store. It's not just the competition, but the saturation effect of illegal practices being promoted, increase in sales to minors, co-op buying, other illegal activities that we often see when an area gets oversaturated. So, in this case, I really don't see, based on all the reasons I set forth prior to me asking you to address those, I still stick by those facts and arguments, and I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well.
I vote to deny.
Thank you.
(1843) Midtown Madison Wines.
Are they here?
Yep, they're coming.
Oh.
I know exactly what.
While he sets up, can we take a brief conference?
Do you need a chair, Mr. Seidman? Do you need a chair?
All right. Take a short recess, Lamar. We'll be right with you. I got to go up there. And on that one, though, I'm not issuing anything without a certificate of occupancy, if you're asking me.
Did you? I was. You got a guy here that's a real fan. Blame it on you.
Okay, we're back. You all set, Mr. Seidman?
Yes.
Okay.
Bernard Seidman for the applicant. My client's name is Gambu Sherpa. He is a native of Nepal. Now he's a resident of the United States, a citizen, and recently retired as a sushi chef. Got bored. His youngest son over here, who works in liquor stores, suggested that they open a liquor store. They found one at 121 Madison Avenue and made the instant application. And going over the sales of the nearest stores, one is in excess of 2 million, one is 2,600,000, and the other one is 800,000, and one I couldn't tell from the from his sheet that he sent in, because he was only open or bought the store, even though it was an existing store, so that I have no way of knowing what the sales were there. But, and this is the big but, none of the 4 surrounding stores has any appreciable New York State inventory. In fact, 2 of them don't even have one spirit. My client has become...
Which of those don't have any New York spirits? Also, you know, 3 weeks ago, I think we denied something on Madison Avenue and 33rd Street corner. It was like a 3,000 square foot, I forget the name or the address exactly.
Sayop Corporation, 2 Park Avenue, and Wow Wine INC, 60 East 34th Street, do not have one New York spirit.
Okay, but the 2 SMK and 161 Madison Avenue.
61 Madison Avenue has 1 bourbon. SMK at 22 East 28th Street has
2 Park Avenue, that major store, you're saying they have no New York spirits?
none.
They do like multi-million.
They have 2 wines. They have 2 wines and 5 spirits. I went there yesterday.
Yes, as of, I'm sorry, these figures were from before. As of yesterday, they have 2 wines and 5 spirits.
Who, as of yesterday, who has 2 wines and 5 spirits?
SMK.
SMK?
Second Park Avenue.
2 Park Avenue.
Oh, 2 Park Avenue has 2 wines and 5 spirits. What about SMK?
The SMK, which one is this? This one?
This one, 22 East 28th Street.
22
East 28th Street.
23. Its address is 23 East 28th Street. Actually,
No, S79 Madison Avenue?
they have 2 spirit and 4 wine.
Yeah, the 23 East 28th Street was the old address.
2 spirits and 4 wines.
I went there yesterday and they gave me this business card.
And they wrote 2 spirits and,
Yeah, I wrote it.
what, 2 spirits and
4 wines.
4 wines? Okay, so in your presentation, you talk about being a Taste of New York store.
Yes.
But you're not an official Taste of New York store.
Yes. If we get the license, they will be official Taste New York store.
Do you know that
Do you
the
know
Taste
what-
New York stores are not liquor stores?
Well,
And they're 100% New York products.
And they understand that, and I understand that this is a liquor store, and they were very, very happy to engage my client and become a Taste New York store. He's definitively a licensee if he gets the license.
100, so he's only going to sell 100% New York items?
No.
But that, for a Taste of New York store, they sell 100% New York items.
But
Did he enter into a marketing agreement where he gets stuff to put on his bottles? So that's not a Taste New York store, that's a marketing agreement.
This is going to be
Mr. Chairman, he's a licensee, and it's a Taste New York store, and it's only going to get, it's a liquor store. It's not like the one.
I know, but the Taste New York stores are called Taste New York.
This will be a Taste New York.
So that's going to
store.
be the name of the store.
Well, the trade name.
The DBA is going to be Taste New York.
Yes.
And you're not going to be 100% New York product.
But it's not going to, so there's no misunderstanding. The amount of inventory they're going to have of New York wine and spirits will be between 30 and 35% on the inventory I gave to you as part of my presentation. They will have every one of those bottles on the shelf if and when they're approved.
Okay. Mr. Levy, are you here as a protest?
I am, actually. I apologize for being late. I was stuck on.
Okay.
All
Well,
right, well, why don't you come up and,
why don't you come up and give your,
Mr. Seidman, you can stay and they can just move over the podium, please. Thank you.
Good morning. Apologies for being late again. I'll be brief this morning. I represent 161 Madison, the wine and spirits store there. And I'm sure the members are aware, you just recently did deny an application in this neighborhood, and there are...
What was the address on that? Do you know?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I remember here being in the audience, though.
30, it was on Madison. It's definitely something Madison with an even number on the left side, southwest corner of 33rd and Madison.
There have been 3 new package stores out of the 4 closest that have been licensed within the last year or year and a half.
All right, so what about...
Including my client.
are you including the one
I'm
that
including...
was purchased, had been there for a while?
Correct.
Okay.
34 West 31st being one.
That's the information I have.
And so I understand all of that, the saturation argument, but what about, does your client sell anything more than just one New York spirit?
You know, I don't have an inventory list with me today.
Okay.
And part of the reason that we tried to get this license a little over a year ago.
Is he here?
He's from McAdams.
I just happened to, I didn't even know this store was showing up, but I happen to be in the neighborhood and I have 200 New York wines in my store. So I just wanted to.
Where are you from?
McAdams.
All right, 3rd and 28th. We're one of the largest. New
3rd
York
and
selections
28th?
in all the state.
Okay, but that's not one of the... 3rd Avenue and 28th Street, so you're not...
If I may misunderstood where this store was.
This is on 31st and Madison?
31st and Madison.
31st and Madison.
Still the same neighborhood. I'm just letting you know there's a
Oh, okay.
representation of New York wines.
Thank you.
Okay.
So my opposition is simply based on the fact that I'm 2.5 blocks away on the same avenue. We've been in business for about a year, a little bit less, I believe, and there's 3 of the 4 closest stores that have been in business for about a year or so.
Got it.
Okay.
160 Madison Avenue, can you check that one, please?
No, 161 Madison is.
No, but the one that we denied, I think, might be 160, no?
Okay. That it?
That's it.
All
I
right,
believe
thank you.
my client submitted a letter as well, which you may have read, indicating that although his sales have been there, they haven't been overly impressive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Mike,
So, Mr.
Seidman.
I know, Mr. Seidman, you just heard that there's a store a couple blocks away that has over 200 selections of New York wine and spirits.
It's 3rd Avenue. This is Madison
Well,
Avenue.
it's less than a mile.
This is New York City, Mr. Chairman.
I'm familiar with it.
Less than, I don't think,
The city that never sleeps.
store on 3rd Avenue.
We're gonna have more than 400 product from New York State.
But there is New York product available, is what I'm saying, in that neighborhood.
That's like
call it
on
that
3rd Avenue, in Madison.
Yes, okay, for argument's purposes, I'll say they're 2 different areas for now, but it still doesn't, if you're not a Taste New York store,
You're saying that, Mr. Commissioner Kim, they are a Taste New York store.
our understanding of a Taste New York store is obviously different than your understanding of a Taste New York store, I think.
We were welcomed by the Department of Agriculture and Marketing as a New York taste store.
Do you have any documentation?
Yes.
so you can see? Marketing and Promotion Specialist, congratulations on your wine store. I have some materials I can send you. I just need a license agreement signed and returned. Once that comes back, I will send you marketing materials. There's a
Yes,
licensing
I
agreement.
just submit the letter too.
You got that letter from the...
It's just for use of the logo, so it's not.
The one by Disney.
It's not the store itself, it's just use of a logo.
which means that they benefit from the advertising.
Right, you can use the logo to support the Taste New York program.
But your name of your store can't be Taste New York.
No, our name of the store will be Madison Wines.
Okay, well, that's different than what Mr. Seidman just said a few minutes ago.
So anyone can just apply for the logo?
Yes, and then there's a mass
And then-
marketing.
But there's no requirement of a certain percentage of New York sales in this agreement.
No.
I could sell one bottle and be, I'm in New York, so I'm tasting New York. Something like that, okay. Yeah,
And my client has something to say. May he present
You want me to?
it?
sure, sure.
Hello, my name is. Yeah. Oh, my name is Pasang
Son
Sherpa.
of the proposed licensee who has an English problem.
Hello, my name is Pasang Sherpa, and I will be the manager at Midtown Madison Wine. I'm originally from Nepal, but came to the state in 2007. Although I was born in Nepal, I spent most of my adolescence here in New York. Once I graduated from high school, I joined the Army National Guard for 3 years and stationed at 145 Maintenance in Staten Island. After I completed my active duty, I worked for a couple of liquor stores. I started off as a cashier, stock person, and then gradually went up to salesman and assistant manager. In the very beginning, I came to realize that this is the industry where I would love to continue to work in. As time went on, I craved for more knowledge of wine and spirits, so I started to study on my own. As a salesman, I was really able to focus and learn about winemaking, distilling process, how to describe the taste of wines. Another way I enhanced my knowledge was the in-store tasting we held at the store. As an assistant manager, I talk with the sales rep, conduct in-store wine tasting, and promote items that need to be sold. As you can see, I started from the very bottom of this industry and have been working my way up in the industry for the past 5 years. Now I feel like I'm ready to step up and be the manager for this store. My father is the applicant, which is another reason why I'll be the manager. My father is currently retired and poured his life saving into this store. He came to me and asked for my opinion on what he can do after this retirement. I told him to invest in a retail wine and liquor store because this is all I know how to do it. This is my specialty. I have no interest in anything else. We're fortunate enough to find this location, so we jump onto the opportunity. I understand that there are some wine stores around me. I'm not trying to steal business from my competitor, but rather create a new market and specialty store in the area. Most of the wine stores around me carry a very limited selection of New York wine and spirits. I understand that many, if not most, applications just say that they will get an extensive selection of New York product, but I promise that my store will not be coming short on my promise. Like I mentioned in the beginning, New York is my second home. New York gave me the opportunity and made me the person who I am now. I want to pay my respect by focusing my selection of New York State wine and liquor. I signed up for Taste New York, which is a program to promote New York State product, in my case, wine and spirits. The only thing I need to complete my application is my license. I already received the official logo and signed agreement and condition. If we got the license, we'll be the first package store in New York that participates in Taste New York program. I plan on having around 1,000 different SKU. Around 40% of my selection will be New York State wine and spirits. I plan on keeping my promise with Taste New York, my promise to Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, and Commissioner Ford. If needed to be done, I will increase my selection to be 45%. Another program I would like to implement is a weekend educational tasting. I would like to directly invite winemaker and distiller from New York to promote their product, but rather than sales rep. I feel that the winemaker and distiller themselves will be more helpful educating the customer. I hope that all of the board members will take this into consideration while making the decision. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Okay. You know, I really wish we could, because I could have sworn we did something on Madison Avenue right around that area. No? Nothing?
Well, we can't unless we have the street
Right,
name.
right, right.
Our
Are
system
you sure it
doesn't
was
let
the
us.
last board meeting?
Madison Avenue, so,
If anybody on Madison?
you know, we don't have anyone on Madison? Maybe it would have been,
We have
maybe the
someone-
address came out as it was on the corner, I thought.
Maybe 33rd?
33rd,
Kind of rings a bell to me, too.
right?
Yeah.
Is I the only one here? No.
No, something in the Empire State Building area.
It was right near there. It was 33rd between maybe 5th and Madison then. and it was like it was like a 3,000 plus. I just remember it because I was actually walking by that after. Then I was.
Not 33rd.
No? Okay, well,
Something in the air.
yeah, 32nd. Well, I think we denied it, otherwise it would have appeared. And Mr. Levy, you just recall, or you just saying that because I'm kind of saying that?
My client reached out to me for this application and not that one, and I was sitting
I don't
here.
know what the corner street is.
Why wouldn't I do this one too?
If the license wasn't picked up yet, it wouldn't be on.
Right, okay. So, look, I think as an applicant and what you read, thank you for your service, and we're very, honored that you would consider to go into this industry and create a small business this way. It's just a location. On Madison Avenue, we have 28th and 29th Street. That's 161 Madison Avenue Liquors. We have a store there. And then we have 79 Madison Avenue, 32nd and 33rd on Madison. And so what you're proposing is 31st, and it's literally a store on the same 1 block by 1 block for 3 blocks consecutively in an area that has seen a lot of development, new construction. But that's why we ended up licensing the 161 Madison Avenue and also the fourth closest store.
Like New York State product over there.
Yeah, so that's my only thing about.
Went there yesterday and
Well, that's the only reason why I'm considering it to this extent, because of what you're talking about, New York products.
There's an absence of New York product. It's not a question of not having it there. It's almost non-existent.
And I've been working in the liquor industry for past 5 years, and I know a lot of people ask for that. A lot of the tourists, even the New Yorker, we have like 75% of people not even born in New York.
Mr.
They
Chairman,
like to
the
take
last
souvenirs.
time I was here,
The carryover, so you might be thinking of this one because we can't find it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
This was on the list.
Maybe this was it? Huh.
Yeah.
Chris Swan was.
Digging everything out I can find.
Really? Okay, that's fine. What do you guys think? It's only the argument of the New York spirits, basically. Everything else, there's no. The issuance of 2 licenses in the past year and a half. The closest store has had steady increase in sales, but it's hard to tell what the impact of the 2 new stores will be.
Actually, 3, isn't it?
Well, the third one was, it was already there since 1997.
We just don't
so
have sales numbers, but it's been there.
Yeah, it means that the new owner came in, or.
See, okay, all right.
Mr. Chairman,
Basically have a store on every.
last time I was
Yeah.
here, I made a presentation for a different store. The question you asked me is, what is going to be different? And I think on this particular applicant, it is different.
That's correct, but as Commissioner Kim has pointed out, we just put in 2 licenses there in less than a year ago. 2 of the 4 closest stores, and it's very difficult in my mind to see how those sales numbers are going to settle once those stores are open for a period of time.
What stores are you speaking about?
The second closest, 161 Madison Avenue Liquors, and the 4th closest, Herald Squared Spirits. Those are they're not even open a year yet. Oh, I'm sorry, they are open a year. Just a
year and
year.
a half, yeah.
Where is Herald Square Spirit?
34 West 31st Street.
And it's in my mind, until I see how they affect the other stores, it's very difficult.
The store at 34 West 31st Street. It's my client. From January of this year to the end of July, they did over 700,000 with a double month. In November and December, they will do well over $1 million, and I have absolutely no objection to this store opening. I spoke to Mrs. Kim before I even took on this client.
Well, that's nice, but it's not really something I'm concerned about.
It sounds like you are concerned.
No, that just shows that we made the right decision by granting that license.
I think you did.
Right, that's all it shows.
Make the right decision here also.
we have so many different vendors that it will not gonna overlap. the same stuff.
Okay,
You
Commissioner
have any
Ford, do you have
questions?
anything?
No.
All right. Man, look, if you were a Taste New York store, the Taste New York store that's like in Grand Central where it's 100% New York products, and you came in with these numbers saying the closest store only has 2 spirits and 4 wines, and the second closest store only has 1 New York spirit, then I think I would be inclined to approve this.
This is the best we could do right now.
No, I understand, but given the circumstances of us issuing 2 new licenses in this area, we think you'd be a great applicant. It's just the location isn't conducive to this, because we'd end up with a liquor store on every block on Madison Avenue from 20A to 31, 30, 32, and you know, if the market's going to demand for it, then I'm sure you're going to end up having these 2 other stores adjust and start selling New York products as well, and then you end up with 4 stores within 0.2 miles selling very similar products, all being very similar sized stores, and I just don't think that this location warrants that currently. So I unfortunately have to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny also based on the proximity to the others and the fact that there's a couple other licenses here that haven't developed yet that we don't even know what impact they're going to have yet.
I'm going to vote to deny on the same grounds. As Commissioner Kim said, I think you're a great applicant. This just isn't a good spot at this present time. And, you know, a year from now, when we know what those 2 stores have done to the surrounding sales, and you come back in with 40% New York sales, New York products, then it could be a different story. But right now, with the two licenses that are just over a year old, I can't approve one. So I vote to deny.
Thank you.
Next on 1852, Reds Wine and Spirits.
All right, I'll get it on the next break. Oh. Okay.
So we have multiple protesters. Are there any of them here? Come on up.
2nd and 3rd Avenue.
You can put your name on the record, guys, though, first.
Good morning, members. Mike Palutis on behalf of Reds Wine and Spirits LLC, joined by the sole principal, Sam Pagan.
Okay.
Come on up.
Can we hear what they have to say first?
No. If they say something unexpected, I'll let you talk again, but I don't want you all repeating the same thing.
And could you just all step up, please?
It would be helpful if somebody says what you think you're going to say, then don't say anything.
We'll try to be very brief. Arthur Goldstein with the law firm of David Off Hutcher and Citron. I'm here with several liquor store owners. We've been here collectively, this group, 2 times before, and 2 times before this commission reviewed the community. The last time over 1,000 signatures were submitted to this commission. This time 1,300 plus signatures were submitted. I understand a letter from the local community board was submitted, and virtually no important variable that we're aware of, or variables, have changed in this community that would warrant further saturation of liquor stores inundating this community. We're hoping that this commission will be consistent with its view towards this community. And rather than me speaking, I'd like you to hear from a few of them. Their sales are down, and their delivery service, and how they cover the community convenience. Someone jump in, come on.
Hi, I'm Scott Fink with McAdam Byrate. We're on 3rd and 28th. Several years ago, there was an influx of new stores into the community. If you see my sales, we're down 10% 2 years ago. They have not come back. In fact, so far this year, I'm down 8% and an additional 5% in customer count. I do service this neighborhood of 26th Street between 3rd and 2nd. We deliver there all the time. The store that attempted to open, I thought it was a year ago, maybe it was a little bit longer, was on basically 26th and 2nd, so this is about a half a block away from the store that was recently denied. There is nothing on 26th Street itself that would warrant 26th Street having its own liquor store. And as far as any particular products or anything, we have over 4,000 SKUs. We're willing to carry anything the neighborhood demands, and whatever they may want, we'd be more than happy to carry.
My name is Knut Vernke, and I'm the manager at Windsor Wine Shop, doing business at 474 3rd Avenue, which is between 32nd and 33rd Streets. I'm here in support, since we're not one of the 4 closest stores, obviously, to say that our business overlaps as far as delivery is concerned. We deliver 10 blocks, a 10-block circle to the East River, not in the East River, of course, to 6th Avenue, to 23rd Street, to 43rd Street, so that we're covering as far as delivery is concerned. We carry a wide range of products, Greek wines. We have New York State, certainly, New York State spirits and wines, focusing on French, Italian, and California wines, of course, and a large spirit selection. I can't imagine that a small store opening up in our neighborhood would be able to give the breadth of service to the community that we do.
And what about biodynamic?
Oh, yes, over 150 biodynamic, organic, certified sustainable, certified biodynamic, vegan, fair trade, carbon
New York
neutral.
distilled spirits?
New York distilled spirits. We have Hudson's Baby
Okay.
bourbons.
And
we have gins and vodkas and others.
You do both as well? We do both as well. Okay.
Next. Okay, thank you.
Yes, hello. My name is Yusuf Jamaldeen. I'm the owner of Wine Heaven. I took this location about almost 3 years ago now. I'm on 25th and 3rd. I think I'll be the closest. He's on 26th and 3rd around the corner. We carry all kind of SKUs for wines and spirits. Our sales right now, it's almost the same. Our expenses is going up. We are in a very young demographic. I just don't see that we need another liquor store for the community.
Do you have New York distilled spirits?
Yes, we do. We have
biodynamic and organic wines?
Yes, we do. We have all kind of lines. And the second thing is that we are on the avenue. I mean, I know it's not a big deal for you guys, but it is. My expenses is much higher than when you are in the middle of the block. He could be paying $3,000-4,000 in rent. I'm paying over $14,000 in rent, and he's about a block away.
And you have organic wines?
I do. I have about 145 organic wines.
Okay, thank you.
Next, last.
I'm Madhukar Patel. Welcome Wine and Spirit. I'm here in this location 11 years. I'm doing business. From last 4 years, I'm down by 20%.
What's your store's name?
Welcome Wine and Spirit.
Wine and
Okay.
spirits.
Second closest.
I carry all kinds of wines.
Organic?
Organic wines, New York wines.
How many organic SKUs do you have?
Organic wines are around 40 to 43.
And New York spirits?
New York wine is around 18 to 19.
Thank you.
So I'm agree with these guys that we don't need any more store in our area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Members of the board, look, I would characterize the sales numbers as healthy, with the exception of Welcome and Buy Right, whose sales are down 1% in the most recent year. My client is proposing to open a small side street store, 303 square feet of retail space. And importantly, what Mr. Pagan is planning to do is to stock exclusively biodynamic and organic wines.
How many SKUs is he proposing to have?
So he intends to have 450 SKUs. And so at a 70-30 split, that works out to be 315 SKUs of biodynamic wine and organic wine, and 135 SKUs of what will be only New York distilled spirits. I don't think that this point can be overemphasized. Look, it is a statutory basis for establishing public convenience and advantage. Mr. Pagan is prepared to stock only New York distilled craft spirits. The governor and Senator Schumer have repeatedly emphasized the importance of this industry in the state. Brooklyn is, I believe, the center of this activity, and Mr. Pagan is here before you promising.
He's going to have approximately 130 SKUs of just New York spirits?
135 SKUs of New York spirits.
Just New York
There will be no Absolute. There will be no Finlandia. Mr. Pagan, and we've provided a mock-up of the storefront. This is he's provided a mock-up of the website. His method of operation will be to sell only biodynamic and organic wines and New York distilled spirits. And I think that's really the point that needs to be emphasized. There are other differentiators between the stores. Mr. Pagan prepared, and I submitted on his behalf, a 39-page presentation detailing the differences. I heard some discrepancies between what Mr. Pagan observed when he visited the stores in terms of the stock and the labels that are offered at these stores and what the owners have indicated here today. I know that when Mr. Pagan did visit the stores, they had either no New York distilled spirits or one label, or in the case of...
Well, let's be specific. You have a lot of store owners here. Which stores had only one or no New York distilled spirits?
Sure. So...
Well, here we got it.
There's a chart on page 10 of the presentation. Wine Heaven had one brand. Do you recall the brand? Hudson Bourbon. Hudson Bourbon. 111 Lex had none. Welcome Spirits had none. McAdams By-Right had two, I believe. And Brown and White Morton Williams, who haven't appeared today, had one brand. So, there's a vast difference in those numbers.
Oh, it's very impressive research. Do you guys...
Well, and the other thing, and every one of them got up here and said they had natural and organic wine, and you have on your chart that a couple of them were very limited or none identified, and that's not really what we heard.
And I would submit that what Mr. Pagan saw when he appeared in the stores is what's being offered.
Let me ask you this: McAdam By-Right does $5 million of sales a year, and we just heard him come up in an earlier case and tell us he had hundreds of New York State SKUs. Out of the number, and I think he just said he had over 1,000 SKUs in his store. And you're telling me that none of those SKUs are natural, organic wine?
I'm not saying that, and I don't have the answer to that question, Chairman.
Well, can your client? Because he walked in there and he's telling us that they didn't have any.
The information that I've submitted was based on also not only observation, but information that I got from the staff. And I was told specifically from McAdams, when I've asked about biodynamic or organic, they didn't know what that was. And nor could they certainly point out any product.
Did you know what it was?
Yes.
Did you look around the store?
Yes.
Did you see any?
I did not.
Can I speak to Mr. McAdams? Or are you Mr. McAdams?
No, my name is Scott Fink.
Sorry.
Mr. McAdam is probably no longer alive.
Okay.
So as far as New York wines and spirits, yes, we have close to 200 New York wines.
Well, how many spirits approximately?
Spirits, it could be 3 or 4. I don't know the exact number of spirits, but again, it's whatever the demand.
And the organic and natural wines, how many?
I would say 30 to 40. I would not call myself a large organic store, again, based on demand.
Okay.
I see the other stores have a larger organic selection than I do, but I can name.
So you have
some
3 or
brands.
4 spirits, and then how many New York State wines do you carry then?
Like I said, close to 200.
Okay, because before in the earlier application, you said you had 400 New York
No,
SKUs.
no, I didn't. I said 200.
He said 200.
You said 200 even previously to the other applicant? Okay, my bad. I apologize.
Yeah, but, and I also know I was one of the big, proponents going up to Albany. I've been involved. I've been shook hands with the governor for my selection of New York State wines. We are definitely well represented of New York State wines. As far as New York State spirits, like I said, it's just been a question of demand. If
Okay.
people have asked for it, we'd be more than, this is a
Okay.
neighborhood that
Thank
is,
you.
a school neighborhood. It's just not.
So can I ask 111 Lex Wine, do you have any New York spirits?
Is there anyone here from 111 Lex? I don't believe so.
Oh, no, sorry. Then, Welcome Wine and Spirits, do you have any New York spirits? You don't have.
To carry Brooklyn, but it didn't work out, so we stopped.
Okay, Wine Heaven, do you have one?
About 5 to 6 New York spirits.
What are they?
I really don't know the names because I'm the actual owner, but my manager there has everything.
Okay.
But there's one thing I like to say. When the gentleman supposedly came to the store, now you come into a liquor store sometime, you don't have merchandise on the shelf that is not in stock that day or well out of it. But when you do come maybe a week after or a day after.
Yeah, but then that's hurting your argument because the public convenience is that when I go in and I want a New York spirit, that it should be there.
I agree with you.
And not like a week later, it's not a hit or miss kind of a question. And if he asks staff and says, can I get a New York spirit?
Well, my
or
staff
do we-
would do
okay.
that, though we do
All right.
carry it. I don't
So
know.
I'm just saying, but thank you. I understand your point.
No problem, thank you.
So then, with all this limitation on New York spirits, at least in the marketplace, it seems, with all these stores, you're proposing to have 130 SKUs of New York spirits?
Yeah.
Is that?
Commissioner,
Yes.
I want to, I did bring some photographs, which I think are helpful, right? McAdams Buy Right, Welcome Spirits, even Brown and Morton Williams are very, very different stores targeting very different clientele. So, may I step up and?
Sure.
I apologize, I don't have any copy of that. So the first page is my client's storefront.
Right, okay.
And the others are. If you have a look at the photographs, Commissioner, Chairman, Commissioners, Chairman, you'll notice that the products that are being showcased on both sides of the windows in McAdams Buy Right and Welcome are standard stock, spirits. You enter the store, you see airline-sized bottles, you see fifths, you see, in the case of McAdams, you have lottery tickets. It's a different product. And I urge you to take a look at the photographs that are in the presentation. You'll see that what Mr. Pagan is proposing with reclaimed wood sales desks and thick plank flooring and pendant lighting, and the offerings, the inventory that are going to be present, that will be present in the store, is something very, very different. And I would submit that Mr. Pagan is targeting an entirely different client base than these other store owners. Again, the stores are for the most part healthy. The sales numbers are healthy. This is a very small store, and it is committed to selling only biodynamic organic wine and New York State distilled spirits. With respect to the wine, I've spoken with my client in depth about this, and it is his intention to sell as much New York wine as he can, but there are limitations on what he can offer in terms of biodynamic and organic New York wines. So to the extent that those wines that are produced here in the state of New York are available, and to the extent that they are quality product, they will be offered in his store. But in terms of committing to a percentage or a number, it's difficult to do with respect to the wine. But with respect to spirits, he is...
So would you consider 100% New York State spirits? Just no wines?
Oh, Mr. Pagan has taken a great deal of time and effort to learn about the wine trade and the wine and production of wine, as I think you'll notice from the biography that he prepared and that we submitted. He's a lover of wine, and this is something that he wants very much to do. I don't know
What's the actual?
Terry, did
go
we deny a license at 27th and 2nd recently?
And why this location, out of all the communities in New York City to have this store?
So,
Why?
so one of the points that I'll mention is that the demographic in Kips Bay seems to be changing. It's a young, predominantly female population, and the research that Mr. Pagan has done, which is outlined and detailed in the presentation, in the papers, tends to show that young female consumers of wine like organic, biodynamic wines. And so he is targeting what he thinks is the trending population in Kips Bay.
Okay, do you guys have questions?
Yeah,
Did you have something? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to ask you, has this been run by a community board, or is there any?
I didn't receive any objection from the community board. Someone mentioned that
Haven't
earlier.
had no
Oh,
objections?
we do have, they did submit a petition with, I don't know exactly how many, but it's hundreds of signatures
I've never seen so many petitions.
in opposition.
So the one thing I'd point out two things about the petitions. One is, by our math, it's
I
about,
don't need you to comment on them, I'm just telling you
it's
that
2%.
that we
I
did
saw
get them.
them. The other thing is the people that signed the petitions, of course, didn't know what is being proposed in the space.
That's quite possible.
Did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, thank you.
Wait till you get to the mic, sir, please.
My name is Bob Fink. I'm also McAdam Byrite. I just wanted to let you know, in defense of our store, when you walk into our store, immediately on the right-hand side, when you pass the wine cooler, are 150 wines from Long Island. The entire wall is Long Island wines. We have an entire wall of upstate New York wines. As a matter of fact, I was privileged to accompany Senator Clinton when she was Senator of New York on a trip to the wineries upstate New York. I was selected to be representing the New York City wine merchants. I've been in the forefront of New York State wines and Long Island wines. I've even been a judge at the wine tastings up in the Lake region, and the idea that we are not supporting New York or that we could do more is ludicrous. We have
Yeah, no, I don't think the New York wines are so much in question as we're just talking organic New York wines, and so they're saying that it's limited and they're only going to stock natural and organic wines. And the question was that your stores seem to have limited or not identified according to this chart. That was the question that was being raised.
No,
So if, yeah, thank you.
speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
May I?
Sure.
Commissioner?
Yes.
Thank you. Just, it seems that this dialogue has turned to the skews a bit too much versus the 1,300 plus signatures that were sent to Ms. Held, the community board letter, and this time around I did not bother to, because sometimes in the past two times when I did it, and I had my paralegal just do 2 circles this time. I made some of the commissioners in the past a little dizzy when I did the circles for each of the stores to show how much the coverage is in this community. And if you would add
Well, so I think I understand your point on the geography of it and the coverage, but the reason why we're only focusing on, or I'm focusing only on SKUs, is because it doesn't matter if you cover the entire 5-block radius, but you don't have the products that they're willing to sell.
Right,
And
but
so that's why I'm focused on that. If they're selling products that you're not selling, then it is a public convenience and advantage, no matter how many stores that may be. If they're selling only things that they're not selling. That's why I asked, would they consider New York State spirits 100%, because it's pretty clear to me based on this chart and then based on what the answers I've got is that the stores collectively have a limited stock of New York spirits. Would you agree with me on that?
Right, but
now
what
the
they
issue
do is they work by changing trends.
I understand.
And demand.
I understand.
And so
But
we
here,
put
that's a
them
different
over-
model. If you look at their presentation, they're submitting at least 20 examples of New York spirits that they'd have in stock, and 120 SKUs, 30% of their 440 would be all New York State spirits, and that, in my opinion, is a added convenience and advantage. But it's the wine part that I'm having struggles with. So I don't need the geography lesson at this time. That's my point, and that's why we're focused on SKUs.
I think council too quickly dismissed all the figures you have in front of you. He did it twice. I think the figures, in fact, do speak for themselves. And I think, lastly, each of them would commit, if this is the issue of the day, and it came up, in previous hearings this morning, if this is the issue of the day, I think each of them would walk away from this hearing with a renewed focus to increase in those categories. Am I correct?
I'll have 50 by tomorrow if you want.
Well,
Yeah, but see, and see, here's my problem. That's not how this works. So for a store to come in and lie to me and tell me that they're willing to do 30% New York wines, if somebody comes back to me a year later and say they have 3, I'm going to shut them. And it's the same thing with this. You don't get to come in. If you want to carry them, you should be carrying them, because this is the New York State Liquor Authority. I want you to carry New York State stuff. That goes without saying.
And they
but if
do.
you don't, you don't. But so it doesn't work that way, that you're going to get to walk away from an application. It just doesn't.
We stand on the 1,300 plus signatures, the community board letter, the consistency of the State Liquor Authority in the last 2 applications within a very, very close.
All right,
thank you.
So here's, you guys ready?
What community board letter? Am I not seeing it?
No, we got one.
There's So look, normally, based on the number of stores in the region, the sales are, there's some that are up, there's some that are down. We just issued a new license a little over 2 years ago on the Wine Heaven. This would be a pretty clear case for me to say that this would not be an added public convenience and advantage. I think the applicant and the council have made good arguments about the addition and the lack of the New York State distilleries and spirits in this particular area, even given the number of stores that exist. As you know, last year, I believe, the law was also amended to include for our mission as the New York State Liquor Authority to help promote New York products as a factor in our decision-making. That being all said, I still think that if you had said this would be 100% New York Spirit distilleries, even given all of those factors that exist, I would vote to approve it. But because there's the other element of the wines and even if it's organic, I think the coverage is there with the existing stores. Unless it's 100% New York State spirits and distilleries, I would have to vote to deny at this time.
And I think there's enough stores in the area already as well, so I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. There's 3, 4, 5 stores within 0.3 miles. I think the idea is good.
Yes.
If you could go somewhere else and do it, I wouldn't hesitate. But this area is obviously, in my view, saturated at this point. The sales, while some are up, other stores are down. We did just issue one in March of 2014, which is the closest store to this individual, and I don't even know if we can say that one has really affected everyone that it's going to affect. So at this point, I'm going to vote to deny. Thank you.
But as an applicant, like we said, the model and the idea is great. I think you should look for another location. And then I think to the existing stores, if you don't want applications like this coming up, it would probably behoove you to sell more New York State wines, and then we'd all be happy. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Because I'll reiterate what he just said. If you haven't seen the trend here, everybody's saying they're going to sell New York.
We're on the trend, loud and clear.
And cover the organic New York wines, too, and that way you'll really cover all your bases.
1798 Highline Wine Market.
Gotcha. All right.
Robert Swednick for the applicant.
Okay, we're going to take 5 minutes.
Okay.
Water, human sustenance.
Jackie?
Yep, I guess we're back on.
Okay. Robert Swednick for the applicant. Apparently, there's opposition, so we want to hear from them first.
I'm happy to go after the applicant, or now if the commissioners prefer.
No, we usually have the opposition go first, so please.
Certainly. I'm sorry. My name is Will Phillips. I'm a co-owner of In a Glass, which is a license number 1159397. My partner is Scott Pachter, who is the founder of the store. We were a store for the last 11 years. We went out of business last week. We've had the license in this location for the last 11 years. We just found out last week about this hearing and about this application. There had been nothing posted in the store or elsewhere. We notified our customer base, and I think, as the commissioners know, we've had a tremendous outpouring of support, 70 letters over the weekend expressing support for the store. Mr. Wah, who's one of our customers, just volunteered to take a day off to come up and support us. The reason the store has such outstanding public support is, as I think you know, it's been one of the pioneers and leading stores in the area of biodynamic and organic wines in the country. It has been named the best natural wine store in the country by Wine and Spirits magazine. It was named the best organic wine store in New York by Food and Wine magazine. It's in the last 3 months, been named one of the best wine stores in the city by New York Magazine, Time Out, and CBS Local. It has a great following and provides a very unique service. It is not your usual package store. It has a full staff. It has...
we get the point. Can you...
And so why I'm here is we're in negotiations across the street. Our rent went up from $10,600 to $27,000. We couldn't stay in business. We are in negotiations to lease 1,000 square feet across the street. We didn't know about this application, but obviously if this application is granted, it will preclude us from staying in the neighborhood and the community that we have served and provided public convenience and advantage for the last 11 years.
When you say you're in negotiations, when did you learn that you weren't going to stay where you are, or where you just left?
Well, as you may recall, Commissioner, we were before you in March trying to move to London Terrace.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
Well, yes, sir. We have been trying to find another space. We were before you in March to try to move to London Terrace, which is, as you know, one of the largest.
But at that point, you'd known for several months that you weren't staying where you were.
That's true, and we've been trying to also move across the street for a long time.
And how far away are you from closing that?
We are in negotiations of a term sheet. If we had 90 days to do it, I think we could close it.
I'm fairly certain we could close it with 90 days.
90 days to the term sheet or 90 days to actual signing of execution of the lease?
90 days to execution of a lease. I don't see it will be, I do not think it will take much time between term sheets.
So you're trying to move to, what is it, 183 10th Avenue?
Yes.
Which is between 20 and 24th?
Literally catty-cornered to where we are now.
And this is what, 156 10th Avenue is 21st and 22nd?
It's between 19th and 20th.
This is
Middle of the
between
block.
19th and 20th, and you're moving to 21st.
The corner of 20th and the corner of 20th. It's a block-long building. The address is on the 21st Street side, but we're moving literally to the corner at 20th and 10th Avenue. So
20th and 10th, got it. And how big is that new space you're proposing to take over?
1,000 square feet.
And how much is this current space?
Is 2,700 roughly, 26.
3655, but 27 of retail?
They're showing 1,000 of basement included in that number.
Got it. And so it's about 2,700 to 1,000.
And we're reducing it to 1,000.
So that's the thing, I think Chairman hit it on the nail for me. I understand the impact you've had, the positive impact you've had on the community, what you've done. I know this area well. It's booming and it's a great place to be. The fact that you tried to go to the other place didn't work out. I understand that as well. And so now you're in negotiations with this place. And for me, this 1,000 square foot, is it all retail?
It is, yeah.
It is, okay.
It's 80% retail.
88, so at 800, how much?
80% 80% retail, 20% storage.
Okay. So the various factors will come into play. Number one, you're downsizing quite a bit. So we'd have to understand to see if there was room for another store anyway in general. I think that if you had the lease in hand and you came in, it's a very different analysis as opposed to being in negotiation because, having been a corporate real estate lawyer, I know a lot of times leases and contracts can go to the final moment and not get done. So that's the dilemma I'm facing.
The developer wants us in the building.
And has told us that.
His son has shopped with
Oh,
us.
of course, when you're negotiating, they're going to tell you they want you. You're going to tell them you want to be there. I'm just saying, how long have you been negotiating for?
March.
In March. So how long have you been negotiating with these
We've
developers?
been trying to talk this very place, because it's across the street from us, essentially. We've been trying to talk them into letting us move there, and they've been telling us they wanted us to move there for some time.
Right.
You may know the building. It's a brand-new, very luxury building. It has the entire
Okay, so
floor.
so you've been trying to move there. They want you there.
Mr.
What's
Campbell,
holding
if
up?
I may, just to let you know, they wanted to put somebody in the entire space.
Okay.
What they're now telling us is they're going to give us the corner because they don't have somebody. That's been a new development for us. That's been a change. We've been trying to negotiate with them forever. It's true.
About the whole space, you mean?
No, just about the corner, but they weren't willing to do the whole space before. Now they're willing to do the corner. Now they're willing to do it.
Right. So when did they decide that they were going to do the corner?
Within the last month.
And they've also reduced the asking rent from $175 a square foot to $115 a square foot.
Okay.
So they're adjusting, and
And are you there yet or not quite there yet? On your side, is $115 per square foot something you're willing to do?
We would do $115 a square foot in a second. We've just got to get the lease and finish the negotiations with them. And that's why we're not trying to block this and deny it. We're trying to tell you, if you give us the time to do it, we'll come back here and say, we have this lease. We're going to move across the street. This has been a store that's shown how much of a public convenience
No, we
and
understand
accommodation.
that. That's why we're giving you the deference right now to even have this conversation, right? Because you don't have a lease. You lost your lease. That store is closed, correct?
That store closed
So
last
if
week.
for public convenience and advantage purposes, that area can hold a store or needs a store, then you have an applicant here who's willing to open a store.
We did.
But in deference to everything you've done and what your efforts have been up to now, that's why I'm trying to ascertain where you are in your negotiations. I just don't need this. I'm not, all I'm trying to understand are the facts of where you are. I'm not saying one way or the other. So just please answer my questions about where you are in the negotiation. You say in the past month, well, we're mid-August. Did this start in August 1st? Did this start in July? Because part of what happens with these negotiations, yes, it may eventually happen in a year or two sometimes, or it can happen in the next week or two. We don't know. That's why I'm trying to get that from you.
new development went online 2 years ago.
Okay.
It sat empty. The whole
Okay.
retail, which is 30,000 square feet.
Right.
of retail.
Right, and you had a new development about the corner. I'm just talking about the corner negotiations. I don't need the whole history.
Debated landlord at this.
Well, in your opinion, but if nothing's happening, so where are you? You need 90 days to close? That's what you're saying?
We need 90 days to have a lease signed. Yes, sir.
So
That to me is that you're just starting.
I'm hopeful that we'll have a lease signed in 30
No, but 90 days to me means, based on my experience or limited experience in this, it means you're just starting negotiating. This should take, if you've been negotiating, this should take 2 weeks.
But when the landlord's out of town, because it's August and
He's out of town for 3 months?
No, not for 3 months.
No, but this only came
when you
on
have
in
the Jewish
July.
holidays, this is.
I mean, the fact that we're having this conversation is, as Commissioner Kim pointed out, in deference to you. But the economy doesn't stop because you guys haven't found a place to land.
Mr. Bradley, Commissioner Bradley, certainly you're right. And you're aware of at least our attempts to find some place to land. The place we're trying to land now is the place that we've been for 11 years. It's across the street. And we're not asking you to deny the application. We're asking you to give us a chance to do it because this landlord wasn't willing to talk to us at any length about it until very recently, in the last month and a half.
So now it's a month, now it's a month and a half, and this guy's away now all of August. So you're not going to be able to renegotiate. You're not going to talk to him until
Mid-August, he'll be back in 2 weeks. It's not all, you're talking
But you
about.
don't have a term sheet even. It takes a while to negotiate a term sheet.
Commissioner Kim, I'm not asking for an indefinite delay here.
No, I know. That's why I'm trying to gauge whether it's 90 days
I think
or
we're
whether
gonna
it's
give it
30
to you.
days. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
And we'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is we have to give you a definitive timeline, because I understand he just lowered his numbers. So when I asked you, is 115 acceptable to you, and you said, well, it's close to the ballpark. Well, that means that you're not there.
clearly.
No, I'm not saying that you said that. I'm saying that if you're telling me that that's not the number yet, that means you still have more negotiating to
115
go.
we will take.
Yes.
115.
That is his number?
At 115 a square foot.
No, but he offered that to you?
That's what he's now listing it at, is 150.
He's listing it at that, okay.
175.
Got it.
He's listing at 120, but he's listing at 120, but he's willing to take 115 according to his listing broker.
All right, I
Well,
think we
okay,
get your
so,
picture.
got
Why
it.
don't we let them do their presentation?
Thank you.
Thank you.
As opposition said, they have no objection to the license being granted. This is an existing store. They say they closed 2
Well,
weeks.
they have an objection to it being granted today.
Well, they say that they closed 2 weeks ago. However, their license is still not delivered to safekeeping.
Well,
Well,
we're not here to,
but it should have been placed in safekeeping.
Correct.
This is a store. They had the right to renew their lease. They selected not to renew.
why don't we
their-
focus on your client?
Well, my client basically wants to go into an existing store where she knows that there's a good customer base, where there are 3 new buildings within a half a block, that she feels she can be very successful. She has a long career in merchandising and marketing, that is paying rent for this space now, and we went through a great deal of negotiations with this landlord, and that I did not understand that you have a right to place your license in safekeeping and have an option to block other stores that may want to go into the area.
When did she sign her lease?
May.
May?
So she's paying $30,000 a month rent now?
Well, she was when they moved out.
It's contingent on this license.
No, it's not contingent on a license. We have a right to stop the lease, so it's not, but we're paying. In other words, they were staying there month to month until they moved out. So they were paying then. Then when they moved out, we have to pick up rent.
And you have the right to get out of the lease, though, if you don't get approved.
We have a right to terminate the lease and lose certain monies. We don't get all our money
No,
back.
I understand that, yeah.
So the problem is we are paying in the meantime. We have gone through expense to get the lease.
So let's focus on what she's doing.
What she's doing is she wants to go into a store.
Does she have any
She spent-
experience?
In liquor stores, no, but she has relatives who does. She has other people. She's been in the industry.
What relatives does she have?
has-
What relatives does she have that have experience, that have shed light on
That they
this
think it's a good
industry, too?
business?
No, I mean, when you say relatives, what relatives are you talking about?
She knows people in the industry.
Those are relatives?
James? Yeah,
Well, do any of her relatives own liquor stores?
I don't think so, do
No.
they? No.
Okay,
I have a friend who owns a liquor store.
got it.
And she has relatives who are salesmen and distributors. Well, salesmen for distributors, I should say. That basically, she was shopping around to buy a liquor store for a great deal of time. She did the math really and came to me and basically said that although this is a significant rent, the cost of what it would take to buy a liquor store, if you take those dollars and instead put them into the rent, that it makes the rent fairly reasonable, considering not having to buy a liquor store.
How did you come upon this space?
Well, I have a friend in the business who who put me in touch with a broker who was shopping around for a couple locations.
When you say in the business, you mean your friend who's a
Who owns a
salesperson?
store.
Who owns a store? Okay. And do you propose to do a similar model to what exists now, or do you have a different concept in mind?
Well, I mean, I'd have to, considering that, I'm new to the industry, I am going to rely on the salespeople and their history and their sales data on guiding me towards the right classification and inventory that I should have.
It will probably be a lot of the similar product line, but a little bit broader, because it's not going to be just the biodynamic or organic, but it will be a broader spectrum, but she's not going to not carry those items. We're not going to tell you that she's not going to be in competition if they want to open another store somewhere else, because there is a market in that area for those.
What about right across the street?
But right now, there is no store across the street.
I'm telling you, if there was.
If there was one, there would be head-to-head competition on those. I mean, we're not going to tell you we're not going to carry them because they may move across the street.
Any plans to focus on New York wines or New York spirits?
Well, I mean, that seems to be the current trend, and that seems to be what the consumer demand is. So, yes, like, I will have a variety and also include the New York wines and also the organic wines. And then based on sales trends, I will customize my inventory based on the demand.
Do you have a manager in place?
No, I'm going to be working there full-time. I'm unemployed right now. So
So you're not daunted by taking on a 2,700 square foot space with no experience in the industry with
Well, I
30,000 a
have-
month in
Well,
rent?
I have a good friend who owns a store who will mentor me through the process. My brother is.
Is that friend participating in any way in this store?
Oh, no, he's just, I mean, he's just there as an ear, someone just
Okay.
to answer questions. And no, I mean, I've worked in the wholesale and retail industry for different products for over 15 years. I mean, I've managed, I've been a buyer for, 200-plus stores, so.
I mean, at one point, she was going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a store. So
Right.
it's not, so why you say the rent is daunting compared to spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to give to a buyer.
I think she answered the question well, so I don't think you need to rephrase it.
I believe she's more than a qualified applicant.
Any questions, Commissioner Ford?
No, no.
Again,
I think you've answered everything.
I need to
could
talk
answer.
to my lawyer. We're going to take a 2-minute recess, or to have a
Probably stuck in there.
I got it.
Okay, so, this is a very tricky situation, unique situation. I think that you're going to put your license in safekeeping, you said?
I brought it with me today, so I could hand it in today.
Right. So, okay, but, actually, but that's okay, right. Okay. But doesn't that cause the two active licenses in the same?
Yes, it does. We do allow it, if they're trying to look for a new location, we allow it for 3 months, no more.
3 months, no more. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking is that we've given somewhat, in my opinion, at least from the time that I've been here, deference because of what you've done in the community and your impact and giving you time to negotiate out this lease at 183 10th Avenue. And I think the 3 months time period is really what you have. That being said, at the same time, there's an applicant here who's signed a lease, applied, and in that area, based on the various numbers and the other stores located there, in my opinion, the sales of the closest are somewhat flat, but the second, third, fourth, fifth have all had increases.
Some significant.
Some significant, some slight, but 4 of the 5 increases nevertheless. And there is definitely a place for the store that was existing at that location. I believe because you have your client base that's very unique, and in terms of the differences in store sizes that are going to occur thereafter, I think that approving this application at this time is an added public convenience and advantage. But with the same thought in mind, I can't act on your future application because there's nothing in there. But I think the idea is that, you're telling me in 90 days everything should be worked out, that if you do the model that you have now in that location in 90 days, I would look at that and think that, based on the contingencies of actually seeing the application and how it comes out, that everything should be, there should be a public added convenience and advantage for both stores to actually exist. So, but I can't act on yours today. So today, I'm voting to approve this application.
Thank you.
Well, I'm only one vote.
Nope, I'm thanking you for your vote.
I'm voting to approve it also as a necessity for the time being at least, and assuming that you folks will come back later within a few weeks, couple months, and have something, and then we can act on yours accordingly. Your business model and the rent, if you successfully negotiate it to $115 a month, it's like your expenses are a third of hers right off the bat. So, that's a slightly different business model for you to contend with, and maybe there's enough room for everybody to survive. So I vote to approve also. Best of luck to you both.
I'm going to vote to approve as well. I'm basically concurring with Commissioner Kim in that because you have what I see as a very unique and unique business model that seems to focus on one type of product. Am I correct in saying that?
Majority of our product.
And we did get a lot of outreach for you, for your store to continue to be in operation. And I know you have been looking. What my concern is that it's taking a significantly long time. So I am going to approve this license, which is really abnormal. And the only reason I am doing that is because I would approve your license, but there's nothing in front of us, and only because you have a very specialized product that you sell, as opposed to, it sounds like you're going to be your normal liquor store and sell the brand names and things of that nature. So I'm expecting that within the 90 days, your application will be in front of us. If it's not, then I don't know that these good intentions are going to go beyond that.
Well, and also, as CEO Brian said, you have an active license for 90 days. We can keep it and apply it to a removal, but after that, you're out of...
You'll get relicensed, but not there.
Right.
We certainly appreciate the thoughts, and all we really wanted was to be able to continue to serve the community without being blocked out by a new store.
Sure, and I think that's what you've gotten today, to the extent that we can say that without an application. So, of course, the caveats are all there, but I think you understand the intent.
But it obviously behooves you to act on this as quickly as possible.
For not only this, but lots of other reasons.
And I think you understand then that when an application for removal comes in, that you don't need to really...
I would only say, because they're here, that it would make, from our standpoint, it would make things easier if they would want to say they're going to do 100% of a certain type of wine rather than a majority.
I'm not making them do that. I'm
No, I know
basically
you're not
saying
making
they
them
can,
do anything
well, I mean, what I'm going to make them do is, and I'm aware of what their business model is now, because they've already been before us once. They're going to have to stick to that business model. I'm not making them change anything, just like I could tell her she can't sell biodynamic wines. I'm not doing that. So like you said, let them fight it out, and we'll see what happens.
Very good. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
1831 through 1833, Rose Garden Catering.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Martin Mailer of Mailer and Buscemi. I've submitted a conditional contest, and I would ask that it be accepted.
It's a little low.
Well, low in the sense of, in my opinion, obviously just my opinion, these are all technical violations. The only one, there is a functioning kitchen there.
Well, the only reason I would agree with you, Mr. Miller, is because it's obvious that we went back, and it seems that when we went back, everything was fixed.
That's right.
So that's why I did agree to accept it.
Okay, I'll accept it.
Thank you.
Accepted.
Because many times we go back and nothing's fixed.
Right.
No, you're right. Thank you.
1834, Rami O. Ali.
This is my partner's case. He couldn't be here today.
Yeah, I'll accept the 10,000.
Accept it.
Accept.
Thank you.
Thank you. 1836, LWW Corp.
This, again, is my partner's case. I asked that it be put over. He couldn't make it again today. He's given me some explanation of why he believes the previous decision should be overturned. The ALJ obviously agreed with the commission.
He wants it put over? Or no? Oh, you want it, you're going to do it today, okay.
No, I mean, I didn't think you would even
No,
consider
I'll
putting
put it over for this.
Okay, you're going to put it over?
Yeah.
All right, then thank you. I appreciate that more than my partner.
8:30.
8:30, yeah, all right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's cute.
1842, Time Tequila Bar Cafe. This is carried over for the applicant to appear.
Hello, I'm Joanna LaBoy, representing Time Tequila, back with the owner, like you asked.
So the stipulation says 2 a.m. Monday through Thursday. What about weekends?
Weekends, they allowed us to 4 a.m.
You're aware that the previous license, or one of the previous licenses got canceled at this place?
Yes, we spoke to Gary at the community board, and he explained everything that was going on. That's why we sat down and got the schedule that they recommended.
And what are you doing to make sure that the same stuff doesn't happen that happened to them? I mean, they had unlicensed cabaret, sales of intoxicated persons, disorderly premises on a couple of occasions.
Well,
I mean, it turned into a nightclub.
Yeah, well, that's not what they're doing, because they're focusing on the Mexican cuisine and some, like, they're thinking about putting more of the food than a place that you drink or any of that.
There's no kitchen.
Yeah, there is
There is a kitchen?
a preparation area because what they're sticking is to the Mexican food.
Was this a bar or restaurant?
The bar.
It's a bar restaurant.
Or cafe.
And they have the security guards, and he's planning to put the sound barrier, because from what Gary recommended, that there was a lot of noise complaints. So that he also is doing that, and the music that they're planning to put there is the soft, relaxing, that you could go after work and have a drink and just relax.
No DJs?
No.
No live music?
No live music.
No promoters?
No.
You'd incorporate the sign stipulations.
Where we even at?
Yeah, the jukebox.
Jukebox?
We also have,
But no dancing, right?
no.
So I'm sorry, just for clarification, is there a full kitchen or is there just a food prep area?
There's a food prep area.
Not a full kitchen?
Not a full kitchen.
So, so you're gonna microwave the food?
No, they're actually gonna cook the meats, and then everything is prepared, because it's like tacos and stuff on the toaster and the grill.
You're making me hungry, you know.
You have, are they gonna have security?
Yes,
How many?
2. The place is not that big.
And you have no relation to the previous owner?
No,
Do you know them?
no,
No? Have you ever met them?
no.
No?
And part of the problem this other place had was when customers left, they would hang out in front of the building and bother the residents.
That's one of the things that we've implemented to the security guards, that they need to have everybody leave at the correct time, because the community board stated that they're going to be on like a year that they cannot have any complaints, or then that they will not renew their license.
Well, that,
They would recommend.
we're the ones who end up
Yeah, you
renewing the
renew it,
license.
but their recommendations, because Gary was, from the community board, was very, so not with getting this license approved, because of the simple fact that he had so many complaints from the previous owner.
Okay. I mean, I'm going to add some stipulations to their stipulations as long as he can live with them.
Okay.
And we already said a couple. There's not going to be any DJs,
No DJ,
no live music.
no música viva.
You have to have food.
Tiene que haber comida, claro.
You want that as a stip?
No, that's already a stip.
St. Carrie's writing as you say this.
No dancing though, right? No dancing.
No.
No gambling?
Okay.
Like he said, his plans is more restaurant, and getting everything, because he's working with the community board, with the building department, to try to see how much it's going to cost him to get the full restaurant, because that's his background.
This
What
can
does
be
that
more
mean,
of a family type of.
Yeah.
What do you mean a full restaurant? What is he gonna do? Full
You have to
kitchen?
get permission for the kitchen with the fire department and the building department, so he's working that
You
out.
have room for a kitchen?
Yeah.
All right. With those stipulations, I'll vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well.
Thank you.
So do I. Good luck.
Thank you.
Those stipulations are going to be part of the license, so explain that. If
Yes.
somebody goes in there, he loses it.
Ok, que esas estipulaciones son parte de la licencia, y si alguien entra y está en contra de las estipulaciones, tú pierdes la licencia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1799, Value Wine and Liquor.
Yeah, we do. I missed it.
1799. You're in opposition? Is the applicant here?
I don't think so.
What do you want to do? No
Well,
applicant?
no, come
You
on.
wanna hear him?
No, we're going to vote on it.
Good. Come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Sal Grippi. My partner is John Staludi. We're the proprietors of Big Value Wines and Liquors. We've serviced the community. Store's been in existence for a little over 30 years. We've owned it for 11. We pride ourselves on being very community-oriented. The store is located next to 3 large supermarkets, and we're in the center part of town. Everyone has to eat. We're proud to be able to carry, because that's the trend today, an extensive variety of New York wines and spirits. Over the course of the past 3 years or so, if you look at our numbers, our business has actually decreased. And a part of that is due to a couple of stores opening up that were approved, one in New Windsor and another one, Orange County Wine and Liquor, which is about 3 miles, a little less than that, about 2.5 miles from us. So we employ 4 people along ourselves, as well as ourselves. Without question, we service the community and we're tied to the community. We make our livings there. And this particular location was applied for approximately 2 to 2.5 years ago. I may be off by a few months, and it was rejected as at the time the board believed that there was no need for an additional store. And now we have 2 stores in the area, along with the one that just opened up down the street. So our trend is down, business, our customer traffic is a little bit down, and having another store would be absolutely devastating to us.
Okay, thank you.
Which store was yours again? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, sir.
Which store was yours?
Ours is Big Value Wines and Liquors. Theirs is called Value Wines and Liquors.
Yep.
And that same location was applied for approximately 2.5 years ago, and it was rejected.
Yep,
And 2 other stores had gone out because that area, it's not like Manhattan. Orange County is.
All right, I'm ready.
Yep.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay, so as it was just pointed out, we had denied an application at that very location on October 25th, 2012, and another application in that area on September 11, 2012 as well. The sales are, for the 3 of the 4 closest, are down or flat. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stores within 3.6 miles. Nearly over 10,000 square foot of licensed premise. And I just don't think there will be an added public convenience and advantage by approving this license at this time, so I vote to deny.
I don't see really anything that's changed from 2012. So for all the reasons that Commissioner Kim just stated, I vote to deny as well.
I vote to deny as well. I do want the record to reflect the applicant did not appear. We received not just the protesters who did show up, but we also received a protest from another store, one of the other closest stores, as well as the local assemblyman and local senator also who protested the granting of this license based on no public convenience and advantage. And based on Commissioner Kim's grounds, I agree with them, so I vote to deny.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
1793, Los Muchachos Restaurant Corp.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, Commissioner Ford, Council Secretary. I'm here on behalf of Los Muchachos on the CNC, $6,500. And just, if I can have the opportunity just to make mention, I was remiss on my notice of pleading of the fact that a young woman from University of Buffalo who just graduated in background in business is the niece of the licensee, and she has implemented different types of operational procedures and policies so that they're in compliance with the law.
I'm sorry, sir, your name?
Ricardo Aguirre, spell it Aguirre.
So the reason I asked, or we asked you to come in is, or actually asked them to come in, was it appears that they were building a platform and had, or they built a platform and had a live DJ?
The platform is kind of like a little like a,
I don't care what it is, they
VIP
can't
spot?
have it.
Right, I told them that.
Okay, and
Is it gone?
My understanding that it is, yes. Before I came here, I talked to them.
Where are they?
They're on 204th Street and Webster Avenue. Actually,
I mean,
they're-
where are your clients?
Oh, they had, Ms. Diaz had to go to the Dominican Republic. She wasn't here, so I respectfully waive her appearance.
it's, you can't waive an appearance when we ask the person to appear.
I understand, Chairman. But it was.
And the security guard thing they have straightened out?
Yes, they have records, and they make sure that they hire people that are licensed in the state of New York.
Okay.
I mean, you're representing today that that platform is gone, but, I mean, if the investigator goes out and it's still there, that's it for the license, you understand that?
Before I came here.
I'm just saying.
No,
I take your word for it now, so I.
Action and belief, I was told that it was gone.
Okay, I'm just telling you what, because that's been
But I'll
a
reiterate
major
that
issue here. Yes, please, and, you know, I had a much higher fine, but if you're representing this is all gone, I will take the 6,500 at this time.
Thank you.
6,500 agreed.
6,500. Thank you.
Okay.
1865, 675 9th Avenue.
Good afternoon. My name is James DePasquale. I'm here on behalf of the licensee. Here with me is Tom Balfolco. First, I want to thank you for placing this matter back on the agenda. I know that you had issued a cancellation order previously and you know, permitted us to appear and discuss this today. I recognize that we have appeared or have already had a full hearing, so I won't, you know, get into a re-argument of facts or anything along those lines. But a few of the points that we did want to make is essentially the cancellation order that was submitted, to the extent that this was a consideration, there was a notation in there that the licensee pled no contest. The licensee did, in fact, plead not guilty.
You're talking the standard language on the order of cancellation,
to
right?
the extent that that was.
And right after that, it says, and a hearing was held. Correct? Am I wrong in that? But it's standard language, it doesn't matter. Go ahead.
Just to the extent, I wanted to bring that up. Otherwise, I had filed a motion to dismiss on 3 basic grounds: unreasonable delay, statute of limitations, and lack of a right of cross-examination. ALJ Badner did appear to render a decision on that, but pursuant to the rules of the State Liquor Authority, that decision rests solely with the board.
Mr. DePasquale, I agree with you in your reading of the rule that ALJ Banner doesn't have any authority to rule on a motion to dismiss, but where does that get you? Because even if she ruled in your favor, the board would still be here saying, no, she couldn't do that, and you'd still be fighting those charges. So we still have a decision from the ALJ.
I understand. I'm here mainly on behalf, or to argue in part for the motion to dismiss or the grounds themselves for the board's consideration. And also, to any extent that the statute of limitation or conduct that predated the statute of limitation would have been factored into the decision to issue a cancellation here. The original concern here is that at the time that my client originally filed for this license back in 2005, his partner, Diego Malta, was his partner, or so he believed. He filed that application. The application was approved. It was only after the first renewal that this gentleman, Robert Malta, started interfering with the business quite extensively. It got so bad that my client was actually forced out of the business, and my client actually filed a lawsuit against Robert Malta in order to retake that business.
And at no point did your client come to the liquor authority and say, somebody's availing my license.
The concern there was, again, he was in fact removed from the business, and he didn't believe at that time that he needed to, because Robert Malta, after taking over the business, filed the renewal application, and in that application disclosed himself as the president. The State Liquor Authority never said anything. He was made aware of this, and whether that was a completely foolish oversight not to come to the SLA, he didn't. He believed Robert Malta was made known to the State Liquor Authority at that time as having been on this license. That being said, he continues to this day to deny.
When you say he made himself known, how? He put a signature on it?
No, he actually.
Or the application says that he's the president of the corporation?
It says that he is the president.
Is that true?
He's the one that applied.
This
I can
case
hand up a
was
copy.
along with a number of other cases that all involved Robert Malta, Diego Malta, I think Mr. Tariq Tal. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the names, but there was many restaurants that were involved that involved the same cast of characters and all switching amounts of availing. This was the last one that went to hearing, and I still don't think there's anything to show that Robert Malta is no longer involved in the business today, that the availing has ended.
Well,
I just want to answer your question. Yes, Robert Malta signed the renewal. Back then, they didn't check the signature on every single renewal that came in due to volume and staffing resources. They are all checked now and have.
But that's what I'm saying. It's just the signature. It's not something that says, oh, by the way, we have a new president, and it's Robert Malta.
You're correct. It's not, and that's the only reason my client didn't at that time come forward. He is and has always been the president, and he truly was forced out. He filed an action in the New York State Supreme Court against Robert Malta and Diego Malta for this exact reason. They are neither.
Why is he filing? What I'm finding it hard to understand is he thinks he has a partner called Diego Malta.
Correct.
And then suddenly some guy named Robert or Roberto, what's his name, Robert? Robert Malta comes in and starts running a business that he believes he has nothing to do with. And he lets him.
The concern here is that Diego.
Why don't you call the police and say this guy's trespassing? I'm not following what happened here.
Diego Malta and Robert Malta are brothers.
I get that.
They have been on multiple licenses together. At the time that the original application was filed, my client was under the impression that Robert Malta did not want to be a part of this business because he had too many Department of Labor
All right, so
issues.
then all of a sudden he is.
And eventually Robert Malta comes in and says, no, that was my money. I invested that money. This is my business. Who are you to say this? It's our business. And he took control.
And he has nothing to show. He has no signed contract. He has nothing to show that that's the case. He's not on a liquor license, so why would he let him do it?
He didn't. He immediately filed a lawsuit with the state Supreme Court to ask
How
them
immediate?
to force him. It was...
Because this looks like it went on for years. Am I wrong?
It did go on for years, and there was still nothing that shows that to this day that Robert Malta is no longer involved in the business.
The only thing...
So what happened with the lawsuit?
It ultimately was settled simply because of the fact that they
It was
couldn't-
settled in what manner? I mean, obviously.
The settlement was that he agreed that he was no longer part of the business, but the only thing that happened
was never part of the
business. But he was alleging that he was part of the business. The settlement basically said, okay, fine, you back away, but he's already received certain income for that, and there was 2 curative K-1s that were issued for 2011 and 2012. Bob Malta gave a test affidavit that said, I have not been a part of this business since 2010. And other than those 2 curative K-1s, there is no indication at all that Robert Malta is a part of this business. My client has operated and maintained a completely clean history. When he originally, the only reason the documents that were introduced into evidence came forward was because they were the State Liquor Authority was investigating Robert Malta. They contacted my client. He appeared willingly. It wasn't with respect to this or his business, a completely different business, and asked him to voluntarily appear in order to talk. He supplied the K-1s voluntarily.
How
He
many
supplied
other licenses?
everything.
How many other licenses that from the investigation was your client also involved in that had the same availing?
6 licenses.
6
That you were on?
licenses, and
That I
all
was
of
on
these
at the time
licenses.
When I sued them.
Right, so all of
And
these
Robert
6
Malta
licenses.
was a silent partner in all 6 of those?
He was on licenses, him and his brother.
So why wasn't he on this license?
He had indicated that he didn't. He had a Department of Labor.
No, wait, just 1 second. I know why. He was afraid to be on his license because he had a labor lawsuit in Arte Cafe and El Bastardo, and he thought they were going to take all his property, so he's tried to
hide. He was trying to hide from that. So he said, Rico, you do it. So I was naive. I was thinking if Rico did
Did you
it,
buy
Rico.
the other two guys out? The other guy out? Did
No,
you
they
buy?
They took my 5 restaurants, and I wound up with Scalato. I just wanted to settle.
That was the settlement? They got 5 and you got this?
Yeah, I just wanted to get out.
Were you his lawyer on that?
No, I haven't been his lawyer until recently.
I couldn't afford to fight him. He's very wealthy, and it was costing me too much money. I have a family. I couldn't do it.
And Rosa.
So I gave up. I said, as long as I get this, no problem.
Rosa Sanchez has been representing the Maltas as well as Noreen Healy.
And the concern here is, with respect to the statute of limitations.
You're not winning that argument. The question is whether I let him walk out of here with a license or not at this point. So,
And I think what your client just said was that he knew from the get-go that Mr. Malta was going to be involved in this and that the brother was the only one putting his name down on paper.
No, his brother Rico was going to be my partner, not Bob. They share a lot of restaurants together.
No.
But it wasn't that he was, when he came in and he started strong, he's been telling me that he wanted me to get out. He was trying to buy me out. He even offered me money to leave. I said no. He was trying to chase me out. He's not my partner today. He wasn't my partner then.
Somebody who's never been in your business can't chase you out of your business.
They have their own office, Malta Enterprise. They locked me out.
do we
I wasn't
have,
even allowed in
it
the
says no history within 6 years. Is there any past before that?
I can get in here.
And on the other 5 licenses, all 3 of you were named partners?
No, I was with Bob Malta or Tarek.
Tarek Malta?
No, Tarek Alam or George
That's it.
Clergios.
Yes.
I was with partners with Rico or him or them.
And there was a
Bob
lot of
not on all the
switching
licenses, no.
around of
It
who was
almost
coming
feels
on
like
the
everybody
license,
was
who
just kind of, yeah.
Correct. This
in
was a large enterprise
yeah,
that
it just-
everyone knew what was going
Right,
on.
that's why issue. If it was just this one isolated case, I'd say okay, but you guys were involved in some kind of.
The other restaurants lose their licenses?
Some,
The other 5 had, he's saying.
not all of them, some did. I don't have the list of them.
The concern here is the settlement did occur, and he walked away with the business, and Malta went in his opposite direction back in, I think it was 2011. Since that time, they've operated a completely clean operation. I understand what you're saying. You know, everything's been hidden. So how do we know for a fact that he's gone? And I completely
I
understand.
think there's no
your position
evidence
there.
of it, and I think that's what the ALJ found, and your client is also free to file a new license.
The concern is that he's
When I
got
went in front
38
of
full-time
Investigator
employees.
Munns, I gave him everything. I was honest. I had integrity. He asked me a question. I told the truth. I gave him the information. Why would I give him this information if Bob Malta was my partner? He told me he would help me, the investigator, and I wish he was here today. And that's why I went along with it. I met with him 3 times.
Well, first of all, also, as your attorney said, that you came in here and cooperated. It's not as if you came in here and self-reported. We started an investigation. You as a licensee, yes, and you have a licensee, have an obligation under the law to come into the authority and answer questions. You don't get bonus points for not lying to the authority.
I understand this now.
So
As time
this,
went on, I was
so
educated.
this settlement happened in 2011.
I was not involved.
I
in
know,
the
but
lawsuit.
around
I
2011?
believe it was.
Or wouldn't your
sometime in
client know?
2000 What's
Your
that?
client doesn't know?
The settlement itself?
Yeah.
He doesn't know exactly when the settlement was.
Oh, year. I just want the year.
It was 2011.
And
I
then
just-
you've been operating since 2011 as the sole owner of this place.
No,
And-
me and my partner, Tarek, not as a sole owner.
Okay.
I'm the president.
But not not Diego Malta or.
Not Diego Malta and not
But
Bob
that was the
Malta.
thing with.
There was no evidence of that at hearing.
I know, but how do you prove a negative?
No, but
Well, how do I give you the evidence? I'll
well,
give
no,
it to you.
I think the
Ask me something, I'll do it.
5 other restaurants that they had, it was like a mix of Tarek and Rico and I don't know, the different people you said were being involved and they were just kind of like switching around. So it was almost like they all owned a piece
Right,
and for
of a
whoever's
corporation.
convenient purposes it was to get their name on because of maybe labor law issues or something that wanted to look better for the liquor authority when they appeared for a new license.
Well,
it was just this interchanging kind of an entity.
I'm just trying to
and-
figure out how long that had ended.
I can tell you that Tarek Alam was a plaintiff with my client in that lawsuit. At that time, back in 2011, my understanding is all matters regarding any restaurant there was any partnership on, all of that resolved at that time. They've been operating entirely since that time without any issue. When he was asked to come in to provide to provide a statement on, I think it was Lime Jungle, he came in, he supplied everything, he voluntarily came back, he gave the K1s, they weren't asked for. You know, part of the concern was we had asked that that witness be produced because when my client came and gave testimony, he said, listen, this is ultimately what happened, but it's not what he knew at the time that he applied. He learned that only over the course of time and through a very extensive lawsuit. And again, he gave these statements back in 2012, 4 to 5 years ago. They've been operating a perfectly clean establishment today. They've got
that's the
38
only reason
full-time
I would-
employees, 10 part-time employees.
What's the max I can do on this? 20? Because there's two?
Unless they agree to more. I mean, you had shares going back and forth.
I'm
that
sorry?
your client agreed to. You had Robert Malta coming in and doing the construction, and I think there were allegations that that was a way of money laundering, that he'd come in and he'd renovate all these restaurants.
I'm the one who told this to investigative Munns about the construction, because I was being taken for as a fool. It was not Bob Malta's construction company, it was Rico's. It was
Right.
called R&F Construction Company, or F&R. And he was raising the prices of construction to take my money in the investment. And that's how this whole thing started. And his brother came in and started being the boss. Like I'm in charge and this and that, this is the price, and if you don't like it, get out. And he tried to buy me out. He's not my partner.
But how does somebody just walk into your restaurant and start giving orders to your employees and your employees listening to them without somebody saying, listen to this man?
Done at Arte Cafe on 73rd Street in his townhouse. He owns 4 townhouses there.
Mhm.
1 floor is all office. I was locked out of that. I wasn't allowed in the restaurant. The employees didn't respect me. I was thrown out like a nobody.
And if-
I had no power.
If I can,
That's what an availing
It's
is.
hard to believe, but it's true.
That's what we're feeling.
I understand, but that's what an availing is.
and the reason that the finances were such that he could actually take them over was because there was a grouping of restaurants. They basically handled the financial oversight for him. Diego did it at that location, and that's why he was.
Are they being
Yeah, no, that's what I said.
investigated, or
All
were
of
they?
these restaurants were investigated, and I
And-
wish I could say that our investigation was the best investigation that we've ever done. It was not.
So where are they now? Are they still being
This was the
investigated?
last case. The other cases have come before.
How many of the other 5 restaurants got shut, or lost their license, do you know?
See what
That
happens.
was
I'll
before
I'll
us,
tell you
like-
what happened. No, it
Investigator
was
Munns
before you.
retired.
I know, no, I
Before
know
our
that.
time? Or no?
No, before you. They've come before you.
And I cooperated with the SLA.
No, they were before.
100%.
No, they weren't in front of me.
Lime Jungle was before you, yes. If you want, I can ask Mr. Buckley to come up here. He did all those
No.
cases.
What were the penalties for those?
I met with the investigator for many, many hours. in this
We got
building.
that.
Did we shut any of them?
I'm looking right now. It was Lime Jungle, and what was the other?
Pine Jungle, that sounds familiar.
Do you know Curry?
We shut any of them?
I'm looking.
Your name is on all of them.
On
Maria Pia.
Lime Jungle.
Maria Pia, that's one, yeah.
Every restaurant that I invested in, I went on the license with the lawyer, Stacy Weiss. She told me I was supposed to be in a license, and I went on it. As things continued, I learned the law. I didn't know it when I did this 20 years ago. I listened to a lawyer.
Well, there's one case that was dismissed. Prevailing on that, that was for some,
Yeah,
By the ALJ?
and by the
The charge was not sustained, yes, that's Maria Pia.
It wasn't sustained, right?
was
So-
not sustained. They didn't prove it. Who else we got?
Shit.
All right.
Don't tell me this is still active.
Lime Jungle,
We have one we haven't finished yet.
One was surrendered?
Lime Jungle was surrendered, Maria Pia
That was the one that was dismissed.
was dismissed, Midwest Tomato was surrendered.
Gallo Nero was canceled
We did
on
cancel?
these charges, yes.
Oh, we did
what
cancel?
also
We got one.
happened was that
We got 101.
new licenses were being filed for, and these investigations were holding up the licenses, so I believe that's why some were surrendered.
So they got new licenses.
Oh, so they
That's
got new
my point, is
licenses.
I
why-
don't know if the new licenses were granted, those
Hold
never
on.
came
I'll
before
tell you.
council's
400,
office.
402. They wouldn't.
They would come before us, though.
No, well,
They would've-
maybe not. If it's shown that there's no connection
Connection
between
whatsoever.
the old and the new.
So do you know if the new licenses for those
I'm gonna
places
check
have the
on it
same
after.
owners then?
It's
I have
on
no idea.
the red tomato or?
Because he even told me, of course, I'm gonna get even with you.
We're just trying to be equitable here. If we
Understand.
if
And
we
I'm gonna
cancel
tell-
them, then this will get canceled. If we some
I'm sorry, for the
Okay.
Gallo Nero, there's an application pending.
well, that should come before us.
Oh, actually, excuse me, it was denied on, yeah, for the 402 West 44th Street.
Oh,
It was originally denied and then reconsideration was granted. It's pending, just for that one.
Okay.
A couple were surrendered. One was canceled based on these charges.
Mr. Bifukal was the source of all the information for the
What? He was the
investigation.
source?
He was the
All right.
source of the information for the investigations.
And that's why Bob Malta wants to get even with me, because he read that.
All right. How much are you willing to go?
I don't know, whatever you say, I have no idea.
No, I'm at yeah.
All I know is I need to make a living. My employees, 50 of them, that need to make a living.
Commissioner Ford, anything? Or 20, 25?
They gotta agree for anything over 20.
Well, 20's the.
I was thinking 30.
Only have two charges.
Can't they go above? There's.
If they agree.
I agree.
If they, I guess it's an
Otherwise,
offer.
your time, your suspension time and money is what you can do.
Right.
Or we could do that.
Is it better to take a suspension?
Could you afford?
It's better to just pay them monetary.
My workers will be on the street and so will I.
What could you afford?
I can't afford a suspension, I have to pay the rent.
What
Well,
financially
you're,
could
you
you
can
afford?
be open, you just can't serve liquor.
I know, but in the theater.
I get it, I get it.
Theater district, it's a liquor oriented.
All right, I'll go to 30.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll agree to 30 as well.
All right, 30.
Well, they have to agree
Do you
to
agree
it,
to
'cause you can't
30?
impose.
All right. So we have to approve the reconsideration first?
And then you
Grant.
Then you just entered into a CNC.
We grant and then enter into a CNC of 30,000. Is that acceptable?
It's
Okay.
acceptable.
All right.
Yeah, it's not a CNC, it was a hearing.
But he's accepting, you can't impose a penalty
Oh,
greater
okay.
than that without his
All right, I'll
acceptance
agree
of
to
it.
that as well.
Agreed.
Good luck.
Okay. Good luck.
The Maltese.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right. Good luck.
$17.56, Jet Row Wholesalers. This would be fun.
There's a second case.
Yes.
Yes.
So my name is Jamie Chris. I manage the wine and spirits program at Jetro and Restaurant Depot. Our council spoke with Councilor Flug and Councilor Valley at the
The other
Wholesale
one
Bureau
hasn't signed in,
and
so
negotiated
that's why I
a
don't have their
CNC.
number.
What number is it?
1755.
Yeah, the related case is 1801.
So 1755, and what's the other one?
1756.
56. No one signed in on the 1755.
And the related case is 1801.
So 9,000 is.
Right, so the only question, the only problem I had.
I'm sorry, not 1801. That was wrong.
We're at 1756, right?
Yes.
That's Jethro?
Correct.
Okay. The only problem I have with this settlement is the blanket coverage of any ongoing cases. That's not, I don't know that we have any, because I wouldn't know, they wouldn't tell me. But to settle each of the above referenced cases as well as any pending investigations associated. We
That,
don't-
that wasn't part of the
yeah, we don't do
negotiation
the
with
pending
Mr.
stuff. I don't
Blau.
know that there is anything pending, and my guess is there isn't, but we'll certainly settle these two.
That, yes, that part was not part of my discussion with Mr. Blau.
Okay.
This licensee did self-report one of the sales, which was what led us to the other sales, and that's why such great consideration was given.
Okay.
That's
Talking
great
here 3 days.
consideration. So 9,000
$9,000 on each case.
was negotiated with council. Okay. I'll accept the 9,000 on both.
I'll accept the 9,000 as well, as long as the blanket prohibition is not.
9,000 accepted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Still have that one.
1840 JPL NYC. $18.40, it's a carryover.
Fred, so we asked you to come in, or who are you? Are you the licensee?
Yes.
What's your name?
Jensen Desrosiers, I'm one of the owners.
So you were using the basement and a back room for dancing, which you're not permitted to do under your license?
That was when we first started 3 years ago. That was been corrected a long time ago.
That was what?
Corrected a long.
You're not doing it anymore.
I don't have any storage in the basement, and I don't have any. There was supposed to be a remote bar in the back. I removed it.
Okay.
And what about, so this whole extension of premises?
That's what
Extension of premises, yeah. So that was fixed when?
3 years ago.
3 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, the August 2014 were these charges, so. All right.
I'm a
And
student.
I have 7,500.
That's all right. 7,500.
7,500.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You'll get something in the mail from
Yes.
Secretary's office.
Send a letter. 1838 and 1839, Moose Lounge. Another carryover.
Good afternoon. Andrew Park for the licensee, Moose Lounge. I believe there was a previous conditional no contest offer of $10,000.
Yeah, so the one question I had is, one of the charges purchased from an unauthorized source.
That's correct.
Is she buying from her husband?
No.
So you're telling me she went to a liquor store, but she didn't go to her husband's liquor?
Right. The liquor store that she went to was right across the street. It has nothing to do with her husband's location.
Where's her husband's location?
Where's your?
A half mile away from the bar.
Yeah. Well, what's the address?
It's 20 Floyd Road, Shirley, New York.
24.
20 Floyd Road, Shirley, New York.
Right. That's half, 24 what?
20 Floyd Road.
20 William Floyd Road?
Right.
Floyd Road?
It's a side road.
And that's half a mile from the location?
About a quarter mile, he said.
Okay, so this is your moment now, okay? Because this is one of the reasons why I brought you in. So you're saying that you bought 30% of your products from a liquor store, but you didn't buy it from your husband's or get it from your husband's, right? Is that what she's representing?
Yes, I bought the stuff.
I'm sorry?
I purchased the stuff.
You went to another store and purchased it? Why wouldn't you just sell from your store?
Well, no. Well, he's the son of Mrs. Kaur.
Okay.
Oh, so he doesn't own the liquor store?
He doesn't own the
Oh,
liquor
so
store.
who owns the liquor store? Your father?
The father does.
Okay. So why wouldn't you just get it from your father's store?
I don't really talk to them.
Oh, okay.
They had a falling out.
Do you talk to your husband? Yeah? So how come she didn't just get it from...
Because I was helping while doing the dealings of the bar.
Okay. All right. All right, I'm just saying, if there's ever evidence that somehow your father's store was involved in this, if you say it now, it's a different story than if we find out on our own through investigation. That's a very serious charge for him as well.
I believe the investigator who initially checked on these charges also went to the Father's Liquor Store and found that there was nothing of that nature going on.
Well, it doesn't, he didn't see any.
Right.
So do you have a kitchen now?
No kitchen. They have a food prep area with a microwave. They've pared down the original menu for basically just.
Did the original application say they were going to have a kitchen?
No.
Is she working there full-time now?
She's working there most of the day, but she's pared down the hours as well. She's gotten older in age, and her health just doesn't allow her to be there all the time, which is why her son is getting more involved.
Okay, but now you understand the seriousness of what that action was? Okay, there's no adverse history. I'll take 10,000.
10,000 agreed to.
I'll accept. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
1766, 9603 Barn Grill.
66, John?
1766.
Oh, 9603, okay.
1750.
1766, right? Yeah. Name, please?
Sherry Osanich?
Last name again?
Osanich.
Is the kitchen open?
The kitchen is open.
Okay, well, no adverse history for the past 9 years. I'll do 3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1841, George Poulos.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Kim, Ms. Flug. My name's Hubert Caniff. I'm the attorney for George Poulos, and Mr. Poulos is standing to my right. If you've had an opportunity to read my submission, I think you'll be able to understand that what Mr. Poulos is looking for from the board is another opportunity to prove that he can be a good operator. This whole process, beginning last April, has been a real learning experience for him. And as I pointed out, he went into this with a certain naivete, and he really wasn't prepared at the time to run a business by himself. Again, there were a lot of...
Well, is he now?
Yes, he's learned a lot. He now has somebody to talk to when he has questions, and this has been a real learning experience for him. I went over everything.
Is it all fixed?
That he will be doing. The place has been closed since April 5th, and he won't open or reopen
Is the
until
license
everything
in
is fixed.
safekeeping?
No, we didn't put the license in safekeeping because he wasn't sure how long he'd be closed. He
Well,
was
that's
It's
the
been
first thing.
four months now, right? So I think
I would recommend somebody do that tomorrow.
Yeah.
So now he has a kitchen, or there is food now?
Yes, there is food. Again, he hasn't been open, and he won't open until everything is as it should be.
Okay.
All right. Dismiss charge 3 and 11, sustain 1, 2, and then 4 through 10. I mean, it's total of all these violations are over 17,000, but
Yeah,
except for the renewal. Excuse me?
He cannot afford to pay a fine. He's been closed for 4 months. I would ask that, if you suspend his license and do it in a manner that might be...
You want us to suspend his license while he's closed?
He's closed and do it nunc pro tunc. He can't afford a fine. He's pretty much made that clear to me. His license has to be renewed in September, and it'll be all he can do to just pay for the $4,000 plus that requires.
Handle this.
How long has it been closed again now?
April 5th.
Are you going to be able to reopen?
Based on the outcome of first of all, I'd like to tell you what went down. I did this out of arrogancy. I had no knowledge of what I was
Kim,
getting
speaking to the mic, please.
I had no knowledge of what I was getting into. I was disappointed one day when I took my father to a bar and how he was treated. He asked somebody to bring him a drink and he said, "Get up your hole and get it for yourself and bring tears to my eyes." And I said, I went to my wife at that time and I said, I need to do something. And since then, I went through a bit of divorce with my wife. We right now in contention with the property and I have a daughter in college. So that's my situation.
I mean, I
don't know what to do.
What I would tell you to do, since he doesn't know when he's going to open, is cancel it and reapply.
Well, he can open tomorrow if you would not, if you're not suspending his
Well,
license.
we didn't shut him before.
No, he remained closed voluntarily because he had to get the workers' compensation and disability.
I know, but you just explained to me that he's not open now.
No.
And what plans does he have to open? Because we didn't shut him, so he should actually be open, or we should have his license, and we don't.
Right.
So when did he think he was going to open?
Well, he wanted to come here first to find out if you were going to take his license before.
We didn't plan on it, but now I don't know that I have a choice.
Well,
if he can't pay any fine and he's not open, and you want me to suspend a license that's not even selling liquor, that's not really a suspension.
He can open within the next 2 or 3 days. He can be open. How soon can you open?
Based on what the outcome of the hearing today, I can open that.
That's.
Get creative here, because
I'm thinking. So, do you have the means to open? Can you open, and do you have a staff?
If I
Do you have workers' comp?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I submitted the
So you could
current
open
workers'
tomorrow.
comp.
Everything inside is all functioning. It's not.
Everything that I was told to
Do whatever they want since they're
Okay.
closed.
So
Time served. Time served?
time served.
Why did you shut? Because you didn't have the workman's comp? They put a stop work order on you?
That's right.
And that's lifted now?
It's still on this door. I didn't take it off. I have the documents.
No, but have you paid it?
Yes, I paid it.
Yeah,
So
they-
it's all lifted?
Yeah, they told him he could reopen.
Well, we could do that then.
Yeah.
Because they shut him.
Okay. So time served and no fine.
Does he have any money?
He's not going to tell you if he did.
I can assure you.
paying you?
I can assure you he
paying you?
doesn't.
Oh my goodness. All right.
Caught us at the right time of day, I guess.
Yeah.
His license is, what, up in September? Is that what I
September,
heard?
yeah.
Oh, now you have to
Yeah.
renew too.
Yeah.
We have somebody up here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's the Orange County
Yeah, but they're
case.
going to wait until we finish
All
here.
right. So time served and 5,000. I'm coming down from like almost 18,000.
That's the best
You,
offer.
you can't really say time served on a
Not time
suspension.
served,
Deferred
but
suspension.
We're going to...
fine. I'm gonna add suspension,
You can do a deferred suspension.
deferred suspension.
Deferred suspension means that if he does something, then he's agreeing that the next time that it'll be suspension. You can do a suspension non-protunct going back to a certain date, but you can't do time served
Okay.
because he hasn't
Right,
been
right, right.
suspended
No,
to
no,
say
no per tongue.
that.
Starting from August
April
1st.
5th. April 5th, he said.
April 5th.
Oh, starting from April 5th, so 4 months? Okay. All right, and 5,000.
Yeah, if he can do it.
When
Because he
might-
realized if he doesn't pay, then he loses the license.
No, I'll make it.
So when
You can
does
make
he
that?
get the license
Okay.
back? Is it to today?
So when's he
April
getting back?
5th to when? When's the end date?
To today?
Yes.
Yes, so he can open tomorrow.
Fine.
Yes, non-proton,
Pay the 5,000 within the time period.
and you have to pay 5,000 within 30 days or so, right? Is it 30 days?
Yeah.
All right.
Pay as we know on
Yes?
that, I'll do it.
Okay.
9:30? Wait a minute, what date am I
So
looking at?
for a suspension from 4/5 until
8/16.
8/16, 5,000.
And you have to understand, anything like this, you come back, that's it, right?
Now,
I mean,
the other thing was on June 2nd,
Now he brings up the
Now
other.
you bring up the other thing, wait,
there's
so
one
I-
other
we-
thing,
we-
it's not,
withdraw.
on June 2nd, his brother was in the place making repairs. At that time, investigator Stravel and a police officer came to the premises and the officer issued the 11 summonses that I included with my submission. I submitted
Of
copies.
this year?
June 2nd,
what? What were
yes.
the-
And he wasn't open for business at the time.
We have pending charges on
I'll
this guy?
tell you in a second.
I don't know if there's been a referral yet.
Yeah, it was
If
forwarded to
Officer
counsel's
Stravali
office,
was
but it
there,
hasn't
there
been issued yet.
definitely was.
It has been forwarded. It hasn't been issued.
So let's
Oh,
see, what are
geez.
these? Failure to maintain books and records, illicit liquor,
Was he
untaxed
closed at the
liquor?
time?
Yes, he was, but his brother was in the place making some of the repairs required by the initial summonses.
Well, if he was
This was an incident in June?
June 2nd.
June 2nd,
yeah,
but he was
yeah.
closed. But why is there illicit liquor, untaxed liquor?
Did they just go back in on
They do the
August
same
10th?
thing? It was almost like the same charges.
Some of these tickets are from August 10th. Is that possible? Or is that a 6th that I'm reading? It's just, no, isn't that August 10th?
I think that's the return date in court.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. So everything is June
And,
2nd.
and the
I
court.
see,
But
June
these are the
2nd.
same charges as like, that we had as of April 15th.
Right, and he wasn't even open. They went
It's all
back
like
in.
the same charges.
I mean, we can't do anything about the tickets.
Well, no, well, if there's a referral.
We can do something about that, but we
Can-
can't do anything about
No,
the tickets.
the tickets have been dismissed. 9 of them were dismissed and never even got to court, and 2 of them are on
We got the
next month.
referral?
We have the June 6th and our investigator.
June 2nd.
But then this is covering that. If we have to call it up again, we're doing it, but,
Haven't issued a notice of pleading.
so then don't do it.
And you weren't open, right?
No.
Okay.
I'll put a note
Just
at the
include
end of
it
the
all
agenda.
in
This
and
includes any violations that occur.
wrap it all.
Yes, on June 6th. or
Second.
2nd.
June 2nd.
Yep. So they're covered. He won't get another one.
All right, all right. Thank you very much.
We have to take 2 minutes.
Oh, Chairman, before I forget.
Go for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, but let me put it this way, for every like one email or call I get from you, Very. Did you lose Albany?
It appears so.
Okay, we'll continue. The next item is 1797, 4 Charles Street Restaurant.
1797. Why isn't this a 500-foot?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I believe we have opposition here on the case. I don't know if the board would like to hear from the opposition first.
I'm just confused as to whether it's a 500-foot matter or not.
It is not.
Does not? Okay.
Would you like to hear from the opposition first?
Yes, please.
Carter Booth from Community Board 2. From my understanding, this is an application for the premises at 4 Charles Street, which was until recently 4 Charles Street Rest Inc., DBA El Charro Restaurant. This applicant is 4 Charles Street Restaurant LLC, and from my understanding, it's a transfer application. I'm not sure if they filed for a temporary retail permit or not. One of the things we would think that they would operate in a similar fashion to the previous restaurant, which is what they had presented to Community Board 2 at the time of their presentation in April of this year. The El Charro, which was the previous licensee, had operated in a particular manner, and this applicant said that they were going to operate in the same way. However, one of the big distinctions was the hours of operation. I think that for us, our interpretation of a method of operation does include hours of operation because of the differences that one would see in a fine dining restaurant. For example, operating until 4 a.m. is not something that generally we would see in this particular area.
Mr. Booth, is the main issue the hours of operation?
Yes.
Okay.
And what were the legal hours of operation of the last place?
In March of 2009.
No, not what they told, not what they did operate. What were they allowed to operate?
Your documents from
you have
State
the
Liquor
documents.
Authority.
Okay, can I
In
see
March 2009, El Charro Restaurant had submitted that their hours of operation were from 12 p.m. to 11 p.m. I'll give these to you and I'll read them out.
Was that a stipulation, or that was just their chosen hours?
This is what they had represented to the Liquor Authority.
Yeah, so that was their chosen hours.
Okay, but they legally were 4 a.m.
4 a.m. was legal, yeah.
Well, one of the things that, from my understanding, is that a restaurant or any operator would need to provide to you what they do. And as far as what they describe, they may be able to operate in whichever way that they want, but one of the things is that they would provide to you how they actually operate. And I think that that's something that, over time, I don't know what the final decisions were, but people have to represent what it is that they're actually doing. Your license doesn't allow you to do.
I agree with you that they shut at 12 a.m., but they weren't required to.
Right.
We didn't require, I mean, they were once they filed this with us, but we didn't require them to, and there was no stipulation or anything. So if they wanted to be open at 4, all they had to do was file something that told us we want to be open at 4.
Right, and they didn't. And that's
correct.
That's what our point, I think, was, and I think that our resolution outlines.
The resolution outlines 21 OPs within 500 feet.
If that's what it says, yes, that would be.
That's what's a little confusing because it's not a 500-foot case in
The applicant is arguing that the place has been continuously licensed since the early 70s.
Okay, that's why. Got it. Okay, so
representing. Those are the main issues, and I think that you've received quite a bit of correspondence. The concern is if you went down to this area, El Charro operates has operated as a neighborhood restaurant. I think that this operator is coming in as a destination location. So clearly there's some very different issues, and I think that the correspondence that you've received from the residents in the area really articulates the immediate concerns. And I think that the people would like to know what the operation will be. And I think it's also important for the authority and for the community board, because as we look at other applications in this area, I think that the public interest, a big part in the impact on the local area comes down to how other operators are operating. And, you know, if there are a lot of late night places in the immediate area, you know, that's a concern. And it would mean that there'd probably be a larger impact from a new operator if everybody's closing at early hours. You know, clearly it's a different situation. But those are the primary issue, is the hours of operation. And I think that the community board had our resolution states in the final, therefore be it resolved, some of the issues that we'd like the authority to consider
Okay.
as well.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant. I have with me the sole principal, Brendan Sodakoff.
So, Mr. Levy, can I just ask you, so on the resolution of the community board, aside from the hours, the quiet ambient recorded background music only, operation as a full-service restaurant only, no DJs or live music, no patron dancing, no televisions, no operable windows and doors closed at 9 p.m., no private parties. Of those, are any of those issues?
Not really. We
Not
didn't
really.
get
So
that
are we
far
just
at
at the
actual community
hours?
board meeting. Yeah.
So it's really the hours, okay.
What this came down to is this is a sale of assets from a restaurant that's been continuously licensed at this particular location for 45 plus years, prior to 500-foot rule consideration.
He wasn't involved. The
No, he
applicant
wasn't, no,
was
this-
involved in the previous business, or he was?
was not,
He
no.
was not, okay.
Brendan is a restaurateur and chef. I hope you got my submission. I know it was submitted a little bit late to you guys. Brendan's opened 13 restaurants in Chicago, all very, very successful. He's been licensed at every single one of these locations with a liquor license to the max hours that the particular county allows. No one's restricted his license. He's got no complaints, no issues. He operates in mostly residential parts of town, and he's operated very successfully and very responsibly. What he's looking to do at this particular location is he's looking to open a New York City version of one of his concepts that is successful in Chicago. It's a steakhouse concept. I've given you guys the new menu, a bit of a write-up on the restaurant. You're looking at about 40 seats here.
Does he know we have steakhouses?
Yes, this is a bit different, and you'll see from my write-up, you'll see some of the reviews that have come in from different nationwide publications call this a new take on a steakhouse, a new type of steakhouse, something that's refreshing from the usual stuffy steakhouses that are around. So this is a unique opportunity for him to bring his concept to a new city. Brendan's moving to New York City if he hasn't already, and the idea is to operate a fine dining restaurant in this establishment. There was some sentiment from the community that this would be a bar, that we were being misleading, and only bars need to be open till 4 a.m. Why do we want 4 a.m.? We paid a price for the ability to transfer an asset to us, and that asset, in part, was a liquor license that's unrestricted. Will our regular method of operation be to operate till 4 a.m. 7 days a week? No. But one of the cornerstones of Brendan's group is hospitality, and he never wants to have to tell someone to finish up their meal or they're cut off or it's done. This is a nice meal, a meal that might take about 2 hours to have happen, and he'll need to do about 4 turns in the restaurant. And it's going to be a dinner place. It'll
Can
be
you explain the punch bowls? I'm not, I'm, based on what's in them, I'm assuming that they're high-end punch bowls, but
What are the punch bowls?
It's on the cocktail list.
It's on the cocktail
Oh.
list? Yeah.
Yeah, so, sorry. Excuse me. Hi, Brendan. I mean, if you're referring to the cocktail list? Yeah, so a punch bowl would be a very decorative piece just for 2. I mean, everything in this restaurant is a very small scale. We've actually removed seats from the restaurant. We have about 38, I believe, all in. No bar seats. We only have a service bar to service the diners that are in the restaurant.
So the punch bowl is like just some type of specialty mixed drink that if the whole table wants to share it.
Correct. It would be a shared drink for 2 or 4.
4 straws in there, kind of, and
No, more like a ladle and 4 little cups on the side. Yeah.
And the steak concept. What's the difference behind it?
Well, I wanted to do a take on a prime rib focused restaurant, and I felt like the location and the scale of the space lended itself well. The entrance, being how it's at the base of a West Village brownstone, 2 steps down. I love the intimate feel of the space and walking into it, and the idea of kind of it's the size that really restaurants used to be. A long time ago, going back 60, 70 years, restaurants were all small of this scale, and I liked the idea of serving a menu item that you don't necessarily see featured in a very classic preparation.
So you've removed the customer bar, which is 10-foot square rectangular in shape and seats 4. You've removed that?
That will now be the service bar.
Yes,
Now it's just a service bar.
It's just a service bar, and there's only about 4 feet of actual service area where the drinks will be distributed from. Yeah, the restaurant is really about dining and the hours of operation and the ability to serve late is something that's very important to me.
What's your last restaurant in Chicago then?
The 3 a.m.
That's what it's called?
Yeah. Well, we have. Oh, I'm sorry. What is the name of the last restaurant?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant service.
Well, that was my second question, but.
Well, we have 14 concepts in Chicago. The one this is based most closely off of would be Bavette's.
Bavette's?
Bavette's, yeah, with a B.
Bavettes?
Correct. Yes.
That's a good speller, huh? So, and what time did Bavette's close?
Bavette's is licensed to be open until 2 a.m. A standard Chicago issued license, so 2 a.m. during the week, 3 a.m. on weekends. And
That's their max is 3 a.m.?
Their max is 3 a.m. Our closure really depends on our clientele and depending when people come into the space and just being able to provide a hospitable experience for them. We do have some issues in this space just with the economics of the space, given how small it is, and the rent that we are going to be paying to be in that location. It does factor into it more than it would in our other locations, in that we really need to find that fourth turn in a night. The economic model on this, if we're lucky, we'll probably find around 4%, which means an extra 4 guests out of 100 served. So it's really that last table of the night that we could possibly seat is something that's very important to us.
Did you do 2 a.m. and 3 a.m.?
Would I consider 2 a.m. and 3 a.m.?
Yes.
My preference would be unrestricted, and I'd like to, if it's all right, I'd like to explain a little bit more why. I understand the community's opposition and their concern with late night, with the noise associated with bars, with the type of clientele they tend to attract. For me, they're just hours. So I happen to be someone who's an operator of businesses that close at 2. And in my career, there have been restaurants that I've been able to go to after work and actually have a meal. And they've been one of the most memorable moments for me in my career. And just within the restaurant community, I felt like there was a nice opportunity with this license and how unique this license is to the city. There's not that many 4 a.m. licenses, but what's most important to me is that
I think there are a lot of 4 a.m.
Well, I'd like to finish if it's okay. Sure. So there are a lot of 4 a.m. licenses that are bars. There's very few places you can go to that are quiet, that are intimate, that you can converse with somebody and have a meal at those hours in the morning. Very few. In fact, when I considered buying this business from the previous owner, I tried going to tried going to other late night businesses, and I was unable to find one that really captured the feel that I was looking for out of the space. They tend to be loud, filled with people, very intoxicated. They weren't a place that I wanted to be in.
The community board's worried about that your place will become the same, loud, intoxicated.
Understandably. So, but that I think our operation history and who we are as a company says otherwise.
You have call for 12 tables, 40 seats. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe we lost 2 seats because I wanted them more comfortable. What's that?
What about the 4 at the bar?
They're getting rid of it. They're making it a
Are you factoring those in to make up for any of those on the floor itself?
Are we factoring those seats in?
Trying to pull those 4 seats in someplace else.
It's a net loss of basically 6 seats from what you have. This is
Right.
a relatively new development.
Yeah,
So
we
stand-up bars out, they lost 2 seats from the floor.
we ended up with 38 comfortable seats in the dining room.
At $15,000 a month, escalating to $20,000, you need to turn that over a lot.
Yes, we do, yes.
How much does a light Bibb lettuce and herb salad cost?
How much would a
More
Bibb
than
salad
your
cost?
husband is willing to pay for you, so.
Chicago price is probably $12. New York City price is probably $17. Yeah, our average turn times will average out around 2.5 hours. 2 tops would be less, 4 tops would be more.
Okay. Any questions?
No.
Sure.
So one of the things I just have in my notes from our actual meeting, that the advertised hours in Chicago Buvette are Sunday to Thursday closing at 11:30 and Friday and Saturday closing at 12:30. I did not check that today. That's just my own handwritten notes. The reason that there aren't restaurants open that late is because there's no business for them. And in places that have the opportunity to do that, there are many, but they generally shift their hours or their operation because their clients are asking for different things. They're asking for drinks, not necessarily for food. That's why there are not so many of those. And I think that
Well, I mean, you would agree, based on what he just said and based on the layout of this restaurant, that if he stays open till 4 o'clock and nobody comes, there's no alternative for him. He's not going to turn into a club because he has no bar. He has no TV. Do you have a TV? I'm guessing there's no TV. So this is either they're going to come and there's going to be a demand, or he's going to shut.
Do you have any windows or windows? Part of one of the things that impacts later in the evening, it's not just drunk clientele. This is a residential street. If you have cars that are double parked waiting for people, the impacts that you have of late night operation are still there. It's not people coming out in a quiet area. One of the issues that was discussed by a lot of the residents, this is a quiet area. That's why people have moved here. Anybody coming in and out, moving around on a quiet street in a landmarked area, it's going to be heard. You can't just go and change your windows and soundproof, do additional soundproofing in a way that's visible. And that's, I think, that a lot of the concerns that if you reviewed the correspondence that you're seeing, it's not just bar operation of drunk patrons. It's a lot of the surrounding issues create quality of life issues.
And I understand that, and I did review it, but I also see that this is an extremely small restaurant, in my view, based on the number of seats, and I can guesstimate that should he be open till 4 o'clock, they won't even be using near all those seats. So we're really talking about adding maybe a dozen people at most walking around then. And I don't see them arguing in the streets. I just don't see that kind of atmosphere here. But I understand what you're concerned about.
One of the things that we hear often, and this is one of the big distinguishing marks for what people think of as a loud bar versus somebody who lives immediately adjacent to a place, it only takes 1 to 2 minutes of a honking horn at 1 a.m. in the morning. It only takes a disruption of a few minutes of somebody leaving or a large group to wake somebody up and to disturb them in their home. And it's not about an ongoing situation. And that's the concern of late night hours of operation in residential areas. And we have a lot of crossover areas, but that's the difference. It's not just some place that's blasting music.
No, I
It's
understand that, but this
ongoing
is also
issue.
an asset to this building. And I've had this conversation with you before, that I'm not going to take that asset away when this guy's got at least this is me, I'm not speaking for them. But this guy clearly has a track record. He clearly has a method of operation that he's put in front of us that I have a level of comfort in, that it's not going to turn into what you're worried about. I could be wrong, I wouldn't deny that. But it's also an asset to the building that I'm not going to take away from him because of that.
We're not interested in that. That's why our last therefore be it resolved is interested in when is he going to stop serving customers. One of the things
Well,
that you don't have
if
to
we
say
put
no.
that on the license, though, it's there forever. I mean,
I was going to say
you and I
that
both know that.
you don't have to necessarily say no. We're not going to serve you anymore. You have to leave. But one of the things an operator does have under their control is when they seat their last customers. And the concern here is essentially it's two different ways of looking at the same question. One of the things we both know, you've seen many cases when somebody leaves, that's for certain types of operation, that's important. For other types in fine dining, it's when they're seated, that generally the meals it staggers out, and
as you said.
Well,
that
no,
there's
he's made it quite obvious that his meals are going to stagger out, because I haven't had a 2-hour dinner in probably the last 20 years. So that's going to be the norm at his place. So it sounds like it is going to stagger out.
Okay, and just as I said, that their hours in Chicago are 11:30 Sunday to Thursday and 12:30 Friday and Saturday.
Okay, thanks.
Could you live with, say, if we decided to let you stay open till 4, that meals were stopped being served at 3, something like that?
Can I just? I guess I would just like to understand better what that means. Does that mean that everyone is out of the building at that time? Does that mean that we stop cooking at that time? How is that regulated here?
While you're open, you have to be willing to serve. The only thing you can't do is serve past 4 o'clock.
Your last seating.
If that's the hours that are there.
Last seating at 3 a.m.
Last seating at 3 a.m.
Yes, if I wouldn't see us. Yeah, there's no. I wouldn't be able to with the 4 a.m. For me, that means that everybody's out of the building, has to be out of the building. So in my mind, I'm thinking, yes, at the latest we could seat somebody would be 2:30 at latest. I mean, if I don't want to disrupt their experience, like we just don't. We like the experience to carry through, so we're not one of the places that the lights go up and everybody get out. We want.
You're not fast food.
Right. We want you to leave on your time frame, so we try to seat people knowing enough, giving them enough time to have a full experience.
I'm ready to vote on this if you guys.
You are? Well, I would like to try to balance this a little bit. I mean, because this was previously licensed, so I think licensing it isn't really an issue. I think obviously the hours are the main issue. You do have a track record from Chicago, but this is your first venture in New York, correct?
Correct. This is the first of. We have two other business opportunities here in New York coming next year.
Oh, good. So you'll be before us probably again, and so I think in an effort to somewhat build up credibility here, I am more comfortable starting out with just in the first year, going with 1 a.m. on weekdays and 2 a.m. on weekends, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and I understand the economics behind it all, but to understand from the community's perspective, in this particular location, they've had a restaurant that was always closed at midnight for many years, and now, to go straight to 4 a.m., I think it'd be nice to have a little gradual effect, but that's just my opinion.
Could I comment on that? Sure. That'd be appropriate. When you say the hours you presented were 1 and 2, is that final closing hours?
Yeah, for me, I think it's just easier to do final closing hours, because then you don't have to get into these issues with seating and when it was. But I mean, if there's something if the community board's okay with, let's say you seated at 12:30, I don't know. I mean, I can be a little flexible with that. But I think the idea is on weekdays, let's try to have most of the people out by 1, just to start and see where we are with the impact on the community.
So to be out at 1, the economics of the business, we would have a 2.5-hour turn time. So that would mean that our last seating would technically be 10:30 or 11 if we push it. I can tell you with certainty, if those were our hours, that the business would fail.
So 2.5 hours, so you start /seating at 6 mostly, 5?
Typically 6 o'clock. I mean, even if we open at 5, we don't typically see our first diner till 6.
So you're at 6, 8:30, 11, and then if last seating were around 11:30, you'd be at 1:30, no? So
if we were seating 6, 8:30,
11,
and then we need one other seating.
1:30.
So that would be an actual seating time of around 1 or so. At the end of the night, people tend to stay. They don't tend to stay the full 2.5 hours.
Right.
But that said, closing time would cripple that business.
Well, that's just me, but on weekdays then, I guess if it's a closing time issue, then I could say 1:30, and then 2:30 on weekends to start.
Again, if this was not a sale of assets, if this was not a non-500-foot rule case, and this were a first-time operator, I think that would be a generous offering. This is an operator with a proven track record. as the chairman mentioned, this is an asset, these licenses, there aren't many of them that have been around for 40-plus years, and they do have special perks and things that go along with them, and this being one of them, that they're unrestricted. We would be willing to do something to restrict the hours somewhat. Commissioner Ford's idea is something we would entertain, but to restrict to 1 and 2 would be
Well, 1:30
too
and
much.
2:30.
1:30 and 2:30 would be too much. We could certainly commit to a last seating at a certain time or at an earlier closing time
So
during
what
the
would
week.
be your last seating on the weekdays?
Last seating on weekdays,
So,
ideal.
Last seating of 1.
Last seating of 1 weekdays.
Last seating at 1 during the week and last seating at, say, 2 on the weekends. So that gives you a closing time of 2 and 3, something like that?
So to clarify, a last seating time would be last people in the door, and then they could finish their experience, or would they?
Yeah, and you don't have to kick them out at 1 o'clock. I'm just saying last seating, serving, or whatever.
So they'd be able to be sat and have an uninterrupted experience. I don't see us, I don't see us wanting to any more than that.
But then that means they're staying till 4, right? And that causes the issues of the traffic in and out.
Potentially.
Potentially. That's why I said for a year. I mean, look, if you establish yourself and then you build up a track record, life makes it easier for your other licenses in the future as well.
Yeah, the business won't last
1
that
a.m.
year.
last seating for weekdays, 2 a.m. for weekend, but they can stay till 4.
You have to regulate their closing hour. You can't regulate.
Yeah, it's really hard to do that. But so he's okay with 4, basically.
Well, That would 1 be- on the weekday would be 3 closing. You're looking at 2 hours?
Yeah, in the late evening, yeah, we typically, the time comes, typically it's a 2.5 hour turn.
What he's saying, 3 during the week and 4 on the weekends.
No, I was thinking more like 2 and 3 closing.
No, he's 2-hour dinners, not 1.
Yeah, 2.5-hour dinners. Which is why I think closing time is easier, and, that's why I said 1:30, 2:30.
If we did something like 2 a.m. during the week, closing time 4 a.m. on the weekends, that's something that we could live with. We'd love to get Thursday as a weekend night, but I think that's a deal we can make.
Well, I offered the Thursday as a weekend night, even in my proposal, but, that's why I was at 1:30 to 2:30.
Where are you?
It's a 4 a.m. close Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
I don't know if we can do 2.
I don't really see this restaurant being a neighborhood disturbance. You don't have enough people coming and going. That's my personal opinion.
Correct, yeah.
So,
I just won't know yet, though. That's why I said let's do a year. Because this has, for years, 40 years, I always close at midnight, or I don't know for all 40 years, but most recently. And it's been fine with the neighborhood
Throw something out
at
there.
midnight.
Yeah,
Just throw something. All right.
Yeah, look, like I said, with an operator with a track record, a proven track record with many establishments, and this being another iteration of one of the existing establishments, we're not in a situation here where this is going to turn
I'm
out.
thinking 2 and 3.
So I just had one quick item to say. So this restaurant is not going to be a great economic success for us. If we're lucky, if we do everything right, it'll stay open. I knew that when I signed it. The reason I took the space was because I loved it, and I hope to do more things in New York City. What I really need to accomplish out of this is just find some form of profitability, 1%, 2%, 3%, whatever enough that allows me to, slowly pay it back over time possibly and pay our staff well. To do that, my business plan was built off of the hours that were on the license. Otherwise, when I look at this, just the number of seats I have, it's the economics are, I don't even think I'll find that 1 or 2% out of it.
Look, as someone who lives in the city for many years and have many friends who are seeking prime rib all the time and can't find good prime rib, if your prime rib is good, I think you'll be economically very successful. Whether it's 1%, 2%, or whatever it is, I just think it's more just, kind of, I think you get a lot of credit too for working with the community in some ways, and I understand the economics of it, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but I just would like to see something for even 6 months at least. That's my thing too.
Can you live with 2 and 3 for a year?
We're talking closing time again, correct? I can't. I mean, if I knew if those were the terms in the license, I wouldn't have taken the deal
What
out.
can you do during the week? Can you do 2? Now, when I say 2, I'm talking about during the week.
A closing time of 2 during the week.
And 3 on the weekends.
I mean, my hope, my honest hope with the restaurant is that it becomes, it's not going to be a busy restaurant ever just due to the size of it, but a consistent restaurant. So if I can seat 4 people at that midnight seating, that means that they would be out, possibly at 2, maybe 2:30. My concern is that I don't want to tell somebody they have to leave. And that's really what it comes down to for me.
You have to, because if it's 4 a.m., they have to leave.
Well, no, because what I would typically do, for example, with a 4 a.m. license, I wouldn't seat anybody after 1:30 maybe. If they told me, oh, please get us in, I might give them some limitations on it. But the closing times reference for Bavette's in Chicago, that is correct. So we would. Chicago hours are a little different, and that restaurant is much bigger, but those hours reflect the time that you can come in the door, and we will give you a full experience. So on Sunday, we had a guest that was in there till 2 a.m. They were the last table in the restaurant, and we were there waiting with them.
I would think if someone came in at 1:30 and you say, we'll seat you, but we do close at 3. I mean,
Could we do 3 and 4? So we have 3 a.m. during the week and 4 a.m. on the weekends. Again, my hope is that I want to go home and go to bed too. So my hope is that we are ending earlier than that some nights.
I'll do 2 and 3, like Commissioner Ford suggested. Again, this is for 6 months. Then
What happens?
give it a chance to see.
Can we talk about that 6
Sure.
month that you're talking about? So is your position that we take 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. for 6 months, and if after 6 months
Then you come back.
we come back to see you guys, we notify the community board and
No,
start
you
the
can come back
process
to
over?
see us, but the community board will be notified so that they can get input.
and if they haven't had any problems, then we can reconsider at that point.
And I was at 4.
Yeah, I don't know if that works for us. I'm gonna leave.
Commissioner Kim knew it. That's why he changed.
Yeah, it's about this lengthy dinner experience, so it's not really just about cutting back those hours because someone's coming in for a quick meal and a drink. It's a lengthy experience, and it's an unrestricted license that's 45 years old that was unrestricted for 45 years.
This is a couple hours later at night.
Yeah.
And we're trying to take into account the community as well.
I appreciate
I mean,
that, but it's not a
I
500-foot
think Commissioner
case.
Kim and Ford in 6 months would give you 4 if there's not an issue.
Yeah, there's no complaints, nobody has any problems. I mean,
Can't say complaints, you're making complaints, there's no founded.
not founded.
3:30 and 3:30.
Greenwich.
Thank you for that.
No,
clarification.
and that's, Jackie, that's my view.
There are 21 other OPs. You're not talking about some quiet little block in the middle of nowhere. You're talking about Greenwich Village.
That's what we bought. So,
I understand everyone's opinion, and from my perspective, I want what the asset was that we bought.
All right, let's try this one. Let's try this. We'll do 3 and 4, but in 6 months, you're going to come back, and we're going to hear from the community board at the same time. And can we do that? Never done that in the history of the SLA? Yes, history making. Huh? If you agree to it, I'll do 3, 4, give you a chance for 6 months. It'll go through the holiday season, right? December will be a great month. January will be a little slow, but we'll be able to come back and get a progress report from both sides. How's that?
Yeah, I think that's great. Thank you.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Is that good?
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Wait.
That's my vote.
I vote for that too.
I figured they would
second
go
that
with
emotion.
that because
All right, but the only community board member back is
Mr. Carter Booth,
Yeah.
and you can come to us directly, but let
For clarity,
Mr. Booth know as well. And
Thursday, Friday, Saturday,
yes, yes, Thursday,
Wait,
Friday,
I'd
Saturday.
like more legal clarity here. So at the end of the 6 months,
Yes.
if you find out that they, for some reason, aren't good operators,
Right.
what are you going to do?
Generally, if we knew that in advance and there's something to charge them, that
We
would
could do
state
that.
themselves, then
But
it's-
are you saying that the only thing that you will do
Is reduce the
at 6
hours.
months is extend the hours to 4 a.m.?
Or reduce.
Or reduce the hours.
Do they want to take a gamble that their hours might be reduced in 6 months?
Well, if you don't agree to that, then I'm sticking because that means you don't have the confidence to do what you say you're going to do.
I'm confident in our operations. That's why we're here. So.
Right. So does that make sense?
So then you're accepting the risk that your hours might be reduced in 6 months.
Or increased.
Increased or decreased, depending on your performance and your relationship with the community. That's how it should always be.
We look forward to impressing the community.
Good. I'm telling you, I think Jackie says she's going to the restaurant.
I don't know, Chairman
All right.
thinks my
I may
husband
go
doesn't want to go
myself.
there
I
with
love
me.
Prime.
I just don't think he wants to buy a $20 salad. All right, I'll vote on that then. We're all set.
All right.
3 and 4. Thursday counts as the weekend.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Good
you
luck.
so much.
Good luck.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Not be my job anymore.
Oh my God, you're going to be there before I am.
You're
I am
probably
gonna
true.
be
I
there.
probably will too.
We'll all go.
My wife loves prime rib.
So do I.
And,
We should have
I mean, it's
Commissioner
licensed.
Kim take us
oh,
through for the last meeting.
calendar.
Do the other way
In
around.
that case, we'd be having about a dozen of them.
My first Korean karaoke place.
What's next?
It's all right, he won't.
Wait, what violations did they have?
Great. Hang on, we got 1811, Minnie Picantera. I can't even go anymore. That's going to be
What number? 1811?
1811. I only have a few, and I've got more people here
Can't
than
imagine sitting for dinner.
planned.
I make it about 50 minutes.
Good afternoon, Matthew Leone for the licensee. This is a conditional no contest plea to settle the charges for $750.
Oh, this was the one I told Mr. Buckley that I was sending back to counsel's office because I thought it was ridiculously low.
Okay, before it goes back to counsel's office, though, could we, if I could just talk just for a minute or two about it. I know it does sound a little bit low, but when you really consider what was going on here, this is a very small restaurant that was buying beer from Costco. He bought 1 case of Corona beer a week.
For how long?
At this time? Well,
Years or?
no.
He only sells beer, and you're saying that there's only 1 case there. Why does this person have a license if they're only going through 1 6-pack of beer a week?
Right, well, about a case.
So let
about
me
a
try to
about a case a
cut
week.
through this. So I think the offer is ridiculously low, but instead, based on the circumstances that I read, instead of charging for each charge, which would come out to $10,000, I'm willing to counter at $2,500 for the one of the charges, and you know, understanding that the amount might have been minimal and it was mostly used for cooking, and that now he knows and he's not doing it anymore. So that's my.
Completely incredible to say that a restaurant on Roosevelt Avenue in Jackson Heights, as we come here all the time, the applicants talk about how much they need this license for you to say that, or your client to say that they're not selling beer to their clients, that they're only using beer for cooking. That's just not credible.
Well, I don't think he said.
2,500 or no?
Look,
5,000?
Because I don't believe him either, but that's not relevant at this point. So
right, well, look, I understand what you're saying, but really, this case, what we have, we have 4 invoices from Costco. Each invoice shows 1 case of Corona beer each week, and actually, the January 26th invoice doesn't even show any beer at all. And what happens is, I went to the.
Turned over, though.
What's that?
This is all that he turned over.
Okay,
I don't
but-
know how much other stuff is out
I mean,
there.
what are you trying to
but
get at?
this
Because
is- this is the
normally, as Commissioner Kim pointed out, this would be $10,000. We're offering you $2,500.
Right. And again, I just, what I want to just try to relate is that this restaurant, it really is, it's a very small restaurant. I went there, I think there's maybe 30 or 40 seats inside. His hours, and he's really not interested in selling a lot of beer, right? He offers.
Okay, that's
the-
why I
the
took
beer.
all of that into.
Right. He closes during the week at
Consideration.
9
It's
p.m.
not going lower than $2,500. Yet that's a gift. I mean, he can go to hearing. That's obviously an
Go to hearing,
option.
then.
Right. Well, I don't think he wants to go to a hearing. Is there any way, could we resolve it for less than that, maybe 1,500?
No,
I think I told you I started from 10,000. That's the standard charge here.
I mean, and this is.
Should have started from 10, and then we could have lowered it to.
Yeah, because
$2,500.
this is the type of stuff that's really distasteful to us as well, because they're not using the wholesalers. You know, it causes a problem for a number of different people when he's doing this. So it's
Sure.
2,500 is as low as it goes.
Right.
You
And
accept?
just, I do have some invoices he has. He is getting his inventory now from Manhattan Beer Distributors. And just for what it's worth, I think he's getting it monthly now, and he's getting 5 cases of Corona, 2 Modelo's, and 2 Heinekens
But what's that got to do with this?
for the month. Well, so he's corrected the problem, and it's just, it really is a very, a small amount of inventory. And I could understand if we were talking about 20, 30, 50 cases a week.
That's why I just lowered it to 2,500 from 10,000.
No, I guess we're going to start at 10,000 next time. I mean, there's no.
All right, well, I can't accept it without speaking to the client. Could we second call it? I'll call him and we'll see if we could get it resolved?
Yes.
All right, thanks.
$17.42, $33.63.
1742.
Good afternoon, members of the authority, council. No, it's made in Puerto Rico. No, en order tú eres la próxima, tú eres la próxima. Sorry. This is made in Puerto Rico. We have an offer into the SLA for $8,000.
I don't have a, I don't have
No,
an
it's a no contest, but Margarita would not accept $8,000. We actually gave her.
That's why it's a no contest, because your CNC wasn't accepted. So
And
therefore,
the reason.
no offer of 8,000.
Well, this is the licensee has corrected the DJ with change in method of operation, has increased the security with a legitimate security guard company, and this is and then there's noise complaints here. This is a self-standing building with a cemetery across the street. The licensee has the pictures of the location, and I just wanted to show the members of the authority what I gave them to you, but tú lo tienes en la cartera.
Don't you think it's disingenuous to say that you checked off recorded music when you meant DJ?
They have recorded music in addition to DJ. If you look at the 2015 application filed by Stacy Weiss, and I'm sorry, the 2009 application filed, there's no place for DJ. So even if she had the opportunity to put it in, there was no place to add DJ. They're adding the DJ in the change in method operation and including security guards, because we want to make sure that the noise complaints and the issues that are being reported to the authority are being, I have a copy of the application if the.
But also, the last case, the violation was for having a DJ. This is her second time with a violation.
Because they thought that Stacy Weiss had filed a change in method of operation application.
Notice of pleading that they were in violation for the DJ. Why did they go ahead and have it again? In 2015, they were prosecuted for having the DJs, and then they continued to have them in 2016.
Can I have the licensee explain?
Well, I was here in regards to that first violations, and then the second one, the April one, came in while I was here, the week of that I was here. So since then, there hasn't been no more violations on the music. Everything has been corrected since the last time I stood here and said what I was going to do.
Also, there's a sound limiter installed.
Wait.
Violation was.
I mean, the first DJ violation was on February 2016, right?
Yes.
And that was a disclosed visit by our investigators. And they told you you're not allowed to have a DJ. And then you kept having it until when? You decided it was fine to have them until we came back again?
No. What happened was that we had contacted the prior lawyer, and we said we wanted to submit a change of operation. And so that's the confusion here, because we did submit it.
And there's a notice.
But you did in July of this year.
No, actually, they had commenced the process in 2015. Here's the 30-day notice to the community board. When I re-notified the community board, they're like, why are you telling us there's a DJ here? We know, we don't have a problem with it. She thought that...
But the 30-day notice to the community, but where's the evidence that it was submitted to us?
They thought that it was being submitted by Stacy Weiss at the time. And when they came here for the DJ violation...
You got no notification from the State Liquor Authority, which is normally what you would get, right? Kerry, you would get a letter from us saying your change of method of operation has changed based on your application.
Submission is one thing, but approval is, receipt of approval is very different, as you know. You would know that, right? So just because she submitted it doesn't mean it was approved. Are you saying that Stacy Weiss told you that it was approved?
She told me that she had submitted it, but I didn't know the whole process, like what it meant after that.
Well, the whole process is always, any process is that you need to get final approval.
Well, Stacy had submitted this 30-day notice to the community board, and she thought that was it. She didn't know that a change in the method of operation to the liquor authority was necessary. When they met with me, I told them that they needed to do this, but they had been, they got the violation in 2016, then we re-notified the community board because we were gonna do it properly, and the community board let us know that they had no problem with it. That they satisfied the notice requirement. But in defense of Ms. Weiss, there was no place in the original application when they filed for the liquor license to put a DJ. So now you have it, those are the issues that we've been discussing.
It used to be a conflict because it was said recorded music or live music. There was
But that may explain the first violation, not the second one.
The second one actually,
change in method of operation on July 20th.
And does that method of operation change include dancing or just adding a
no,
DJ?
just DJ. We will not do the dancing
But
until
having a
the license.
DJ, you've had it twice. You've had DJ has produced the dancing or has contributed to the dancing.
No, the dancing has been eliminated. What happened when they got their first violation, they were doing salsa lessons at the location. All of that has been terminated because we don't want to have an issue with dancing again. They were doing salsa lessons. It really was. There was no dancing, and now we've even gotten...
Salsa dancing?
Yeah, but it was lessons, so we're not... I mean, I'm sorry, I know it's semantics,
There
but it
was
was
a
lessons.
DJ behind a booth playing music and people dancing. So you're saying at that time that was all salsa dancing?
And instruction. And now there's even security. There's even security to limit the dancing. We have signs.
Not limit, eliminate.
Eliminate, no.
But we had spoken about that prior, when I was here, not too long ago. Already, we addressed the issue, and so therefore,
Just the issue of what?
We have no dancing signs. in
Okay,
the
signs
entire
aren't gonna-
location. We have
Signs are
security.
one, it's great you have signs, but you have to actually enforce the no
They're being
dancing.
enforced by the security guard company, Secure 24, so that when patrons do attempt to dance with their
So
seat-
why do you need a DJ then?
Because this, sometimes this location has 74 people approximately. It has a PA of 120, but they don't have the room for it. People ask for music. Sometimes it's hard to expect the person who's also managing and supervising, because then we'll get a lack of supervision violation, and also manage the music and keep everything steady and going. DJs add to the dining experience, because unlike the other guy, the people who come to this neighborhood and to come to this restaurant want to hear their music, the classic music. This is a Latin restaurant. We expect Latin music. Maybe not at high decibels, that's why we have sound limiters and sound governors, but it's made in Puerto Rico. It's Spanish. So, I mean, sometimes it's different method of operations for different locations, and sometimes people get up and dance, and we got to ask them to sit down. So that's why she had the added
Well,
security.
that's what I mean. If you apply for a cabaret license,
We're working on the cabaret C of O
so
because
once
we
you
can't...
get that, then I'm happy to approve your DJ. But without that, you've violated it twice already. You've had
But we did do an
DJ twice
alteration.
and dancing twice. So, I'm just saying with this change of method of operation, unless you get your cabaret for dancing, I really don't think you should have a DJ, because that's just going to add to what you've been violating up to now.
But Commissioner Kim, there's thousands of restaurants in Washington Heights with a DJ that you've approved, because it is classic in a Latin restaurant to have a DJ.
But they don't
and
come
even
in front of us.
At this point.
They don't end up here. And when they end up here is when we take it away.
it's what the area calls for. It's a lot of opening.
I get that.
I
but
get
we're
it. Just
not-
get your license then. Get your cabaret license,
We are
because you
working
don't
on
need the DJ. Under the application you filed for and were approved for, you weren't allowed a DJ, you weren't allowed dancing. You've done that twice now.
It wasn't that we weren't allowed DJ. There was no spot on the application to put DJ, because Stacy Weiss knew that they had a DJ. So in this new, in the
She
change...
certainly knew after February 1st of 2016, she knew she was not allowed to have a DJ. And then it's clear to me that never changed, because then she continued to have it until April 2nd. Do you have one now?
I want to tell you, that's the reason why Stacy's not here today. None of this was communicated to.
Still have a DJ today?
We have a DJ playing music with the community, and the community
It
board
hasn't
is
been
okay
approved.
with
That's
it.
the difference between submission and
We
approval.
did you think that if we kept sending investigators up, we weren't going to write you up for it?
No.
So you, even after April 2nd of 2016, you kept having, even if you paid $8,000, you kept having a DJ every night?
Well, we're following through with the community board. There isn't going to be a problem with the
Can
community
you
board.
answer my question?
What is your question?
Did you keep having it every night?
Not every night.
How often?
Just Saturday nights. It's a family restaurant. It's Hispanic. The
But
DJ.
so you didn't really care that we went in there and charged you twice. You could have cared less.
I was informed that the method of operation was submitted. I was informed that the community board was okay with it. Now, there's, there was a big misunderstanding.
No, there was a misunderstanding in February. There was a misunderstanding even if you're going to argue in April. You're still having it now.
On my last time here, I was.
So I don't know where you're at, but this just went up a lot.
Chairman Bradley, even remedial measures have been taken.
No,
If
they
you-
haven't. Don't
Except
tell
for
me
the
remedial measures have been taken.
DJ.
She keeps having a DJ. She just told me. What remedial measures? You put signs up?
Yes, signs.
Oh, that works out well.
Well, DJ's one
I
of
should
the
take
other
the license.
charges.
This is unbelievable to me. No one has come in here since in a year I've been here and told me what you just told me. That I got charged twice and I could have cared less. I kept doing it.
So my apologies. I thought that the last time I was here, change of operation meant like a pending application, and that it's like, you get a license, temporary license, you can still drive until you get a license, like a permit. I had no idea that I was supposed to stop. That was not, I'm sorry, maybe I was under the misunderstanding that I could have applied and still have it pending, but fix the situation in-house.
Because by fixing the situation in-house, she means the other issues with noise, the other issues with the security guard.
After everything Chairman Bradley said, and you have a pending notice of pleading, you're trying to get the prosecutor to take $8,000 for you having the DJ, and you're still having the DJ. There's no plausible thing that
She
makes
didn't
you
know,
think
but
that
she
you
knows
still
now.
have one last night.
She didn't know, but she knows now.
I mean, like,
But you
I would
were
recommend that you go back immediately, whatever happens here, and get rid of him. Because somebody's coming up there in the next couple days. And if he's still there and we have to charge you, then you're shut.
All right. All right, look, I understand that. I understand that you said DJ wasn't there initially on the application, so, there's some mitigation, but I think everybody's making the point that after February 1st, you are on notice. And you, as the applicant, you really have to understand, whether it's through your representative or through your lawyer or on your own, that the entities involved with your liquor license, there's the community board, right? They are there as an advisor per se. They are there to recommend to us. But just because they tell you, we have no problem with whatever you want to do with your restaurant, that doesn't mean anything to us. That just is something where we take under advisement. We, as the State Liquor Authority, so you have to make sure that whenever you apply for a change in method of operation or anything that's submitted to the State Liquor Authority, that you get a paper from us that tells you exactly whether it was approved or not approved. Just submitting it to us, and because we take maybe 30 days or 45 days or 3 months, you don't go about doing whatever you said you submitted that you wanted it to do until you hear from us. Is that very clear? Because I think that's where we're kind of confused here, and it doesn't matter what she tells you, it doesn't matter what your lawyer, Stacy Weiss, or whoever tells you, it doesn't matter what the community board tells you, it's what we communicate to you, and you have to, that's your responsibility. Otherwise, you're not fit to hold a license. You understand that? It's a privilege, and if you don't understand your responsibilities, then you can't have a license. All right, so we've gone through this second-time violation of DJ and dancing. That's why it's clear to me that until you get that cabaret license on the change of method of operation, which isn't before us, I want that to come before the board.
Might not have to make it that far.
Okay, so now in terms of the violation, look, what you did say was something we really haven't heard that much, is that, oh yeah, you fined us twice, but we're going to keep doing whatever we're going to keep doing. I understand that, which is why I understand that, which is why I'm not here to take your license today, because some other situation that might call for the taking of the license. You offered $8,000, but because this is the second time around, I'll accept $10,000.
That's just imposed.
10,000 is what I was accepting, what I was thinking also.
I was at 20, but lucky day.
I just want to go on record. You can always call the Liquor Authority if you have questions on any part of the process. We have
Can you
a
speak
general
English?
email, we have a general phone number. Call us.
It's
We
for
will
your
give you the
benefit,
information
yes.
More so than,
All right. Yeah, no, don't rely on any of third parties when you're not sure. Just please use the resource.
So it's 10,000.
Yep, I got that.
And please get rid of the DJ
We're
right
gonna
away,
remove it
because,
Today, now.
thank you.
Espérame fuera yo.
Next item that's in front of me because
Sure.
it's been taking too long.
hold on. We're gonna
Yeah,
call
I've got to take
need
care
me
of
for-
Albany.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm going to call 1847. It's Serendipity. Nathakana.
I've never heard that before.
Is somebody sitting in there with him?
I hope so, because if not, I mean, I'm sure they are.
She was representing.
It's just they've been sitting there and not working.
Albany?
That's even worse.
Okay.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is John Wetmore.
Does the police have any opinion on this application? Did they chime in at all?
No.
No?
No.
And so you know that the previous license at this premise was canceled?
Yes, I do.
Do you know the owners?
Yes, I do. They're actually my landlord.
They're your landlord. And what's your relationship previously with this landlord?
Well, I've known them probably 30 years. Governor is a very small community. Everybody in business tends to know everybody else. I've been in business since 1980 on Main Street since 1995.
And they're not involved in this business?
No, they lost their license, or I guess there's some confusion whether they lost their license or voluntarily turned it in. I think it was 2012.
Correct.
After that point, I recognized that there was a big void in the community. Prior to that, we had two establishments in the community that provided top 40 music, dance club music, and dancing on Friday and Saturday nights, that being the Clearview Restaurant and Palms. The Clearview Restaurant was sold to the Mullen family, who had no desire whatsoever to have any kind of a nightclub atmosphere. They simply want to serve food and lock up at 9 o'clock at night. I had previously gone to them and talked to them about maybe doing something in a partnership or a sublease where we could keep things going after 9 o'clock, and they basically said, nope, not interested. So at that point in time, I took a look at Palms, recognizing that there's this huge void. There is no place in town, save Nina's, that has top 40 and dance club music. Nina's is about the size of my bathroom. It's extremely painful to go there because the dancing and the bar is all in one room, so you can't sit at the bar and even talk to anybody because it's so loud. My Serendipity is set up very uniquely in that we have 3 separate rooms. You have a bar room, which can be quiet enough where you can carry on a conversation. We have a dance floor with a DJ booth, and something that I have added is a stage for live entertainment. And then we have a seating room with doors that can be closed so you can have that quiet or exposed to the dance music, whatever you want to do. What I'm trying to do is fill a void.
Okay,
People
are any of the landlords going to work in your bar?
Absolutely not.
Do they live in the community?
Yes. The first thing I did when I was thinking about going into this business, I sat down with the police chief, who at the time was Gordy Griffith. And I said, Gordy, I want to work with you. I realized the prior operator kind of went head to head with the police department most of the time. I said, I want to work as a partnership with you because I realized that neither one of us is going to be happy unless we do. So he pulled out the police file on Palms, and it was rather thick, and we went through it, and we determined that there were two major factors
Let's do ATAP.
that led to his demise. Number one is that he liked the 18 and up idea. From my own
Okay,
observation,
what's the landlord's name?
the landlord would be Quinta Pistolesi.
We have
The
him
song
as no
is
adverse
Michael
history.
No, the previous license was.
Oh, who's Michelle Pistolesi, the wife?
That's Michele Pistolesi. He's Italian. That's Quinta's son.
The son. So the son is not going to be involved in this business whatsoever?
Absolutely not.
What's he doing?
Nor is, yeah.
What is he doing now?
More or less retired, I guess. He's kind of an electronics hobbyist. He plays around with four-wheelers and motorcycles and builds electronic contraptions and.
You're talking
I
about
guess-
Michelelli?
Yeah, it's pronounced Michele, or
Michele.
most people call him Michael.
And he's retired.
Yes.
And do you plan on having your employees take ATAP training?
Absolutely. Previous to this, I was the licensee for the St. Lawrence County Fair for 3 years, and I had ATAP training for all of my people there.
You were the licensee where?
As a permit holder for the Governor and St. Lawrence County Fair.
Oh, we wouldn't
It's
get
a
that
6-day
info.
fair.
Okay, I got it.
All right.
Okay.
All right, and your representation that the previous licensee has nothing to do with this business and is only your landlord. There's no percentage.
It's gonna-
There's no
it's gonna be a
agreement
fixed
between you and the
monthly-
landlord, right? I'm sorry?
No, it's going to be a fixed monthly rent.
Okay. All right. And that they're not involved, I'll vote to approve.
You're right around the corner from what we could call quote-unquote downtown Governor, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. So right down the street from Julie's Computers.
Julie's Computer is actually
I'm
my
impressed.
neighbor on Main Street.
Yes,
I own the
okay.
building next door to her.
All right, yeah, I'm pretty familiar with Governor. I don't have any problem with it. I vote to approve.
I vote to approve as long as stipulated that he gets ATAP training for all employees.
And yourself.
And
Yes.
yourself.
Yes.
All right,
Good
good luck.
Thank you
Luck.
very much.
All right, no one else in Albany? We're all set there? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to, we're doing 1848 Exotic Lounge.
Good afternoon, members of the authority. This is the application for Exotic Lounge Inc., DBA Crush Bar and Lounge. The applicant is here to clarify the supervision issue. That's the referral here on this application.
So you left your son in charge of the premise?
I didn't understand this. Were they on a
Yeah, I
temporary?
didn't understand this.
They didn't have any license.
They were closed.
They were closed, and
Or not closed.
no, the son opened for, they were selling hookah and.
Among other things, it
And
sounds
liquor,
like.
too. There was liquor containers on the ground.
No, that, there was one little bottle in the basement area that's not even part of the business. It wasn't,
There was a 200 milliliter bottle of Palo Viejo rum and a 50 milliliter bottle of JB whiskey. So there was more than one bottle at least.
64-ounce bottle of fruit and ice pina
en el local.
And a 64, bottle of fruit and ice pina colada.
And they had filed an application with us that said they weren't going to have a DJ, and lo and behold, there's a DJ booth in the bar when we go in there. I mean, you realize that we end up at these places, or the
That's
police end up at these places because people are complaining about them? So does that tell you that something was going on there? That's why they ended up there?
I do a site inspection when I initially start the application, and there was no DJ booth when I went and started the application. He told me, once he heard this thing, he goes, really, I want to have a DJ booth. I go, well, let's present it to them now that you want to add a DJ to the method of operation of the business. There's no intention of deception, but in that location.
They already started building it.
They started building it, but they're not going to operate if it's not part of their.
It's not there. It was not
I haven't been there since the application, so. And I would add that the operator has experience. He had a license previously with the SLA.
That doesn't help your argument. Simply because his son was operating it already, apparently had an amount of cocaine on his person when they were in there.
Those charges were dismissed, and it was not the son's, it was somebody in the bathroom. I have a certificate of disposition from the court.
Well,
Those charges were not sustained.
That's fine, but it doesn't affect what my people see. I mean, that's in criminal law. That doesn't mean that it didn't happen as far as we're concerned.
So it wasn't licensed when all of this occurred?
No.
How is he going to keep his full-time job and do this?
He doesn't work anymore. He came here to be able to open this, it's really a hookah bar lounge area, open at 3 p.m., closing at 2 a.m. during the week and 4 a.m. during the weekends. He's done this before, not the stuff that, I don't know about that stuff that happened. And the operator is going to be at the location. He's hired a security guard company. This location only seats 25 people. It's a maximum capacity of 45, but he only fits 25. And I don't know what they saw when they went in that location.
Well, has your client met with Lieutenant Gaglio
Pardon?
has your client met with Lieutenant Gaglio to try and avoid any issues in the future?
We've met with the community board on this, and we've not met with the sergeant because the charges were dismissed because they were not doing any of those things. And
The Special Operations Lieutenant who was there, and he's the Special Operations Lieutenant who is going to keep coming back to your location.
Y te está diciendo que ese que fue el local fue
I have to interrupt. If your client can't understand English, we have to have an interpreter come in. We are bound by the governor's office.
Can we put this on then for, because he doesn't speak English, can we put this on hold and I will get a reference from Lieutenant Gaglio so that we have more information? Because this is the first I've heard about.
Okay.
And I also requested in the FOIL request information on this because if I would have known this, I would have met with the lieutenant. I didn't know any of this. I only knew that they said that they were, that some police officer came and arrested them and the charges were dismissed. So that's my information.
The charge indicates that there were 20 to 30 customers in there, and liquor was on the premises, which Commissioner Kim just told you what that was.
Mhm.
And that there was an amount of cocaine taken off of the son.
The inspection was cut short because one of the patrons told the police there was a gun in the location, which turned out to be false.
No. No.
So put it
We're
over.
going to put it, can we put it over?
8:30.
So that we can meet with the lieutenant and bring more information?
And we need an interpreter.
Yeah,
We've been doing that through counsel's office, so.
Okay.
do I send an email for the interpreter then, to remind?
We take care of all that.
No,
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Chairman Bradley.
Good night.
How about 9:13?
All right, thank you.
9:13, listen, well, we're going to change the date, 9:13.
9:13. Yep.
Yeah, I'll find out, Jackie. It's somehow through Geneva.
Yep.
I'm guessing it's Hannah.
Oh, wait.
Yes.
Never asked, but that's true. Why does something smell like it's burning here? Okay, 1824 through 1826, 13th Street Entertainment. Mr. Levy, you ready for that? You all set?
Just lucky I missed that number. I'm sorry.
1824.
Good afternoon.
And even then.
This license, or these licenses, were all surrendered about 6 months ago. There were outstanding disciplinaries, and I don't know if...
So cancel and bond?
Cancel for
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And 1782, MME Group.
It's an offer in compromise. It's a first-time offender, and the issue here stemmed from a fact that the licensee was under the impression that...
Okay, 3,000? I accept.
Accept.
Make my job very easy this time around. Thank you.
It was so convincing. You know, it's a good mouth.
Have a great day.
Recall 1811. That is, yeah, you know who that is. Mr.
I spoke to the licensee. He accepts the offer.
Okay,
The counter
thank
offer.
you.
Okay, thank you very much.
And I have no other signed in.
He's ours.
Yeah, I know, he's ours. I can see that far back.
I
And you're
can't. I
good.
just was questioning who it was. I figured it out.
All right, so we get the rest of them?
Yep.
Awesome. Just 1 second, trying to get this summary thing working.
Some salty potato chips tomorrow.
I would, but they're not.
All right, starting with 1731.
3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
Everything's stuck. 1732.
500 accept.
500 accept.
Accept.
1733 through and 35. Oh, we got a request to carry over to 830. Chairman granted it.
Already did?
Yeah, this,
Okay.
you can talk to him.
What was it?
Huh?
What was the case?
There was the 3 or 4 of them. You adjourned?
Okay.
It's the messy one.
Malanoche and Corona.
Yes.
Okay, 1734.
I have a count at 10,000. I know it's administratively, but you can't let them,
All the time.
they should know.
Counter 10,000.
Counter
For that
10.
they just need to know.
1736.
Not accommodating to violated steps. So this was tough. I wanted to ask you guys, cancel bond.
They
So-
didn't even respond.
Yeah, and they violated stipulations right off the
Appears they're
bat.
ignoring
Everything, so cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Yeah, cancel and bond.
That'll get them in.
Yeah.
1737.
This is low.
Well, but, see, I had issues with charge 3 and 5, because it's hard to, it was just like, okay, unreasonable noise charge, kind of vague.
Well, it's because they're drafted just based on the police referrals and the information that we have without speaking to the police officers, because this is a CNC. So that's the information that we have, but I did feel it was low based on a stabbing.
What did you guys have?
I was okay with it.
Yeah, I was
But-
too.
okay.
But just because of I wasn't sure on the noise charge in this case. 3,000 accept.
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 1738.
1,500 accept.
Accept.
1,500 accept.
1739 and 40.
4,600 accept.
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 1741 is also carried over to 830.
1741?
Yes, it's one of the 4. One of the.
Oh, I already took it out.
Malanoche.
Right, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
1743.
I had a counter at 8.
8,000 counter.
8,000 counter.
1744.
6,000 accept.
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 1745 and 46.
7,500 accept.
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 So the 589 will be lifted.
Huh?
They will, if they request it.
If they request it. 1747.
Offer 11,000 accept.
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 1748.
1,000 accept.
Accept. Accept.
1749.
Cancel and bond.
I'd cancel and bond too.
Cancel and bond.
1750.
If they have food now, I'll accept their 6,000.
Yeah, can you just put in the letter that they have to have food?
All
and-
right, we
Is
do
that
the
enough
same.
food?
They submitted
tavern, yeah.
a menu.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tavern only can have.
They have Smile in there for free.
Accept.
6,000.
We'll give them a
Service
letter
with
of
a
warning
smile.
on that, on the
Yeah.
food. Got it. 1751.
1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
1752.
7,000 accept.
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 1753.
This is way low. Serving before license was issued, caught twice in a week. Cancel and bond.
There's no bond.
Sorry, cancel.
Cancel. What's the counteroffer?
Is that
Yeah, cancel.
Cancel.
Got it. 1754.
5,500 accept?
Accept.
1755, 7, sorry, 57.
2,000 accept?
Accept.
Wait a minute, which one was that?
1757, 2,000. Offer.
What happened to 1755?
That, I thought was voted on. No, you voted on that one.
No.
Yes. Those were, yes, that was called with 1756. No one, no one
right,
came in
right.
for it, but we
It was
pulled it.
together, yep.
Okay,
Sorry to slow up progress there.
that's all right.
All right.
So- all right.
1757?
Yes. It was 2,000?
2,000 accept.
Okay, good. 1758,
3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
1759,
3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
1760,
Cancel and bond.
I actually had revoke.
Okay. Revoke and bond.
Hence location stop.
Yeah, and do you want a name stop as well?
Revoke and bond.
Yeah, you can put a prescription on there if you want.
Yeah, do a 2-year prescription.
I know you guys have done one of those like in
What, do,
years.
put a, what?
2-year prescription where they have
No
to
one
come
can
to
get
you
a
for
license.
permission to.
All right,
get a
do that.
Sure,
Yeah,
let's
do
do
that.
that.
Prescription.
Prescription.
Good idea.
Known to have a few. 1761, that is also carried over to 8:30. I was, a member of the community board came in to want to speak with this. Do you want me to let them know what you mentioned about community members coming in and talking on disciplinary matters?
Yes, they're not allowed to.
Okay.
They can come and watch, but we're not taking any illegal testimony.
There's another one. It should be 2,000. They said
Got it.
1,500. Am I going to send it back?
That's 8:30.
What are you at?
No, you're not going to send it back
Okay.
for 500. I will just tell people stop.
Got it.
1,500.
All right, 1762?
1,500 accept.
Except, oh, what are they doing?
But
Low
Jackie,
ball on
yeah,
that?
but Jackie's going to let them know not to accept that.
Accept.
In the
No,
future.
let me ask you
What do
this,
mean,
though.
in the
This is
future?
1762. The guy digitizes all of his records, and at least this is what he's saying, and stores originals off-site. Why is that a problem for us?
Because you're supposed to have your books and records on site. It's okay to digitize them, but you still have to have them on site.
Yeah, but
Able to access it on his
But the
computer,
he did. He had it on the phone.
No, that has to, it
Well,
can't
he-
be, it has to be something that stays at the license premise. It
Well,
can't be what
yeah,
happens
grab a
when he
seat.
leaves, does he
Grab a
take his
seat. We'll
phone
get
with
through
him?
this because then
Well, I
it's
don't
just
know
a
if he
matter
has a
of
computer
recalling.
at the license
Okay.
premise. I'm just saying, so you can scan them all and put them in the computer, but the computer has to stay there.
So someone needs to be able to pull it up, right?
Okay.
there on spot and print it.
Okay.
That's
All
the whole
right, so
purpose.
It's extremely rare for us to find that.
I
Right.
know, but it's,
Day and age.
people are getting advanced.
Yep, okay. So we're on 1763?
Yep, 500.
500.
500.
Really? 1764,
5,000 accept.
Accept.
5,000 accept.
1765,
5,000.
5,000.
It's a little higher because it's the fourth time they've been
I
consumption
got
on the
5
premises.
times.
Oh, 5 times.
Oh, no, you're right, 4 times.
4 times, but if you want to go higher,
I had cancel and bond.
really.
What'd you have?
Well, because the first
No,
three,
you had.
I had 5,000, only because the first 3 was probably with one notice. It's one of those,
right,
it's
so
just
5,000,
abatement. So I
5,000.
guess
Well,
we could go
Commissioner-
higher, but
Ford already said 5,000,
Okay.
so it doesn't matter.
17
I was neutered.
1767,
Takes
wow,
more than
thanks for
that.
sharing. 1767,
6,500. That's 500 extras for the liquor store.
6,500.
6,500 it is.
1768,
500.
500.
500.
1769,
Letter of warning accept.
Letter of warning.
Letter of warning accept.
1770,
Cancel and bond accept.
Accept.
Unaccept.
1772,
I had 5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
1773,
Modify cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1774,
Here, I don't know why he offered so much.
Yeah, I took.
I
it
took
should be-
3,000.
Yes, correct.
3,000. So we counter at a lower. He offered 6,000, we're countering 3,000.
No, you can circumstance.
Oh, I just do 3,000.
You don't, so you're not banging them for the past history, though?
That's- yeah.
Not, yeah. not-
Okay.
The sale to minor.
Right,
All right, 3,000.
3,000.
they'll be happy.
Which is the same on the next.
Same thing on the next one,
Same.
because we
Thousand.
offered it, so, yeah, you should.
Who is it?
This one's Jamie.
3,000.
3,000.
Got it. 1776.
2,500 accept,
Accept.
Accept.
1777,
1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
78,
This one also after 5 years, so I lowered it to 2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
Who's that one? That's Jamie again. Is Jamie?
no, these were all pled out when she wasn't here, I believe.
Oh, that's
So,
why.
Yeah, so who knows who's doing them.
Carrie Gould was doing it.
1779,
1,500 accept,
Accept.
Accept.
1780,
cancel and bond, accept,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
81,
2,500,
2,500.
1780.
2,500.
Thought I heard you. 1783,
1,500 accept,
1,500 accept.
I thought, why did I write that this charge was bull?
The Department of Labor Task
charge was
Force.
full.
You wrote that the charge was.
All right, I'll accept, but I think they were just double banging this guy.
I thought that was the,
Point.
yeah.
1784,
I lowered it to 1,500.
Yes, so did I.
It's a no contest.
It's a no contest.
No, lowering it means, in my mind, it would have, yeah, if it weren't the VFW, it would have been,
Because of the good history, I lowered
if it wasn't the American
1,500.
Legion, right, and the good history, it would have been much higher.
1,500.
got it. 1785,
4,000 accept,
Accept.
Accept.
1786.
10 days suspension plus 1,500 offer accept,
Accept.
Accept.
1787,
offer cancel and bond accept.
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 88,
I had 5,000 counter. 5,000.
Counter 5,000.
Counter 5G.
what do we got? 1789 and 1790, we had a request for adjournment. And they're asking for either 913 or 927.
When are they going to come in? We already gave them an adjourn, we brought them in.
They're
right?
all,
Why did I already pull that off?
because you told me it was.
Oh, you had
I
already
said it
known that,
was- Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, so we'll do 913.
1, 2,
Yeah.
yeah.
Final?
Final. This.
Everybody's engaged, everybody's busy. 1792.
1992, 3,500.
Oh,
Oh,
This was Mr. Palillo. He asked.
3,500 accept.
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 yeah, he did. Yeah, I didn't
But it
recall
was-
having,
It was adjourned to today.
which
Oh,
was,
now we
I wonder if
accept
that was a mistake because he wasn't going to be here.
All right.
Yeah, that I do know because they accepted it?
Yeah, 3,500. He doesn't have to. He never asked for lower anyway.
Okay. 1794.
6,000 accept.
Accept.
6,000, I'm sorry. Imposing
6,000.
6,000.
6,000.
1795.
So this expired? Oh, the renewal pending. 2,500 accept.
2,500 accept.
2,500.
1800.
I have a counter of 8,000.
Counter
That's your
8,000.
Counter 8,000.
1801.
Letter of warning, accept.
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 1802.
3,500. I gave him a little bit for no adverse history over
Okay, because I.
like 30
All
years.
right, 3,500.
3,500.
1803.
4,500 counter.
1803.
Yes.
4,500.
4,500.
1804.
2,500 counter.
25 counter.
Yep.
2,500.
25.
1805 through 1808.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1809.
Are funds received yet? If not, then cancel and bond, right?
Okay.
Cancel and bond.
We didn't get him?
I can look
Okay.
again as to see if anything came in as of yesterday.
No, don't worry
Okay.
about it. Cancel and bond.
I think I just got kicked out of everything. Okay. 1810.
1,500. Charges sustained.
1,500.
1,500.
1812,
I had a counter at 12.
Counter 12.
Counter 12.
1813,
Counter at 6.
6.
Counter at 6.
1814,
Counter at 4,500.
See, what did they do here?
Oh, but it was outside.
Outdoor cafe, yeah, 20, what'd you say, 2,500?
4,500.
How much?
45, because they had extension and failure to conform.
The failure to conform is the extension, though.
Oh, okay. Then it should be
3. Or 3,500?
or 1,500 then, if it's just going to be, if you're going to combine the two.
Yeah, but it's still, they went ahead and started serving at
That's
the
what I
outdoor
meant.
cafe.
All right. 3.
3,000.
1815 through 18,
They're saying they bring food from next door. Is this acceptable?
No.
That's
They have to have food on their own.
all right.
premise.
So what do we do? Bring them in?
This was low.
I had 10,000 counter, but do we bring them in?
No, just,
All right, just warning.
put it, put it on the letter, 10,000, well, it's a 10,000 counter anyway.
I can still put it on there.
Okay.
10,000 counter.
Okay. 1819,
License was surrendered. Cancel and bond.
you want a counter of cancel and bond, or if they
Oh,
don't
no.
pay the cancel and bond as an alternate?
Has to be a counter.
Oh, it has to be a counter. Oh, because they have an offer. Oh yeah, no, it's cancel and bond. Counter.
But they, are they selling this place? What?
They already filed, well, we disapproved the application for cause.
That's what I was trying to figure out. So they're asking us to,
Well,
they've already surrendered.
So they're done, no matter what.
They're done.
Right, this is the seller.
So they're trying to basically say, don't cancel us because you'll get 1,500 more? Is that the goal here?
I guess.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Again. 1820 and 21,
Offer of 7-day suspension plus 10,000 accept.
7-day suspension plus 10,000 accept.
Accept.
1822,
3,500 accept.
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 1823,
3,500 accept.
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 1827,
500 accept.
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 1828,
3,500 accept.
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 29,
6,000 accept.
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 1830,
1,500 accept.
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 1835,
It's just slow, right? It's 500.
What's the rule on these? It's 500 and then
It's
1,000?
confusing, yeah. It's like,
500 for anyone.
so they say 500 for all others, 1,000 if this says no
They have any adverse history within 5 years.
within 5 years, right? And then it says no
250
prior
is 10
violations.
years clean record.
Okay, so this should be 1,000.
1,000. Count.
The language there's got to be fixed.
Oh, there's another.
Oh, this would be, okay, well, this was the other one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. 1837 is over till 8:30.
Another Mally Noche.
That's the last. for them.
That's the last of the 4, yep.
No, I'm saying that's their last
Okay,
adjournment.
all
All right. Okay.
1844,
What was the date on that? 8?
So this should be
8:30.
1,000 or 500?
30?
1844.
No, 8:30 is the
Is the
adjourn date for
adjournment date for
1837.
Right, right.
This was a stipulation, this one, so they've stipulated to it. So this, you take the 5.
Oh, okay, 500 accept.
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 Is this the one?
1849. They reached an agreement, right?
Okay, 1849 is over to 8:30.
We just
8:30.
You agreed to that one, Chairman. This
Oh,
was-
okay,
yeah,
I don't
that-
have it, okay.
Yep, you know, that's why you don't have it. 1850, it's a new OP.
850, and they're not here.
It happens.
Where it says the location was associated with organized crime.
And narcotics without any basis or I mean, they don't state what it is at least. Is there any community board here? No.
No.
I asked,
So
had
do
a
it
note,
this-
where is the community board letter? Is that,
They don't always submit one.
okay.
I think
If
it was
they
just
do,
an
it'll be
email,
here.
All right.
one sentence email.
I mean, what do you do? Just,
Oh, wait, here it is one, I'm sorry.
Hmm?
It's an email.
We object.
And they say that it's organized crime and
Yes.
narcotics.
Yep, there you go.
I don't know.
Should we check with the police?
Well, we don't have any referrals.
Well, we wouldn't for the old location.
Yeah, can we just find out from the police? Well, right now, it hasn't been licensed since recently. It is licensed right now. Cello Cafe. CIELO Cafe.
I'm putting in the address.
And they don't really have a bad history.
06 was our last.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, I just don't like they don't show up.
Huh? Yeah, me neither.
Well, they do not get notified to show up.
The OP does.
No, they don't.
This unlicensed person isn't notified?
Yeah, all the people are.
Why are they notified? That it's going to be on?
Yes, we have,
Oh, I'm
that,
sorry,
that, we're,
because I'm thinking
we're notifying,
disciplinary.
Yeah.
Let me,
we kind of notify everybody.
wow.
On all applications, not on
And they
disciplinary.
don't look anywhere near ready to open based on the
You
pictures.
should approve without the application.
Yeah, I'm gonna,
showing up.
I vote to deny.
I'm
Deny,
not
or
seeing a
can we bring 'em
license
in?
here, though, Carrie, for a long
No,
time.
they can go for recon.
There's,
Okay.
They should be showing up.
I agree.
so 3/31/17, as of the date that.
CIELO.
And I'm not seeing that. I have it as 147 space 38.
Yeah, well.
Well, take a
that's-
look
I-
at
you
the
gotta
first
look at the
first
page of the
sentence.
report.
Yeah, all the different
Prior
addresses they
application
use.
had addresses listed as blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
Queens
Next.
address is always
So we're denied, right?
Yes.
We
Awesome.
should fix that.
1851 is carried over to 927. The chairman granted that because the community board wanted it carried over.
Say that louder
Paper cut.
Chairman wanted that,
because
the community board requested it. Oh, okay, you want,
He needs to get a point in here and there.
1854.
So this should be 500 accept.
Accept.
500 accept.
Should be 1,000. Those-
Yeah.
1855.
Counter 5600.
5,600.
5,600.
Yes.
1856 and 57.
Counter 8000.
Counter 8,000.
8,000.
All-time record. 1860.
Offer 2500 accept.
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 1861.
It's a letter of warning, even though traditionally the refusal to appear.
Well, is that what this is, or is this,
But it
is this
doesn't
the
seem
correct
like it.
charge?
No.
The
No,
guy
that's
got
why.
arrested, didn't he?
Right.
It's not the correct charge. The charge should have been the failure to notify under
Right.
55, the Rule 53-1J.
Arrest,
On
right?
this, I believe she charged it this way because he said he would notify us and then never did notify us of the disposition.
All right,
So
letter,
for-
letter of warning.
It's the charges.
1862.
Yes, charge was wrong.
Just dismiss
It's 1862? No, letter of warning, I think, since he said he would do something, he didn't do it. 5,000 for 1862.
Got it.
5,000.
5,000.
1863.
Counter 3,500.
Counter 3,500.
3,500.
Wait a second, 1863, where they're asking for less, you're hiking it up.
Seasonal prohibited hours and smoking.
Just that they're asking you for less and you're just going up higher, which is within your rights.
That the fund is roughly 2,000. We have collected 10 fake IDs.
Well, she's not getting less.
Which
Yeah,
is
all right,
fine.
I'll accept the 2,000.
2,000.
2,000, yeah. 2015.
1864.
2,500 offer accept.
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 1866.
Now, this case is a bit of a mess, and this is my understanding of what happened here. And Jackie, maybe you know otherwise and can correct me. The hearing was commenced, and then it was adjourned to, I believe, the April date, at which point the licensee and representative didn't show up. And there was a phone call with the prosecutor and the judge to the licensee's representative who said they weren't showing up. The prosecutor then amended the notice of pleading orally on that date, never issued a written amended notice of pleading. The ALJ first wrote up a decision based on the original notice of pleading, then wrote up another decision based on the amended notice of pleading. So, which is why we have two ALJ decisions, and there's a discrepancy with the number of charges.
So
Should use the first
why don't we
notice
just
of pleading and
dismiss the
first
fourth
decision.
one? What was
Well,
the fourth
licen-
charge?
Well, the licensee never got notice of the amended notice of pleading, which is the one that has the fourth charge. So you can just go forward on the first notice of pleading, which she had notice of, and the first ALJ decision.
Right, so we would be dismissing one of the four. Which of the
You
four?
wouldn't have to dismiss it because they were never charged. The first notice of pleading, they were only charged 3 charges.
So what does he do with it on the agenda sheet?
On the agenda sheet, you just strike it from the agenda sheet. You don't have to dismiss anything.
Oh, it says dismissed already, okay.
So it's sustained 2, 3, 4?
Well, so you're dealing with 3 charges. The first one was dismissed already. So
Right.
then you're dealing with just 2 and 3.
2 and 3, so
So the sale without appropriate license is not
dismiss that.
being considered?
Correct, because
Okay.
that was on the amended notice of pleading, which
Okay.
was never served on the licensee.
So then it just comes
Okay, so
down
we
to,
The failure to supervise and the failure to.
So first, we're giving reconsideration.
yes, grant the reconsideration. Right.
We were only,
Charges are limited to the original notice of pleading?
yes.
4,000.
And
You're still dealing with the club that was
sustaining
renting it
charge
out.
2 and 3, which we've already done, I believe. And then what's the fine?
Canceled and bond did before.
Right, but that was because of the sale without appropriate license, but you were dismissing that.
Yeah, now it's
But
a different,
still
no, it's a,
club that was renting themselves out to promoters. This is a club license.
Oh, it's a CL license.
Yeah, but they were completely just renting themselves out.
So grant recon, rescind the prior determination.
yeah, I don't,
Sure, we
I'd
got it.
go,
Cancel.
I'd go 10.
10? Okay,
I mean,
10.
they don't really have a history.
And then we'll try to clean up the compliance record.
Well, their history was that they were doing this all the time, is what they said.
Since 1991? No, right? More
Go back
recently?
that far, it's a little old.
But we'll go.
Yeah, we'll
I
go
mean,
10, and I
See if
think
it keeps
they
going.
got the
10.
message.
Awesome, that's a mess. 1867, it's a petition for employment.
I mean, did we get any notice on this, or?
No.
I have questions for the guy.
Bring in?
That's the
You need to,
licensee that will come in. It's the licensee who puts the petition in.
no, I need to bring him in, and
They-
he should preferably
they-
bring the guy with him.
Received email to show up. Well, that their item is on the calendar.
I mean, I don't even know where Belfast, New York is.
Allegheny
That's
County.
way out, isn't it?
So sister city of
Is that how close to
Ireland.
Buffalo is that?
That's southern tier.
Oh, so they gotta go to,
It's closer to Jamestown, but
All
they,
right, forget
they
it.
would go to Buffalo.
all right, I'm all right with this then.
I was okay.
I'm with,
Employment approved?
Yeah, approved.
Guys got to work.
Yes.
Better than the alternatives.
Council's office send that out, the approval on
I
that?
don't know when they send them out. I don't know. Well,
The council's office does.
Maybe Mark
Yeah, 'cause I
does,
think
but-
they do it, so you,
All right.
All right, hold on. And then 1867A.
3,500 offer, accept.
Except,
Accept.
Okay, now we're going to
This is 4
recall.
Charles Street, by the way.
We have a recall, request to recall.
4 Charles Street, yeah.
And you still have the
apparently,
litigation report.
not apparently, Ms. Tavares has said
Disappeared.
that the applicant can understand English, does not need an interpreter, and they would like to be recalled.
Oh.
Sure.
so now he can speak English?
I speak little English.
I mean, I threw away my stuff. You're better off coming back the next day. I don't even have the application anymore.
Since I waited for the 13, maybe he lose my business. He said I live for.
You didn't throw it out. It's just adjourned.
It's an over. We were carrying it over.
All right.
So it's
When was this one?
1848 Exotic Lounge. We were going to carry this over to 913.
I mean, I can carry it over to 8:30. You still don't have you still haven't spoken to the police department, and I have major concerns, as I believe Commissioner Kim has as well, regarding what went on here.
It's true, it wasn't just the interpreter.
You want to take a chance? You guys want to take a chance? Because they feel
It's
that
not
there's
even
an,
taking a chance. I think we just
They feel there's an inherent injustice here. First of all, if you look at the location and in the application, there's the licensed premise is the first floor. These things were found in the basement. They're not part of our location. So whoever went and inspected went beyond the scope of the requested licensed location, and the charges were dropped because whatever they found was not proven to be drugs. So they're not operating an illegal environment.
There was liquor on a place that's not licensed.
In the basement of a place that is out of the scope of the license requested on the application, Chairman Bradley.
That's not what our report says, and they went through the front door and met your son, from what we're told, and your son said he was in charge.
He had just left. This was approximately 1 o'clock in the morning. He just left there was charge. He was the only one left there, and he was closing up the location. So when
What were the 25 to 30 people then?
No, we don't have 25, 20 people. When the police come, my son told me they got about to 15 people, no more than 15 people. When the police come, we go to my house because it got about to 1:30 in the morning. When the guy stay in my house, my son call me. He got police in the business.
I mean, I don't know where they're at. I'm extremely uncomfortable with this. I don't know that it would get approved. I would suggest, if you want me to vote on it, I will. I would suggest you go to the police department.
Okay, and get it. That's what
We went to the police department.
No, and get something from them to
We
tell
have
me that
something
they
to
have.
show you right now. We went to the police department.
Who are you? You have to put
I'm
your
gonna
name
be
in,
the
please.
manager of the place.
What's your name?
My name is Amarian Crespo.
She's the bartender.
Yeah, I'm the bartender, and I was there at the moment.
So everybody that's working at this place is there, yet there's nothing going on.
No, because when we first opened the first day, like when we opened to see, we went to speak with Officer Gallo and Officer Floyd, and we asked them, can we open selling hookah? He said, yes, we could do that because in New York State, you don't need any permission for that. And then they went to see the place like a few times, and they were checking that everything was in order. Because for us, it's very important to be in order with the community and also with the police. And even they stayed there, and they saw that it was never nothing, no alcohol, no loud music, nothing. We didn't have a DJ either. We was trying to make, even if you see the pictures, it was like, and everything we would. It was no alcohol either. They found something, I don't know how to call it, the little small dollar bottle.
You're telling me that this police report, they're making it up.
Yeah, that's the reason why they dismissed it, and that's the reason why we went to speak with them.
It's our investigator. It's
You're telling my investigators are making up that they found
Jaworski.
a 200 milliliter bottle of Palo Viejo rum, which is a brand that I have never even heard of. They made up a brand name.
I'm not. They found something. That's what I said. They found the dollar, the tiny one, and the basement, and it was all empty. It was two of them. They found that it was empty. And yeah, it's true. I'm not saying that they make it up. But even we talked to them, and they didn't give us a ticket.
She already told me. I believe the charge was dismissed.
And
my concern is that you're having this place open and serving alcohol. The paperwork I have indicates that is what went on.
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable unless you get a letter from the police department saying they are.
Can we hold this off till
And I've
8:30 to meet
indicated
with
to
the
you that
police
the reason
department?
that they have march operations is because someone was complaining that this was going on. The
And-
police did not get there by accident.
We spoke with Officer Gallo because he's the captain. We spoke to him, and he said that we have a business next door. And he also advised us, you guys, I see that you guys want to do everything right. He didn't give us a ticket for the alcohol because where he found the empty bottles was in the basement that is not even part of the business. And he also said, just be careful with the people next door because they make it up. The sun is out for everybody.
Can we hold this off till 8:30 so I can meet with the police department and get a letter of referral from them? If the police department is okay and is comfortable with this location operating, hopefully it influences the opinion of the members of the authority.
We originally moved it to 8:13
No,
because
this is the next-
we need it 9:13 because we needed an interpreter. Now we don't need an interpreter.
No, we don't need it.
Okay. So 8:30 it is.
8:30.
Move to 8:30.
If you ask him slow, he's good.
We need to make sure that you're understanding what we're saying. That's all.
We just need to prove you that we have everything correct. And even if I had to go now and get the letter and fax it to you right away, we could do that.
Get it, you would email it to Secretary's office.
Perfect, so
Prior
we're gonna
to
go
the
get it and we're gonna, because that case was dismissed just because whatever they found, you know, when they found something, they had to send it to the lab. Whatever
Espérate
they
un minuto.
found, it's not that. And the alcohol was not even there. He didn't route any summer, nothing, because it was
Yeah,
nothing.
get the letter from the
Let's
police.
get the letter from the police.
We'll get a referral from the police department. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other items.
Yeah, we do, the,
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry,
Appeal.
it's buried under this.
That's right.
Oh, that's right, it's going to be marked 2016-1867C, it's report of litigation.
This is the matter where we sent the ALJ decision on the disapproval hearing back for another decision by another ALJ, since the ALJ did not apply the proper legal standard of whether there was a rational basis for the board's decision, instead substituted her judgment for the board's, and it appears that the Supreme Court judge did the same exact thing as the first ALJ. She did not use a rational basis test about whether there was
other
the
reasons.
reasons
So you're asking whether this should be appealed?
appealed or not.
Yes,
which is
I
up to
vote.
the members.
I vote to appeal.
Vote to appeal.